that paid attention to employment, old people, and education, the need for a minimum wage, a just distribution system, the revival of light industry, the nationalization of public utilities and the creation of producer cooperatives for small and medium-sized enterprises. These would be included in the new party's platform to be announced at a meeting in Tokyo on September 22, a meeting he attended, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 246-8, Takayama 2005, 538, Nishi Nippon Shimbun, September 18, 1945. There is a letter in the Matsumoto archive sent to him by Abaisu, Takano Iwasabe and Kagawa Toyohiko, the three labor movement elders, which discusses the need to revive the economy and stabilize people's livelihoods on the basis of a socialist planned economy, and invites him to the meeting on September 22. Enclosed with the letter was a draft declaration for the meeting to be held to found the JSP on November 2. Take Me's description of these three 2002, 261, letter in the Osaka collection, number 1. So Matsumoto was obviously very close to those who were involved with these early plans for the Socialist Party. Concurrently, he was continuing with preparations to create an independent Socialist Party for Kyushu. On September 15 a preparatory meeting was held, and on September 22 an advert was placed in all the newspapers of Kyushu announcing the initial meeting. Over 150 people attended, many more than expected, and so the venue had to be changed from Matsumoto's house to the Daikji Temple. There were 4 identifiable groups. One comprised those based around Matsumoto, another was a more center-right tenant-farmer group, there was a group based around Taharajunji, and finally, there was a social democratic, union-based group. However, the main financial and energetic driving force behind the movement was Matsumoto's group, based on the Suihaisha and the tenant farmers movement in Fukuoka and Saga. For the next month the preparatory group would meet each Friday in Matsumoto's house, and a party of 30 set out for the JSP founding conference held on November 2 in Tokyo. It is said that they traveled at least part of the way on a freight truck, took with them rice and mochi, fearful of food shortages in Tokyo, and that the journey took 3 days. Takayama 2005, 542, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 5-6, Moriyama ETAL 2003, 167. 2,000 people from across the socialist spectrum attended this founding meeting. Matsumoto served as one of the 2 deputy chairs at the meeting and was elected to the post of treasurer, appropriately enough since he had provided the largest single donation of cash support. Taharajunji was made head of the international section. When they got back to Fukuoka they established a local office on November 20, again in Matsumoto's house, and 4 days later they held the founding meeting of the Fukuoka JSP branch. The meeting resolved to protect political freedom, create democratic structures, oppose capitalism, promote socialism, and ensure eternal peace by collaboration with all nations. There were particularly strong demands for a state solution to the housing crisis, about which Matsumoto had recently petitioned the Ministry of Health and Welfare, MHW. Tanaka Shigetsu was elected secretary of the branch with Matsumoto the Koman, advisor. The post of chair was left vacant, which perhaps suggests they felt a need to keep open a place for someone not belonging to the Matsumoto group. Shortly after this, Matsumoto returned to Tokyo to attend the 89th session of the Diet, which convened on November 28 initially for an 18-day session, but later extended by 4 days. Diet politicians had regrouped on a party basis, 277 in the Japan Progressive Party, 44 in the Japan Liberal Party, 15 in the JSP, 90 independents and 40 vacancies. Nippon Times, November 28, 1945. On November 30 he again questioned the Prime Minister, a post now held by Baron Shidehara. 2 Matsumoto linked his demands for the abolition of the nobility, the process of democratization and his campaign against the continued discrimination against the 5 million Swahili buruku sick. He reminded the House that his record of opposing the nobility went back more than 30 years and that he had been a leader in the movement against buruku discrimination. He went on to say that not only had discrimination persisted into the 20th century despite the Emperor's decree of August 28, 1871, and up through the Great East Asian War, Dai Ta-sen's, but even recently, at a meeting sponsored by the Kagawa Prefecture Chamber of Commerce, a speaker had described Japan's current position in the international system as like the Ada village of the world, set apart and despised. Matsumoto stressed the need to eliminate the basis of such ideas. He went on, the basic principle of democracy is the establishment of human rights plus the embedding of such ideas as equality before the law and respect for the humanity of all. Specifically, he asked if it was the government's intention to abolish the nobility in the spirit of the Potsdam Declaration. He then made a number of more general points. Firstly, he noted how during the war the senior officers had had access to restaurants and similar luxuries that were not available to ordinary folk. Moreover, he pointed out that even at that point, while the people were homeless and hungry, the senior military were commandeering stockpiled foods and medicine for their own use and sale on the black market. He demanded that this stop and that these goods be distributed to those in desperate need of them. Imperial Diet Record 001/00689 Main Session, Vol 4, November 30, 1945. There is no doubt that this was a serious problem. Take me notes that in the days and weeks that followed surrender, men in positions of power raided and carted off an estimated 70% of Japan's military stocks. An additional 100 billion yen in construction materials and machinery, turned over to the Home Ministry by GHQ, also disappeared mysteriously, while members of the former elite made fortunes. An estimated 14.5 million Japanese were indigent, of whom some 10 million lived on the brink of starvation. Take me 2002, 76-7. All Shidehara could say was that he agreed on the need to do everything to oppose discrimination, but that the government was considering with utmost care whether the institutions of titled nobility should be abolished summarily or revised partially. Nippon Times, December 2, 1945. Over the next 3 weeks Matsumoto took an active part in Diet committees and the main Diet sessions. He asked questions about social security payments for the wives and children of those who had been killed in the war, 11 and December 12, and contributed to debates on the re-establishment of the coal mines, suggesting, for example, that soldiers with mining experience be given priority in the repatriation process, December 13. The session came to an end on December 18. On the December 14, and then again on the last day of the session, veteran Diet member Ozaki Yukio proposed a resolution on the establishment of a world federation that would set up an authority able to prevent and settle international disputes. The resolution, which was supported by 30 others including Matsumoto and Nishio Suehiro, both members of the JSP, albeit on opposing wings of the party, begins, "We the people of the Shwa era have incurred a national humiliation that is without precedent in history, and therefore they advocate the establishment of a world federation and strive to expedite the execution of such advocacy." Internationally, such an organization could be funded by the abolition of the munitions industry, and within Japan people could show reflection and repentance by such deeds as the prohibition of luxury items such as liquor and tobacco, as well as the abolition of the use of Chinese characters in order to keep alive the memory of the colossal national humiliation. The resolution concludes, if Japan takes the lead in advocating the creation of such a world federation and it comes about, she will be looked upon as a benefactor of mankind and win the respect of the whole world. Nippon Times, December 17, 1945, January 12, 1946. These were, of course, desperate times in Japan, but also a time when around the world there was an almost unbridled optimism, at least in public, about the prospects for democracy and international cooperation. On January 11 the Nippon Times reported on the first UN sessions being held in London, which Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Minister Bevan regarded as the first step towards the creation of a World Assembly elected by the people of the world and responsible to them. Nippon Times, January 11, 1946. Matsumoto was developing his own ideas along similar lines, and in a speech made in Kumamoto on December 26, published in the Nishi Nippon Shimbun on December 28 and reported in the Nippon Times on January 20, he proposed the creation of a Japanese Union of Republics, Nihon Renkai Wakoku, which would be made up of at least 4 states, Kyushu, Kansai, Kanto, and Tohoku, each of which would be fully independent, in control of its own domestic and foreign policy, unarmed and committed to permanent peace. Such a federal structure would not be able to threaten any of its Asian neighbors, and further, a federalist Japan would be unlikely to recreate a militarist, emperor-centered state. He focused most of his speech on the notion of a Kyushu Republic. With a population of over 10 million, it would be bigger than many European states, it could be self-sufficient in food, it would have abundant marine and energy resources, 60% of Japan's coal production, and it was already a base for heavy industry, in the form of the steel industry in Yahata. He proposed to deconstruct or prevent the development of conurbations of over 500,000 citizens to eliminate the competition between urban industrial regions and rural agricultural communities, not a problem in Kyushu where the biggest city, Fukuoka, had a pre-war population of 278,000. He was undecided as to whether this federal state should be developed on the models found in North America or the Soviet Union, but he suggested that the political structure be based on a president served by a cabinet that was answerable to a democratic people's assembly. This plan for a union of Japanese republics was envisioned as one unit within a union of East Asiatic nations, which in turn would be part of a world union of nations. Finally, we should note that there was no room in this new structure for the emperor. Matsumoto was implacably hostile to the emperor system. Nishi Nippon Shimbun, December 28, 1945, Nippon Times, January 20, 1946. Few of these ideas would have a lasting impact even on the development of ideas about the constitution within the JSP, but they should not be dismissed as totally impractical or eccentric. Several of the components of these proposals came from the tide of ideas current in 1945. We might recall that the notion of Japan as a unitary state was less than 80 years old, and in the lack of certainty at that time, it was not totally far-fetched to suggest that dividing Japan into smaller units might make post-war relations with its Asian neighbors easier. The contingency plans for governing Japan in the event of an American armed invasion had called for the division of the country into a small number of regions, and at one stage of planning for the occupation it had been suggested that the Soviet Union would control the north, Hokkaido and Tohoku, the United States Kanto, Chubu and Kinki, and the United Kingdom Chugoku, Shikoku and Kyushu. Watanabe 1990, 21. There was no obvious reason why Kyushu could not be a self-governing unit, a self-sufficient economy, or develop a distinct national identity. Moreover, locating the Kyushu Republic within a framework of other Asian republics reconciled Matsumoto's strong feelings of local identity with his pan-Asian views and his ideas about one world. These may have been impossibly idealist views, but there were many in various parts of the world at this time who shared his idea that some form of world government was not only possible but necessary. We might also remember Matsumoto's early idea of creating a Kyushu Proletarian Party. It looks as though that idea fused with Ozaki's idea of world government to produce this vision of a federal Japan. Over the next few years, Matsumoto developed as a pragmatic politician within the JSP and as a political actor on the national stage, but this internationalism remained in his world view and he continued to subscribe to the newsletter Sekai Sifu, World Government, until well into the 1950s. The MacArthur Constitution. It was not part of MacArthur's initial brief to reform the Constitution of Japan. Indeed, there were some who thought that to do so would be contrary to the 1907 Hague Convention, which defined the authority of an occupying power, take me 2002, 232. Furthermore, it stood contrary to the notion that a people had a right to self-determination. At first, MacArthur suggested to members of the existing political elite that they should democratize their own political structure. Both Kono Fumimaro, the former prime minister, and Matsumoto JJI, a professor of law in Tokyo Imperial University and at that time a minister of state, were separately and unknown to each other asked to present proposals for constitutional reform. Meanwhile, several private groups began to study the constitution, and even some individuals put forward their proposals for its revision. Whereas the proposals that came from the elite were invariably conservative and primarily concerned to protect the position of the emperor, those emanating from the private sector were often radical and original. Takano Iwasaburo, for example, put forward a draft that included a strong endorsement of human rights and advocated the abolition of the emperor system. He later acted as an advisor to left-wing parties, who in the first half of 1946 produced detailed proposals for constitutional reform. Take Me 2002, 273. MacArthur became impatient with Matsumoto JJI's group, whose conservative proposals were finally published in February 1946. At the same time, a Far East Commission, FEC, was being created that would give the Soviet Union and other Allied powers a veto over occupation policy. As things turned out, the FEC was never able to exert any operational control over the Americans, but MacArthur seems to have feared that if the debate on the Constitution were drawn out, the Soviet Union and Australia might insist that the imperial system be dismantled and even that the emperor be tried as a war criminal. Take Me 2002, 98. Therefore he commissioned a small group of 24 members of the government section of SCAP, Supreme Commander for Allied Powers, 3 to devise a constitution. This they did in the week 6–10 February 1946. The draft was presented to a horrified meeting of the cabinet on February 13 and accepted in basic principle by them on February 22. Japanese conservatives were desperate to preserve the imperial institution, while many Americans in SCAP felt that a stable democratic order would be easier to maintain if the emperor played some part in the new structure, even if only as a symbol of the state. By moving quickly, the Americans were able to control the architecture of the new constitution. The FEC held its first meeting on February 26 and expressed its approval of the proposed constitution on July 2. However, the fiction was maintained that the draft was a wholly Japanese endeavor, and it was approved through the structures set up by the Meiji Constitution. MacArthur announced the Constitution on March 8, 1946 as a decision of the Emperor and Government of Japan to submit to the Japanese people a new and enlightened constitution which has my full approval. A week later, U.S. Secretary of State James Burns declared the Constitution had been drawn up by the Japanese people themselves in accordance with what were their rights. Nippon Times, 8 and March 14, 1946. Over the next few months it was approved by the House of Representatives, newly elected on April 10, 1946, the House of Peers and the Privy Council, finally being promulgated in the name of the Emperor and coming into effect on May 3, 1947. The speed and secrecy with which the initial draft of the Constitution was written had precluded the possibility that Japanese people could be widely consulted. However, members of the General Staff who took part in the drafting process were in touch with the Japanese public before and after their intense efforts of 6–10 February. Matsumoto met with Bitsuroda IV between January and early February, as he tried to persuade her colleagues in the government section not to insist on his purge from political life. She remembers him as being very talkative as he explained to her about the realities of buruku discrimination, something that she had not encountered during her time in Tokyo before the war. He also discussed the issue with her colleagues Colonel Peter K. Roast and Dr. Harry Wilds, who worked with her on the Civil Rights Subcommittee of the Constitution Drafting Group. These discussions directly or indirectly resulted in the inclusion of caste in the early drafts of Article 14 of the Constitution, although it was changed to family origin in the final version. Tsunioka et al. 1993, 24, 99, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Sho 1999, 27–31. There were 4 drafts of the Constitution produced through the spring and summer of 1946, on March 4, March 6, in April and in June. As the Constitution developed, various people had an influence over the wording. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Sho 1999, 134. As is well known, the original draft proposed a unicameral assembly, but this was altered to allow the creation of a second, revising chamber. On the nobility, the original American intention was simply not to create any more, so that they would gradually die out, but the JSP, probably in particular Suzuki Yoshio, insisted on their abolition, eliminating the ranks and special privileges of 913 barons, marquises, dukes, and princes, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 1999, 138, Take Me 2002, 288. The Americans were open to all sorts of suggestions as long as the basic principles were maintained. See Cade's comments in Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 1999, 105. Also well known is that Bitsuroda was particularly keen to ensure that women's rights received constitutional protection, and she was responsible, for example, for Article 24. Marriage shall be based only on the mutual consent of both sexes, and it shall be maintained through mutual cooperation with the equal rights of husband and wife as a basis. My emphasis. With regard to choice of spouse, property rights, inheritance, choice of domicile, divorce, and other matters pertaining to marriage and the family, laws shall be enacted from the standpoint of individual dignity and the essential equality of the sexes. However, it is part of the Matsumoto myth, still being routinely repeated, that the only was introduced at his insistence based on his experience of the Takamatsu campaign of 1933-4 and his conviction, expressed on many occasions, that only free marriage would ultimately eliminate prejudice and discrimination. Watanabe 1990, 33. There is certainly a considerable difference between Article 23 in the original MacArthur Draft 5 and Article 24 as finally adopted, which suggests that there was much scope for further amendment. Interviews carried out by Watanabe with Sirota and Cades suggest that Matsumoto may have had an influence, but while neither of them remember clearly, both concede it is plausible. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 1999, 31, 139. However, Takayama quotes Sirota firmly declaring, "It was me who wrote that." Takayama 2005, 563. It is too late to resolve this issue. Whether Matsumoto was responsible for the only or not, he certainly was to claim that he was, and it has entered indelibly into the account of his occupation experience. Irrespective of the detail, the story of Matsumoto's involvement in the immediate debate on the post-war constitution illustrates several things about the process that have wider relevance. Firstly, however idealistic the federal state proposal may now seem, it fitted in with an international trend of the times, an optimism about the possibility of a peaceful post-war settlement before Cold War realism took hold. Secondly, while the claims made by MacArthur and Burns about the domestic origins of the draft constitution were outright lies, several of those involved in the drafting process were in touch with Japanese politicians, such that they had at least some influence on the content of the final document. Finally, it is sometimes suggested that the document, with its stress on democratic values, rights, and peace, was informed by ideas that had no relevance to and were not understood by the Japanese people. It may have been the case that there were some such Japanese, but it is also clear that some, including but not only Matsumoto, would have liked the constitution to have been much more radical, completely removing the emperor and, indeed, changing the very structure of the Japanese state. His ideas were not adopted, and though he continued as a left-wing idealist politician, he was sufficiently pragmatic to drop these proposals. He was nevertheless very proud of the new constitution. He is said to have carried a copy with him and committed it to memory. Takayama 2005, 564. 3. The early liberation movement. In 1941 and 1942 many burukuman activists were turning their backs on left-wing ideas and organizations and joining instead Iwa groups, most of which were controlled by the state and supported its wartime objectives. Some former Swihaisha supporters even went as far as publicly burning their Swihaisha flags as a demonstration of their abandonment of left-wing thought and activity. Matsumoto himself resisted demands that he formally disband the organization, and there is a story that far from burning his Swihaisha flag he carefully locked it away in a safe to preserve it until after the war. The American military, especially in the first phase of the occupation, had little knowledge or interest in the buruku issue. Their concern with rights issues was largely confined to ensuring the freedoms of speech and association, rather than more practical matters of reducing discrimination. This meant, on the one hand, that as long as they presented their actions as supportive of the aim of democratizing Japan, the buruku activists were free to develop the movement as they wished. On the other hand, the little money that was being made available through local governments for buruku communities as part of what remained of the DWA program was stopped by occupation order in March 1946. Both Japanese and American authorities refused to pay any attention to demands that a national survey of buruku conditions be carried out, and no action was taken at the national level for almost 20 years. Watanabe 1990, 41. Meanwhile, within days of surrender, on August 18, a group of burukumen in the Kansai area Asada Zenosuke, Ueda Otoiki, Nozaka Seiji, and Matsuda Kiichi met to discuss how their movement might be revived. Maruka 1980, 30. Most of this group had been associated with the JCP in the mid to late 1930s and had switched to a nationalist perspective around 1940. They realized that the key to reviving the movement was to establish links with the Fukuoka group, and Matsumoto in particular. In October, Imato visited them in Kyoto to explain Matsumoto's position and to discuss a way forward. Imato proposed that, as the occupation was paying the buruku issue little attention, they should try to create a group that would embrace as many people as possible, whether former Iwa or Suihaisha activists. Take Mori 1995, 45. Matsumoto personally was keen on retaining the Suihaisha name, but the others argued that it was too abstract and that the Burukuinkai strategy devised in the wake of the Takamatsu event had worked well and would be the key to the movement's reconstruction. However, it was agreed to try to create a broad-based movement that, while attractive to the left, would also include those liberals who had previously been involved in the Iwa movement. Sekai Shimbun, April 1, 1947. At the same time, MacArthur announced the release of political prisoners and the arrest of 39 war criminals, including Baron Hiranuma, who would later die in prison. Matsumoto's energies at this stage were mainly focused on the launch of the JSP, while Kitahara Daisaku, who had worked closely with him until 1938, was involved in preparations to launch the JCP as a legal party. It held its first post-war conference on 1-3 December 1946, and Kitahara ensured that its program included a statement of its opposition to all forms of status discrimination. Buruku Kaidmei Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 294, Maruka 1980, 31. Even though Matsumoto himself had always been a social democrat, several of those close to him had either been members of, or had worked closely with, the pre-war JCP, including Kitahara and, closer to home, Imato Rinchi. They continued to work with him in rebuilding a movement for buruku liberation and may have encouraged him to support the early development of the communist movement. Takuta Kyuichi was one of the few pre-war JCP leaders who served a long term in prison, 18 years in his case, without making a tank statement. When he was released, along with some 439 others on October 10, he got some financial support and other aid from Matsumoto. Take Me 2002, 240, Takayama 2005, 548. Matsumoto is also said to have helped him in 1950 when he went underground. Nosaka Sans, later leader of the JCP, had survived the war by taking refuge in China, living in the Communist Party base in Yenin from April 1940. He was due to return by ferry to Hakata on January 12, 1946, but there were fears that he might be attacked by rightists, so Imato was asked to arrange a group of 40 to 50 young men to meet him at the harbor and accompany him to Hakata station. Carrying Matsumoto gumi lanterns, they saw him safely onto his train. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 14, Takayama 2005, 549. Later, during a press conference, Nosaka called for opposition to the conservatives through the creation of a popular front that included both the JSP and JCP. Nationally, this alliance of the left did not last long, but in Fukuoka collaboration of various kinds continued throughout the occupation. For example, on June 13, 1946, a Minshijinmin Renmei, Democratic People's League, was formed of representatives of the JSP, JCP, unions, peasants groups, and the Buruku Liberation Movement, Kawamukai 1990, 54. A key element in the process of democratization was the purge of those who had supported ultranationalism and the war. The removal and exclusion of undesirable personnel from public office, Supreme Command for Allied Powers Instruction Note Scapen 550, was issued on January 4, 1946, and on February 13 it was extended to include all those who had had formal IRAA support in the TJ election of 1942, of whom Matsumoto, of course, was one. Of the 466 elected members of the final Imperial Diet, 381 were barred from politics and forbidden to take part in the next election. Over the next few months Matsumoto spent quite a lot of time trying to get this decision reversed, which was one reason why he was in contact with members of the General Headquarters, GHQ, political sections such as Sirota, trying to convince them of his democratic credentials. However, the threat of the purge order did not prevent him from attending the formal launch of the Zinkoku Buruku Kainkai, BKI, the National Buruku Liberation Committee, which was held on January 19, 1946 in Kyoto and attended by 240 activists from 23 prefectures despite the still poor communications and food shortages. Its first act was to elect Matsumoto as its chairman and then select a central committee, 4 out of 10 of whom were members of the new JCP, Takayama 2005, 552. Reflecting the optimism of the time, the speakers enthused about the prospects for democratic change in Japan. Kitahara, reflecting the position of the JCP, urged his comrades to act as one part of the movement that would ensure. Buruku Liberation National Committee, 1946. Commemorative photograph taken during the conference held in February to revive the Buruku Liberation Movement, which resulted in the creation of the Buruku Liberation National Committee. A thorough implementation of democratic reform. He seems to have regarded the BKI as a model for a broad left, democratic front. Yamato spoke rather of an ambition to create a movement that encompassed both left and right, transcending ideology and political party. Like Kitahara, Yamato suggested that Kaidan protest in opposition to discrimination could be used to advance the democratic movement, Maruka 1980, 3640. The conference passed 3 basic motions. We demand the restoration of the industry stolen from us by Zaibatsu capital, the complete abolition of bureaucratic control and the total promotion of Buruku industry. We demand the abolition of all the feudal systems of special privileges, the aristocracy, the House of Peers and the Privy Council, and the eradication of the status system. We demand the overthrow of all reactionary influences, the immediate formation of a powerful democratic front and the construction of a democratic Japan. The conference declaration concluded. The wind of violent oppression has now gone forever. The great task has started of building a democratic Japan that places guarantees for both freedom and respect for the character of all human beings in the hands of the people themselves. If we don't do it now, then when? Takayama 2005, 553. On the following day, a Buruku Liberation People's Conference was held, attended by representatives from all the main political parties, JCP, JSP, Liberal and Progressive. Opening the meeting, Yamato argued that we oppressed Buruku masses had been the most critical of the emperor system, which was dominated by those in uniform. Matsumoto spoke on the achievement of the democratic revolution, arguing it would entail the complete removal of the upper status people who had ruled over the masses with harmful feelings of superiority. Japan was being reformed. The new era of the complete liberation of the Buruku would be achieved, Takayama 2005, 551. Nosaka represented the JCP and argued that the inequality suffered by Burukumen was born out of the inequality of the emperor system. Socialism was necessary to eliminate status prejudice. It was soon apparent that the broad front of liberals and socialists that Yamato had imagined would not work. The Liberal Party representative refused to share a platform with the JCP and addressed the meeting from the front of the hall, and Nakagawa from the Progressive Party made a statement in defense of a democratic emperor system that provoked a strong reaction from delegates, Maruka 1980, 54-5, Takayama 2005, 551. Although Matsumoto and the JCP were critical of the emperor system, the right wing of the JSP merely wanted its reform and, in the spirit of seeking a broad base of support, the conference did not make any mention of the emperor system in its 12 basic policies. It did give its full support to demanding that the threat of purge restrictions on Matsumoto be lifted. At the start of 1946, Matsumoto was a leading figure on the left of the JSP and, despite the formal purge, had reasserted his position within the buruku liberation movement. He had intended to be a candidate in the first post-war election scheduled for April. The BKI had passed a resolution requesting SCAP to revoke the purge order on Matsumoto on the grounds that he had fought against discrimination and for democratization before the war and was now involved in the process of recreating that movement. Masuda 2000, 148. A petition was sent to the GHQ with support from the Soviet Embassy, Takayama 2005, 554. Yamato too spent a lot of time trying to persuade the GHQ to change its mind. The political purge was overseen by the government section of GHQ, so the BKI supporters put their case to Colonel Charles Cades, General Staff Deputy Chief, who was sympathetic. Yoshida Shigeru, then Minister of Foreign Affairs and soon to be Prime Minister, however, was not. The outcome was that the order lifting the purge was approved on April 3 but not issued until April 27, too late for Matsumoto to stand in the election that had taken place 2 weeks earlier. Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1991, 238. Tanaka Shigetsu, who had worked with Matsumoto in the Shueisha since its formation, stood in his place and was elected. Takayama 2005, 556. He was one of 12 JSP candidates standing in the 2 constituencies in Fukuoka, which each returned 9 representatives. 8 socialists were returned from the prefecture. The local party branch issued a statement about the campaign in which it attributed its success to the energy provided by Matsumoto both in the past and during the campaign. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 16. Matsumoto was very popular locally and the party tried to persuade him to stand for election as mayor of Fukuoka City. He refused. He seems to have had his eyes fixed on a return to national politics, but he did support his lawyer and former election agent, Miyoshi Yaraku, who was duly elected for the first of 2 terms as mayor. The first 6 months set the frame and tone for the rest of the occupation in several respects. The main framework of the constitutional reforms was set out in the draft produced by Sirota and others within GHQ. The trajectory for the post-war liberation movement was set following the formation of the BKI in February 1946, dominated by bureaucramen from the Socialist and Communist parties. There was optimism about the future and a desire to take advantage of the top-down democratic revolution. For political activity under the new constitution. At the JSP Second Convention held in September 1946, Matsumoto was defeated in the election for the post as treasurer by Hosono Michio, who was on the right of the party, by the narrow margin of 349 to 358, Colbert 1952, 78. He retained his position as party advisor. The second meeting of the Fukuoka Prefecture JSP was held 27-8 October 1946 in Matsubara Temple and Cho Primary School, both close to Matsumoto's home. Matsumoto was elected branch chairman, with Tanaka Shigetsu the branch secretary. At the national level, the JSP and JCP were moving further apart, but locally there remained enthusiasm for cooperation between the 2 parties. The Fukuoka branch took part in a series of joint demonstrations opposing the policies of the Yoshida government in December 1946, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 21. Well into 1947 the left-wing socialists in Fukuoka continued to take part in joint front activities with members of the JCP, supporting campaigns for the nationalization of the coal industry and the democratization of the police force. These joint activities would form the basis of the anti-base actions of the 1950s and the AMPO campaign of 1959-60, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 31. Although too late for him to stand in the 1946 election, the revocation of the purge order did allow Matsumoto to return to political activity as a leading member of the JSP, both nationally and in Fukuoka. In the spring of 1947 he moved his Tokyo base to a new two-story building. On the ground floor were the offices that he shared with the BKI. Above this were his private rooms, which he usually shared with 4 to 5 assistants and which included a largish room in which he would host sukiyaki parties. Takayama 2005, 564. The original draft of the constitution had stipulated a parliament consisting of just one elected house. In what was the biggest structural change suggested by the Japanese parliament in the course of the review of the MacArthur draft, it was proposed that a second revising chamber be created to replace the House of Peers. It would use the same building as the House of Peers had but be known as the House of Councillors. The method of election would be different to that for the lower house, and it was hoped it would attract a different kind of person to take part in politics, thus broadening the expertise base of the Diet. It was also to be a small house, just 250 members, each serving a 6-year term with half the house facing re-election every 3 years. At each election 75 seats were to be filled by elections based in the prefectures, with the remaining 50 being elected by the country as a whole, acting as one constituency. Electors would then have 2 votes, one in their prefectural constituency and one in the national constituency. The thinking behind this was that candidates who had a broad but thinly scattered support base might do well in the national constituency. There is also perhaps an echo here of the idea put forward by the SMP in the 1930s of having occupations represented somewhere in the Diet. This arrangement would of course suit Matsumoto ideally if he could muster the electoral support of the scattered buruku communities behind his candidacy. First elections under the new constitution were held in April 1947, for governors and mayors on the 5th, for the upper house, on the 20th, for the lower house, LH, on 25th and for the prefectural and city councils on the 30th. The JSP criticized the Yoshida government's failure to improve the distribution of food, increase the production of coal or to curb inflation. It proposed to place the coal mines and fertilizer industry under state control and impose a heavy tax on wartime and black market profiteers. The Fukuoka branch of the JSP wanted Matsumoto to stand for the post of governor, but by February 11 he had made it clear that he wanted to return to the national political stage. Nishi Nippon Shimbun, January 14, 1947, 5:14, and February 15, 1947. With the agreement of the BKI, Matsumoto decided to stand for a national constituency seat in the He received 419,494 votes, coming fourth overall and getting over 20%, or 143,105, of all votes cast in Fukuoka Prefecture. Kai Shimbun 2, May 15, 1947, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 28. 8 Burukuman members of the BKI were returned in this election to the LH and another 2 not in the BKI. Among them, Kitamura Matahachi, Kumamoto, Tanaka Shigetsu, Fukuoka, and Tanaka Orinoshin, Wakayama, were all former activists within the Suihaisha. 6 There was talk of creating a Kaijin-dame as an organization of all the BKI-supported politicians elected to central or local government, but this does not seem to have happened. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai-sho 1999, 264-5. After the LH elections, the JSP was the biggest party, but with only 143 seats out of 466 they were unable to form a government on their own. Matsumoto and others on the left suggested a coalition that would embrace the JCP, but as the JCP only had 4 and 5 LH seats and as their inclusion would alienate the center-left, it is hard to see how this might have worked. Alone among the senior members of the JSP at this time, Matsumoto consistently argued in favor of maintaining links with the JCP, Colbert 1952, 216, 231. However, negotiations in the course of May resulted in Katayama Tetsu becoming prime minister supported by a cabinet composed of members of the JSP, Democratic Party, and Cooperative Party. However, a condition of the coalition agreement was that the left-wing faction led by Suzuki Mozaber would be excluded from the cabinet. There was talk that Matsumoto might be offered the post of Minister of Health and Welfare, but the right-wing socialists vetoed this idea. The JSP was also the largest party in the upper house with 47 seats, but again it was well short of a majority. There were 111 independents, of whom 96 were organized within the Ryukyukai, the Green Breeze Society, a loose coalition of conservatives. When it was suggested that Matsumoto be appointed Speaker of the Yoshida Shigeru vetoed the proposal. It was crucial that Katayama secure control of the LH, the more powerful of the two elected houses, and to ensure JSP candidates occupied both positions of Speaker and Deputy Speaker there, he had to compromise with the opposition over the Speaker of the upper house and accept the conservative candidate, Matsudera Yazumasa. Matsudera had an impeccable background, son of a former daimyo, formerly of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MFA, where he had served as ambassador to the United States and the United Kingdom. He was also related by marriage to both the imperial and Tokugawa families and was minister to the imperial household 1936 to 1945. Moriyama et al. 2003, 72-3, Takayama 2005, 575. Matsumoto decided to stand for the post of Speaker anyway but got only 2 votes compared to the 99 cast for Matsudera. For the post of Deputy Speaker he got 127 votes, well clear of the second-place candidate, who got 89. He was unhappy about this and would later complain that there had been discrimination against him in the selection process. 7 Nevertheless, he applied himself to his new job with remarkable energy. On May 15 he held a reception for all those who worked in the building and made a brief speech urging them all to work to ensure its democratization. He later went round the building talking to all the staff, including the women on the telephone exchange, giving each of them a small cash gift. He gave instructions that his room was to be made accessible at all times and that it was not even necessary to knock. Takayama 2005, 576. The first, formal session of the was held on May 20. Matsudera made a brief formal speech that had been prepared for him by his secretary. Matsumoto had had a similar speech written for him, except that he decided to depart from it. He recalled how only 10 years earlier he had addressed the neighboring chamber calling for the abolition of the peerage system. He recalled how the then Prime Minister, Hiroda Kai, had refused to reply to his comments, hiding behind imperial privilege. Now Hiroda was in prison about to be tried for war crimes while he was Deputy Speaker 8, Masuda 2000, 153. He reminded his audience that the struggle for democracy during the Meiji period and after had been suppressed by the state, which had used police and prisons to protect the aristocracy and its surrounding privilege. He quoted Article 14 of the new constitution, which begins, "All of the people are equal under the law and there shall be no discrimination," and in the concluding passage of the speech he said, "The Meiji Revolution ended in vagueness." Why was that? The label was that of freedom and people's rights, but at its core were the armor and helmet-wearing samurai. They were feudal soldiers. Behind the veil of freedom and people's rights they exploited many people. From now on politics should be about the mutual protection of people's livelihoods. It must be time for the privileged classes who for too long have been protected by law, army, police, and prison to withdraw in order to realize politics by the people, for the people and of the people. Takayama 2005, 578. His comments outraged the conservative members of the assembly. They heckled him, told him he was going on too long and demanded that he stick to his speech. He told them to shut up and listen, this is not the House of Peers anymore. Later he recalled that during the war an army officer had told the members of the LH to shut up, but that had been different. That was silencing the voice of people who were trying to represent the electorate. I was doing the opposite. I was warning those who were trying to prevent the free expression of ideas. From now on we must make the House of Councillors a place where people can freely express their ideas. Moriyama et al. 2003, 174, Takayama 2005, 578-9. Matsumoto was also active elsewhere. Before the war, the Nihon Arenkai had worked to support those arrested by the political police and their families. This was reconstituted in October 1945 and continued to be active for several decades. Matsumoto was one of its post-war chairmen, from January 1947, and later he was to benefit from its activities. Its aims were summed up in one U.S. document as being to conduct Red Cross-like activities to aid the martyrs of the labor and farmer movement, Buruku Kaikenkaisho, ed. 1991, 179, Buruku Kaikenkaisho, ed. 1986, 849. Roger Baldwin of the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, visited Japan in 1947 and it was decided to establish a Japanese equivalent to be called the JCLU. Both then, in November 1947, as now it has tended to be mainly composed of lawyers, but Matsumoto was invited to its founding meeting in the offices of the Japan Federation of Bar Associations and selected as one of its 4 vice-chairmen, suggesting that it sought a broad support base. Kai Shimbun 4, January 1, 1948. He would later serve briefly as its chairman. Moreover, he was not simply lending his name to this new organization to help it become established. Unno later recalled that Matsumoto was one of the most enthusiastic supporters and that he made substantial financial contributions in these early stages. The creation of the JCLU in Tokyo was prominently reported on the front pages of the Kai Shimbun in January 1948, as were plans to create a branch in Kyoto in May. Later that summer, Baldwin invited Matsumoto to attend a meeting of the International Federation of CLUs, but he was unable to leave Japan. SCAP followed up its constitutional abolition of the aristocracy by insisting on a reduction in the size of the imperial household, in particular the elimination of the various branches of it that had been established in the Meiji period, 1870–1910. Only a small number of people directly related to the emperor were permitted to retain their titles and income. 11 princely families, 51 people in all, including Higashikuni Narahiko, were reduced to the rank of ordinary citizen as of October 14, 1947. They were, however, given lump sum payments and a final farewell dinner hosted by the emperor. In an ironic touch, Matsumoto was chosen to represent the government on October 13 at a meeting held in the Imperial Palace at which he announced the financial settlement. He had opposed giving them any money at all and used his speech to remind them that these large sums of money we grant you to help you get started in your new life. You must remember that they were made at a time when the nation's expenses were mounting due to the need of affording relief for thousands of war sufferers. We hope you will remember the sacrifices of the people and put this money to good use. MacArthur Archives, December 18, 1947. There is no record of what these former aristocrats thought about being lectured to by an outcast leader. During the summer of 1947, Matsumoto continued to advocate the need for a joint socialist-communist front, and in October 1947, making use of his prestige as a proletarian elder statesman, he tried to bring the contending left-wing socialists together. Colbert 1952, 216, 231. The left had criticized the appointment of Hirano Rikisto the post of Minister of Agriculture. When Katayama dismissed him on November 4, they hoped one of their number would replace him. However, Hitano Kane's appointment on December 13 was criticized by them as a surrender to unreasonable intervention by the other coalition parties, which went contrary to the wishes of a majority of socialists. Colbert 1952, 235. On the 26th, Matsumoto launched a bitter and public attack on the Katayama cabinet, demanding its resignation. However, at the same time he was facing difficulties in his home base, probably because of his extreme position. At the 3rd Fukuoka JSP conference, held 10–11 January, he was asked to step down as leader of the local branch because he was so busy at the national level. The request came from those who lived in Kitakyushu who felt that they should be better represented on the party bodies. After a vote, 15–13, Matsumoto agreed to resign and become senior advisor, Seikoman. This was a victory for the Kitakyushu group and probably the other local center-right groups. At the party's national conference, which was held the following week in Tokyo, a left-wing group, the Satsukikai, May Society, met in Matsumoto's office in the Diet. 9 They criticized the party leadership, they opposed the payment of interest on military bonds and urged, among other things, the abandonment of the coalition arrangement. The conference approved the left-wing proposals but elected center-right figures to the party's leading positions. Asanuma got 376 votes to Kotkanja's 330 for the post of party secretary, Nakazaki Toshio received 356 votes to Tanaka Shiketsu's 346 for the post of party treasurer, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 38-9. In February the left launched a campaign against the government's proposals to increase rail fares and postage charges by 100% as being contrary to conference resolutions, Buruku Kaikenkaisho, ed. 1991, 287-8. On February 5 the left socialists voted with the opposition parties and passed a motion demanding that the supplementary budget be withdrawn. On February 9 Katayama announced his resignation. The coalition government continued for a few more months but with a non-socialist prime minister, Ashita Hitashi of the Democratic Party. V. The Emperor and the Crab Walk Incident. At least after August 1945 Matsumoto never made any attempt to hide his dislike for the emperor system and would later argue that it had been central to his political worldview since the 1920s. This was not based on any complex theoretical analysis but more of an intuition that as long as an imperial family existed, which commanded unthinking and excessive respect, there would continue to be at the other end of the social hierarchy people who were irrationally despised. The democratization of Japan that Matsumoto sought would eliminate both kinds of discrimination and prejudice. It had been the custom for the emperor to attend the first session of the Diet each new year. Following the elections of April 1947, the first time he would do so under the terms of the new constitution would be January 21, 1948. A room is permanently set aside in the Diet building for the emperor to rest after his arrival, and it was usual for the speaker and his deputy from both houses to welcome the emperor prior to his formal attendance at the Diet's opening. The pattern was for each of them to enter the room, bow, move to the center of the room in front of the desk where the emperor was seated, bow again, go over to the exit and bow once more. However, it was considered essential to face the emperor at all times, which meant that it was necessary to walk across the room crabwise. Matsumoto was fourth in the queue and looked on as his two colleagues from the JSP and then Matsudaira performed this odd ritual, each looking like a crab wearing a morning suit. Apparently spontaneously, Matsumoto decided he could not bring himself to behave in such a ridiculous manner and walked normally across the room. Later he was to argue that in the spirit of the new constitution the emperor should be treated with respect as a human being, no more, no less. As the emperor left the building later that day, legend has it that Matsumoto thanked him for his trouble. Gokursama. Conservatives, particularly Yoshida, were outraged, although Matsudaira, who had once fallen over while trying to execute the crab walk maneuver, announced his support. Shikinasahi, July 1952, 22. The main parties met on January 24 to work out their positions. On January 25 in an interview with the Asahi newspaper, Matsumoto announced that he had gone through with it at the first opening of the Diet in May the previous year but thought it was now unnecessary. Such etiquette was a product of the period of the old constitution. It was not consistent with the spirit of the new constitution, which he asked his critics to read carefully. See also his accounts in Kai Shimbun 5, February 1, 1948, and 6, March 1, 1948. In an article published just after the incident he argued, under the new constitution, which proclaims the sovereignty of the people, the Diet supervises its own opening ceremony. At all points the Diet is the host and we welcome the Emperor as our guest. Unlike in the past we do not receive rescripts from him. Under the new democratized arrangements the Emperor comes to the Diet merely to give his blessing. There is certainly no need to treat him as a god. Takayama 2005, 598. The GHQ public view at the time was that Matsumoto's attitude was in tune with their notion of the emperor being the symbol of the state, and that it was up to the electors to judge his actions when the next election came round. Takayama 2005, 600, Moriyama etal 2003, 177-81, Buruku Kaidme ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 263-9. In fact, Matsumoto was not the only person to break precedent that day. The Nippon Times reported that the Speaker of the lower house, Matsuoka Komakaki, gave the opening address with his back turned to the emperor, the first time this had happened. However, it was Matsumoto's action that got publicity and that has been remembered. Nippon Times, January 22, 1946. Matsumoto received some letters of support, some criticism, and some violent threats. One such threat came from a village in Okayama, and so he decided to go there and make a speech in defense of his actions. Around 2,000 people came to the meeting, including around 30 who were clearly from a right-wing/gangster background. Praising the freedom of speech guaranteed under the new constitution, he invited his critics to join him on the stage to debate what he had done. They declined his invitation. In his address he said that unreasonable respect for the emperor was the origin of unreasonable discrimination against burukumen. Takayama 2005, 601. He went on to speak in Hiroshima, Fukuyama, and Fuchu, using the publicity generated by the incident to help regenerate the liberation movement. The crab walk practice was not revived, and henceforth the speakers of both houses would address the emperor with only a normal degree of politeness. Matsumoto's actions, and those of Matsuoka, had set important precedents. However, this was not the end of his criticisms of the emperor system. He refused to attend the New Year Imperial Poetry readings on January 25, 1948, annoyed at the high-handed tone used in the invitations. At the time, the Akasaka detached palace was unoccupied. Matsumoto visited it on January 29, 1948 with colleagues from the BKI and made the, possibly tongue-in-cheek, suggestion to Justin Williams, chief of the General Staff Legislative Division, that it be given to the Buruku Kaiinkai organization as their Tokyo office. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Sho 1999, 108, Masuda 2000, 154. This prompted more threats. One letter came from a citizen in Kurume who was so outraged at his comments about the Akasaka Palace that he suggested Matsumoto take care when he returned to Kyushu as his life was at risk. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Sho 1999, 290. Whether Matsumoto was serious or not, his suggestion seems to have alarmed Yoshida Shigeru, who quickly arranged for it to become the temporary base of the National Diet Library from June 5, 1948, Takayama 2005, 6078. On February 19, Matsumoto broadcast to the nation at 9:00 p.m., which was presumably a peak listening hour. His comments repeated many of the themes that he had covered in his speeches of the previous 12 months, the importance of the current period of democratic reform, the crucial role of respect for basic human rights without which discussion of democracy was just empty talk, and his commitment to the liberation of all oppressed people including burukumen. He noted that some people were saying that if discrimination against burukumen were ignored it could simply be forgotten. This, he said, was not an appropriate solution within a democratic society, where it must be positively rooted out. He talked about the work of Gandhi, who had been assassinated a few weeks earlier, quoting with approval his idea that, doing things that benefit many people is always beautiful. There is a great deal that is included in these apparently simple words that we should consider carefully, he said, before concluding with a promise to work for a peaceful and democratic Japan. Text of speech in Kai Shimbun 6, March 1, 1948. Matsumoto was by now a national celebrity. In November 1948, soon after the International Military Tribunal of the Far East, IMFE, had announced its verdicts on Tijan the other Class A war criminals, the Asahi newspaper asked him for comments on the emperor's war responsibility. As reported by the Jiji Press, it seemed strange to him that the emperor has escaped any responsibility when he was in a position to have been able to prevent the war, and the war itself was started in his name. He was also said to have asserted that it is dangerous for such an emperor to remain as the symbol of the state, and that all those living a just life do not need such an existence as the emperor. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 1999, 21-3. This led to another barrage of threatening letters, Takayama 2005, 610. However, he was being much more restrained in public than he was in private. The SCAP was monitoring his mail at the time, and they reported intercepting one letter in which he wrote, "The emperor is responsible for the reckless war, which by the time of defeat has thrown the people into a most miserable state. The fact that he is ignorant and incapable cannot become the pretext for evading this responsibility. I think the emperor's system, which has for a long time been made use of as an organ to squeeze the people, should be abolished completely right now to materialize a people republican Sikh government. For this end I am continuing my struggle ceaselessly." Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 1999, 160, from a letter dated August 11, 1948. He would continue his anti-emperor campaign throughout the 1950s as a member of the Imperial House Income Committee, where he periodically demanded the nationalization of all the imperial property and the creation of a limited system of payments for the imperial household. He had argued fiercely with Katayama over the size of the payments made to the ex-royals and would continue to criticize imperial extravagance throughout his career. 6. The Purge. The Katayama cabinet resigned on February 10, 1948, although the coalition of the JSP/Democrats/Cooperative Party remained intact, with Ashita from the Democratic Party taking over as Prime Minister. Meanwhile, support for Yoshida Shigeru was growing in the Diet, and there was criticism from both left and right of the coalition government's inability to control inflation. Matsumoto and the left of the JSP during the summer of 1948 were demanding not only an early dissolution of the lower house but also that the party should withdraw from supporting the coalition in order to disassociate it from the policies of the Ashita government. As it turned out, the Ashita cabinet did not last long. It resigned in September following allegations of corrupt practice in the Schwadenk incident, which resulted in arrests of 64 people, among them several senior politicians including Ashita himself and Nishio Suehiro from the JSP. Yoshida took over as Prime Minister, but his support base in the LH was weak. On December 23, 1948 it passed a resolution of no confidence in his cabinet and a general election was called for January 23, 1949. Following its ineffectual period in power in association with the Schwadenk scandal, the JSP vote collapsed and its representation dropped to 48 from 143 in 1947. Yoshida's Democratic Liberal Party did very well, winning 264 seats and giving it a clear majority, enabling him to continue as Prime Minister. The JCP, benefiting from distrust in the JSP, won 35 seats, 9.7% of the votes cast. Tanaka Shigetsu, an incumbent JSP candidate in Fukuoka 1 constituency, feared that he might lose his seat and Matsumoto had traveled back from Tokyo to be with him. On the day of the count, January 25, they were listening to the election results on the radio and heard that against expectation Tanaka had retained his seat. However, only a few minutes later it was announced that Tanaka, Matsumoto, Imato, and several others were to cease involvement in Japanese politics. They had been purged. The order would become effective on 24 February. 10 Matsumoto's immediate response was to blame Yoshida, Usugi 1975, 58-9. The Potsdam Declaration set out the main policies that guided the occupation of Japan and ordered, among other things, the removal from authority and influence those who have deceived and misled the people of Japan. The initial purge orders issued in 1946 mainly affected the Conservative Party leaders, more than 600 of whom were prevented from running for office in the April elections. However, over the next 12 months the purge expanded to remove and exclude from positions of public office those who had been active exponents of militant nationalism and aggression. Most were career military men, 77% of those purged, but there were additional categories such as leaders of the ultranationalist societies, senior officials in the IRAA, and a final vague category of additional militarists and ultranationalists. The initial phase was the political purge that began on January 4, 1946 and continued over the next 18 months. From May 1946 it was complemented by the education purge, which over the next 3 years would vet members of the teaching profession. Then from January 1947 an economic purge began to weed out ultranationalists from senior positions in business, finance, and industry. In all, 717,415 individuals were vetted and 201,815 forced from key positions in public life. Take me 2002, 266-9, 352. Matsumoto was purged by a decree issued on January 24, 1949, the day after the second general election under the new constitution. By this time he had been considered for a purge on 3 previous occasions, but each time hitherto petitions on his behalf had prompted Americans within the GHQ to intervene. The first occasion was in spring 1946 when he was informed that because he had been an officially endorsed candidate in the 1942 TJ election he would not be able to run for office in the 1946 election. Yamato Rinchi submitted petitions on his behalf. Matsumoto talked to several Americans within the government section, and Charles Cades in particular was sympathetic, although he left the final decision to the Japanese. The purge order was lifted on April 24, too late for Matsumoto to stand for election, but as detailed previously, Tanaka Shiketsu stood instead, and was elected. The following year Matsumoto decided to stand for election in the national constituency for a seat in the House of Councillors. Once again the Japanese screening committee tried to prevent this. Matsushima, a Japanese official involved in the purge process, suggested to Yoshida that he should not have been given exceptional treatment in 1946 and should not be allowed to stand this time. Lt. Colonel Carlos P. Markham and Charles Cades decided that his application to be a candidate should be endorsed, although he was only told of the decision 3 days before the deadline for registration, reducing the time available for preparing the election campaign. Although in the end this did not prevent his election. Buruku Kai Kenkai Sho, ed. 1991, 11, Masuda 2000, 152. The third wave of interest in Matsumoto started in July and August of 1948 when, for reasons that are unclear, the Dai Nippon Kyoidme, Greater Japan Asian Development League, and its constituent groups were designated proscribed ultranationalist organizations whose officers should be prevented from participating in post-war politics. An investigation was launched into Matsumoto's connections with this group. He was accused of having been a director of the Daiwahaku Uendi, which had been formed in November 1940 to merge the radical Shuhaisha with the government-sponsored Iwa movements. This reorganized itself as the Daiwahakukai in August 1941, and later that month it merged with the Dai Nippon Kyoidme. During the first 2 weeks of September 1947, several of those who had taken part in the Iwa and Shuhaisha movements gave evidence to the investigating committee. Yamamoto Masao, former leader of the Iwa movement, explained that the Namusha's aim had been to unify the Iwa and Shuhaisha organizations, putting them under one administrative structure and thus marginalizing the role played by Matsumoto, who became just one of the 200 advisors. Yamamoto testified that Matsumoto did not attend the Daiwahaku Uendi's founding meeting, and at the meeting held on May 5, 1941 he had been at best lukewarm in his support. The following August the movement changed its name and then joined the Kyoidme, but by then Matsumoto had nothing to do with it. On September 2 Charles Napier was told that there was conflicting evidence about whether Matsumoto was an officer of the Daiwahaku Uendi and about his behavior at the meeting held in Osaka, May 1941. Former Prime Minister Katayama Tetsu and the Minister of Commerce and Industry presented letters of support on September 13, copies in Matsumoto Material, Fukuoka Kenjinkan Kenkai Sho, Box 1920. The then Minister for Communications, Tomiyoshi Eiji, also submitted character references for Matsumoto on September 14. On September 15, Unno Shinkichi of the JCLU submitted a petition. A letter sent to Napier dated September 16 reviewed the evidence and concluded that it was not appropriate for him to be purged. Buruku Kai Keng Kai Sho, ed. 1991, 17. The result of this investigation was a decision on September 16 by the Attorney General Suzuki Yoshio that Matsumoto did not fall under the purge provision. 1 month later, however, Yoshida Shigeru was back in the Prime Minister's office, and he appointed as his Attorney General Ueda Shunkichi, described by Take Me as an emperor system ideologue and influential anti-communist, 2002, 220, 479. Matsumoto had outraged the conservatives in January 1948 by his refusal to walk crab-like before the emperor, but it was his comments on the need to clarify the moral responsibility of the emperor for the war following the verdicts of the IMFE that seemed to have triggered the fourth attempt to have him purged. An undated document produced probably in late November urges that Matsumoto should be purged on the basis of having been an official candidate in the 1942 election and having been an important office holder in the Daiwa UND. Further, the document urges that LT General Shimamoto, Tanaka Shigetsu, and Tahara Haruhi, both Buruku origin JSP members of parliament, Fukagawa Takeshi, about to stand as a JCP candidate, and Amato Rinchi should also be prohibited from political activity because of their involvement in the same wartime movement. Attorney General Ueda and Chief Cabinet Secretary Satai Saku, later Prime Minister, 1964-71, visited Napier in the GHQ on December 11 to request the purge of Matsumoto partly on the old basis of his involvement in the Daiwa Hakukai but also on the grounds that to purge him would be a blow to the communists. They said this move had Yoshida's approval. Matsumoto was reported to be preaching the undesirable doctrines of class struggle and forcing his unreasonable views, through strong arm controls. Buruku Kai Keng Kai Sho, ed. 1991, 29. The Japanese politicians thought that purging him for his ultranationalist connections would discredit the socialists and communists in the forthcoming elections. The more astute Americans thought it might have the reverse effect and advised on waiting until the day after the results were announced. 2 days later Hans Beerwald reported to Napier that these purges should be implemented for the sake of consistency, since all the other officers of groups affiliated with the Kyoidme had been purged. However, as it was a controversial move, Napier recommended Yoshida should discuss it directly with General Whitney. The decision was confirmed in a secret letter from Yoshida to Whitney dated January 1, 1949, in which the Prime Minister assures the General that he is simply motivated legally, in the strict observance of the law, with political motives entirely non-existent. Buruku Kai Keng Kai Sho, ed. 1991, 33. There was widespread protest. Representatives of the Korean community in Japan objected immediately on February 8, pointing to Matsumoto's record of opposition to militarism, his support of the Korean community and the fact that he was not a communist. The following day a letter of protest arrived from the BKI. There were protests from the JCLU, letter to Whitney February 18, Matsumoto material, Fukuoka Kenjinkan Kenkaisho, Box 1840ths. Unknown of the JCLU even sent a letter to Cades, then based in New York, asking him to intervene, Box 1840ths. 60 groups protested about Matsumoto's purge. A petition with over 1 million signatures, including 2/3 of the members of the Diet, was presented to GHQ. From abroad, Baldwin of the ACLU and the Soviet, Australian, and South Korean delegations to Japan denounced the action as unjust and undemocratic, all to no avail. Honda 2009, 83, Soviet letter of protest dated April 11, 1949, Buruku Kai Keng Kai Sho, ed. 1991, 84, 422. Matsumoto launched a formal appeal on February 17, initially writing to Cades, who unfortunately had returned to the United States the previous December. The initial protests were ineffective and he was forced to leave his office on February 24. The appeal process started a detailed investigation of the evidence, which on the one hand seemed to confirm that his role in the Daiwa Hakuund had indeed been marginal and at times positively obstructive, but it also exposed his Diet speech of March 15, 1940, when he appeared to express support for the war effort, and his membership of the Ikakai, Buruku Kenkai-sho, ed. 1991, 1056. Undermining the anti-purge campaign, or at least any sympathy that there might have been for him among the remaining Americans, was a rumor that he had joined the Communist Party. Matsumoto mentions this only to dismiss it in his appeal letter of February 17. Later, in April, the GHQ was presented with a report that suggested that on March 9, Shiga Yoshio of the JCP visited Matsumoto in a certain house, which is said to have been the house Matsumoto's mistress lived in, where Shiga tried to persuade him to join the JCP, Buruku Kenkai-sho, ed. 1991, 362-3, Buruku Jinkan Kenkai-sho 1999, 311. Even if he was not in the JCP, he was no doubt close to some of its members. Needless to say, there was extensive and ongoing support for Matsumoto's reinstatement among the Buruku community. A joint meeting of the JCP/JSP/RNT held on February 13 in Izuka in the Kyushu coalfields to protest about Matsumoto's purge attracted over 1,600 people. Buruku Jinkan Kenkai-sho 1999, 319. A group of BKI campaigners went on hunger strike outside the Diet. On February 26 the committee was set up to liaise between the JCLU, JSP, BKI, Minshujidme, the JCP-supported Democratic League, and the RNUNDQNKI to coordinate a campaign to gather 10 million signatures by the end of March, to organize a demonstration in Tokyo on April 10, to organize various meetings across the country and to set up some meetings at the end of April connected with May Day. Buruku Jinkan Kenkai-sho 1999, 342. All of this had no impact. When on October 13, 1950 10,090 people had their purge orders lifted, Matsumoto was not among them. It is said that his name had been on the original list along with those of Tanaka, Imato et.al. But that Yoshida had it removed. Takayama 2005, 620. Matsumoto had to wait until August the following year, Moriyama et.al. 2003, 184. The reason given for Matsumoto's purge was his nationalist wartime activity, but it had little to do with that and was more connected with his criticisms of the imperial institution. His chief supporter within GHQ had been Kades, who had returned home on December 8, 1948. In any case, by this time the nature of the occupation was changing. U.S. priorities were no longer democratization but strengthening Japan in the context of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, which many thought would turn hot in the near future. Political power was being returned to the Japanese in anticipation of the end of the occupation. Matsumoto was positioned on the JSP left, and some suggest he may even have been interested in becoming the party's leader, or at least that is what Yoshida feared. Buruku Kidme Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 290. In this context, when Yoshida proposed Matsumoto's purge in late 1948, it was most unlikely that he was going to be refused. Indeed, rather than being the final chapter in a purge process that sought to eliminate right-wing elements from positions of political influence, it is probably more appropriate to think of it as the first move in what was to develop into the Red Purges. From late 1948, the occupation had begun a campaign against communism within the teaching profession. This increased in intensity over the next year such that in September 1949 the education minister instructed prefectural education officials to begin discharging pro-communist teachers. By March 1950 around 1,100 teachers had lost their jobs. Take me 2002, 481. In February 1949, Yoshida announced plans to create a lower house un-Japanese activities committee similar in purpose to its U.S. equivalent. Only strong opposition from the JSP and JCP in the Diet prevented it from playing its intended role. The program to reduce the size of the government, which started in July 1949, targeted members of the JCP, but from June 1950 it became a more proactive policy to remove communist sympathizers from public office. The outbreak of war on the Korean peninsula on June 25 gave added urgency to this process. Soon after, the 7 major newspapers and the NHK were instructed to implement internal purges of communist sympathizers, and from August 10 the anti-communist campaign spread to private industry. By the end of the year about 11,000 public employees and a similar number of workers in the private sector had been dismissed. The legal basis for the Red Purge, like that of Matsumoto et al., derived solely from the SCAP Purge Instructions of January 1946. Given that the Matsumoto Purge started this process, it is little wonder that he was among the last to be depurged. Take me 2002, 479-85. 7. The recreation of the buruku liberation movement. The second conference of the BKI was held 2-5 December 1946 in the context of attempts to create a democratic popular front that would bring down the Yoshida government, but this non-sectarian popular front collapsed after the prohibition of the general strike planned for February 1, 1947. The conference revised the BKI program completely to make it consistent with the new constitution, and first steps were taken to create an organizational structure, from local branch to prefectural association and national headquarters. One priority of the movement at this time was to support the leather industry, which was still a significant employer in some buruku communities, and several of the movement's leaders, Asada Zenosuk for example, ran small businesses that they wanted protected through the difficult times. Meetings were held with the Ministry of Commerce from the summer of 1946 through the spring of 1947, Maruka 1980, 48. In 1906 Shimazaki Tsun, who was just acquiring a reputation as a major novelist, published Hakai, The Broken Commandment. It tells the story of Segawa Ushimatsu, a schoolteacher who works in a small town in Nagano Prefecture to the northwest of Tokyo. He is popular with his students and close friends with one of his colleagues who was a classmate at teaching college. However, he carries a secret in that he was born in a buruku, Ada, family, but his father took great pains to conceal the family's status background and had commanded his son never to reveal it, the eponymous commandment. When an Ada is expelled from his lodging house, Ushimatsu moves out too in order not to draw attention to himself. He then learns of another Ada who, like himself, has acquired a good education but who, unlike him, makes no secret of his background and has not only published a book but also is a human rights activist. Though desperately short of money, Ushimatsu buys a copy of the book. On his way to organize his father's funeral, Ushimatsu by chance shares a train compartment with this activist who is supporting the campaign of a lawyer friend for a parliamentary seat. At various points in their journey, when he and the activist are left alone together, Ushimatsu is tempted to confess his background but ultimately fails to do so, keeping his father's commandment. Funeral arrangements complete, he returns home determined to come out to his new acquaintance, who is murdered at a political rally before this is possible. Instead, Ushimatsu confesses to his class at school. They are sympathetic and try to persuade the head teacher to allow him to stay, but it becomes clear that he must leave. At this point the Ada evicted earlier in the story reappears. It turns out he is a wealthy man who has decided to leave Japan to establish a farming community in Texas. He offers Ushimatsu a post as his assistant, and the novel ends with them preparing to leave Japan. This was by no means the first literary depiction of the plight of burukumen in modernizing Japan, but nothing before or since has had such a social or literary impact. 20 years after publication, the Shueisha at its 6th conference, in Fukuoka, debated Hakai, arguing over whether they should launch a campaign against its author. Many were concerned that the author had done little more than reproduce existing discriminatory attitudes, cared little if at all about the actual situation of burukumen and was interested only in their plight to the extent that it create a dramatic plot line. Implicit in the story is the view that the only solutions to the problem were either to hide one's background or to escape from Japan. Neither of these options were possible for most burukumen, and they were not acceptable to the Shueisha. However, they did not formally condemn the work, although their criticisms did put Tsun on the defensive. For more discussion of this, see Anderson 2000, 151f. In 1929 he formally withdrew Hawkeye from publication, and when 10 years later it was republished, it was in a bowdlerized version, rewritten after several meetings with, and the approval of, Amato Rinchi, Anderson 2000, 161. It was not published again in its original version until 1953. In the summer of 1946 a producer from the T-Film studio approached Matsumoto to discuss making a film version of the novel. He and the BKI decided that it would be a good idea, but only if it would benefit the project of buruku liberation. However, the T-studio was crippled by industrial action and the project stalled. Meanwhile, a stage version was devised and directed by Murayama Tomoyoshi, a leading proletarian drama activist from the 1920s. 11 With some support from Matsumoto, it was staged in the spring of 1948, running for 25 nights in Tokyo, 25 February, and 10 in Osaka. It was broadcast on the radio and Matsumoto wrote a piece about it for the intellectual journal Bunjei Shunju in February 1949. While the play was running in Tokyo, he invited all the members of the cabinet, all the members of the upper house and all the JSP members of the lower house to a special performance, Takayama 2005, 591-3. Matsumoto later claimed that while playing at the Yurakuza in Tokyo it was seen by a combined audience of 80,000, at the time a record for Shinjiki, New Theatre, Matsumoto 1948, 178-9. Finally, in November 1948 a film of Hawkeye was released by Shiku, which had taken the project over. Artists in various fields were beginning to explore social issues in the liberated atmosphere of post-war Japan. For the liberation movement, which had only just restarted after the war, these works of art had an important impact on public opinion. Takayama 2005, 594. In the summer of 1948 Matsumoto published a short book, 30 Years Towards Buruku Liberation, Buruku Kai no Sanjainen. It is divided into 5 sections. The first summarizes the current state of the buruku struggle for emancipation. The second and third review selected themes in the development of the Suihaisha from the early 1920s through to the time of the Takamatsu campaign of the early 1930s. Then there are critical essays on 2 films that had been released in post-war Japan. One was Jonin Mandara, which focused on the Hainan of Edo and which the movement criticized for perpetuating negative images of the outcast groups. The other was the screen version of Hawkeye. The movement had been involved with the production of the script for this and indeed rejected the first treatment produced in the summer of 1946 on the grounds that it did nothing for buruku liberation. There was particular concern about the ending. Tson's original had had the lead figure leaving Japan to make a new life in Texas. In the film this is changed to Tokyo, but the problem, Matsumoto argues, remains the same, in that he is choosing to leave in search of a personal solution in a place where there is no discrimination rather than fighting to eliminate it at home. At the time Hawkeye was written, hiding one's status and trying to escape from it were the only possible strategies. However, Matsumoto argues that it had been the aim of the Suihaisha to encourage burukumen to challenge prejudice and discrimination within their home communities. Despite his doubts about the plot, he expresses his hopes that the film will contribute to an understanding of buruku issues. The final section of the book addresses 2 matters closer to Matsumoto himself: the process that led him to stand for the House of Councillors after spending so many years in the LH and his explanation of why he had been able to escape the purge from politics in the first 12 months of the occupation. It is uncertain how much of this he actually wrote himself. At least some of it was written for him by Asada Zenosuke, and there is no doubt that the overall approach to the buruku problem reflected Asada's ideas. For example, in the early section and a theme that is repeated throughout the volume, the author addresses the question of the nature of the buruku issue. He argues that it is neither simply a matter of race or class as some involved in the Suihaisha movement of the 1920s had tried to suggest. This section argues that there is no evidence that burukumen are in any way racially different from other Japanese and that there is clear evidence of class division within buruku communities. Rather, the problem is essentially one of a social class that is a remnant of the feudal period, which the incomplete bourgeois revolution of the late 19th century had not swept away, Matsumoto 1948, 2-3. Although it seems unlikely that Matsumoto himself actually wrote all of this, if indeed any, since it was published in his name, we must assume that he had at least read it and approved of the position that was being adopted. The third and fourth BKI conferences, May 9, 1948 and April 30, 1949, took place as the occupation's emphasis was moving away from promotion of democracy and towards a position much less tolerant of activity by social movements. At the same time, the BKI was coming increasingly under the influence of the JCP in the person of Kitahara Daisaku. The third conference analyzed the buruku issue as part of the struggle between Old Japan, represented by landlords, bureaucrats, and monopoly capitalism, and the New Japan of the democratic forces led by the labor movement. Within this context, buruku communities were a feudal remnant whose problems would be resolved by the completion of the democratic revolution, whose task was the historic role of the proletariat. Maruka 1980, 78-9. Matsumoto and the others who had been purged in January 1949 were not able to attend the fourth conference, which was critical of the tendency in the post-war movement to be exclusive and reluctant to participate in the Popular Front activities. The conference noted that burukumen faced a number of basic problems in their daily lives relating to employment, health, taxes, and discrimination, but that most of these were also issues that were confronted by other workers. Maruka 1980, 89. Surprisingly, although there had been protests about the purges of Matsumoto et al. From Korean groups, labor unions, and the political parties on the left, there was hardly any mention of the purge at this conference. Some committees were formed in buruku communities as a result of protests about Matsumoto's purge, but they did not get much support from Kitahara. His concern was principally to contribute to broadening the Popular Front rather than building up the buruku movement itself. He regarded the Matsumoto campaign as isolationist and not contributing to that struggle. Maruka 1980, 102. The criticism of bossism within some buruku communities and the support for their democratization might have been veiled criticism of Matsumoto. On the other hand, Kitahara argued that the reason the purge was not mentioned more explicitly was simply because the campaign had already developed widespread support, such that it was no longer an issue just for the buruku movement. Kawamukai 1990, 57-9. Gradually, over a period of 4 years, the movement had moved from setting up a central committee, February 1946, to creating a set of rules for the organization, December 1946, and then a statement of objectives and principles, January 1948, which it modified in April 1949. However, it was not attracting much popular support, probably because most burukumen were desperately poor and needed to devote all their resources and energies to providing food and shelter for themselves and their families. This does not seem to have concerned Kitahara unduly. He seems to have envisioned the BKI as an elitist vanguard movement that would lead, organize, and raise the political consciousness of the buruku communities. Maruka 1980, 106. However, there was growing criticism of this. A long debate within the Central Committee in January 1950 resulted in an agreement to lead a campaign to demand the end of purge restrictions on Matsumoto, and in the end this campaign may have done more than anything to revive the movement within the cities, towns, and villages. However, at Asada's insistence, this campaign was to be linked to demands for a national policy on the buruku issue. 7. The Fukuoka movement. In June 1948 a brief report was produced on the situation of burukumen in Fukuoka. It suggested that there were around 120,000 living in the prefecture, of whom 70% were peasants who had some prospect of benefiting from the land reform. Within the city of Fukuoka the three main buruku communities were Matsubara, Matsuzono, and Kanehira, with populations of 1,050, 520 and 446 households respectively. Around 10–15% of these households had lost at least one member of their family in the war and needed some employment assistance to enable them to become self-sustaining residents with a stable income. Most of the urban burukumen were semi-unemployed. The main issue in the mining areas of northern Kyushu was the struggle to get land out of the land reform process, as the land, which was owned by the mining companies, was not redistributed, Kawamukai 1990, 54-6. The Fukuoka Group had exerted a strong influence on the first meeting of the National BKI Conference held in February 1946, with Matsumoto taking the chair, Imato the secretary and Tanaka Shigetsu being on the committee. The conference to establish the Fukuoka Prefecture branch of the BKI was held on April 10, 1946, but there are no records available of what took place there. One assumes that following Imato's approach, it was composed of both former Iwa and Suihaisha activists. There are no records either of the next few conferences, but there were local showings of Hokkaido performances in 1948, Kawamukai 1995, 81. Several groups became involved in denunciation of alleged discrimination kaiden. One that took place in Munakata Township in September 1946 began as a simple case of the use of discriminatory language. This elicited a violent response from 17 local buruku young men who attacked the man responsible, killed him and were subsequently arrested. 2 weeks later the local BKI group led by Matsumoto and Imato held a meeting at which they argued that all involved, both the person who had lost his life and the young men arrested, were victims of the state policy that had freed the buruku but then done nothing to protect them. It was the duty of the state to wipe out discrimination, and when it did not, everyone suffered. Meanwhile, the local BKI group started a movement to raise money for the victim's family. It is not clear how this case ended, as there were appeals and counter-appeals that lasted into the early 1950s, take Mori 1995, 55-6. Another case began the following year in Futsukaike police station where a young buruku man was insulted by a police officer. When the incident became known, there was a disagreement between two local BKI leaders Kond Hikari and Matsumoto Iki over strategy. Kond wanted to establish the responsibility of all the senior police involved and demanded their resignations, while Iki accepted that all the senior officers shared responsibility but emphasized rather demands for education throughout the local police force. Take Mori suggests this represented the difference between the pre-war, Suihaisha, emphasis on personal responsibility and the post-war democratic strategy that was favored by Matsumoto, 1995, 57. Local reaction to the Matsumoto purge order had been swift. On January 29 a meeting was held in Daikuji, and in February the Fukuoka JSP branch set up a campaign committee that had close links with the BKI branch. The 5th BKI Fukuoka Conference, held on May 16, 1949, not surprisingly had as its main theme getting the Matsumoto purge order lifted. This, however, was linked to a demand for direct state spending of 1 billion yen on improvements for the buruku communities across Japan and encouragement for the development of a democratic united front of JCP, JSP, and in support of the BKI campaign, take Mori 1995, 53. The main focus of their campaign was to generate 1 million signatures in support of his release from the purge restrictions. In January 1950 a group from the Kyushu BKI was sent as a delegation to visit Attorney General Ueda Shunkichi to demand release from the purge, but to no avail. The following April 3 the Socialist and Communist parties joined with the local union movement to hold a mass meeting in the Higashi Park, which attracted 5,000 people. A People's Committee was formed to take the campaign forward. They went to Tokyo to protest to GHQ. They also tried to win the support of the non-Americans involved in the occupation by visiting the Soviet embassy. When Matsumoto was finally released from the purge order on August 6, 1951, he was welcomed back at a mass meeting organized jointly by the JSP, JCP, and the local branch of the Labor Union Federation, SHI. In his speech of thanks to them for their support, he announced his determination to fight for peace, independence, and a total treaty, making clear his opposition to the proposed security treaty and the remilitarization of Japan that was taking place in the wake of the Korean War. Earlier that month he had been asked about his political future, to which he replied, "Whether I stand for election is up to the party." Nishi Nippon Shimbun, August 7, 1951. However, he had already met with the leader of the party and was no doubt starting to make plans for the future. However, his horizons were becoming broader. Later that summer Yoshida signed the San Francisco Peace Treaty between Japan and the representatives of 48 nations, not including the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China or North Korea. Sovereignty was officially restored at 10:30 p.m., April 28, 1952. 3 days later over 1 million people took part in 330 May Day demonstrations across the country. The rally in Tokyo was held in the grounds of Meiji-jing, Yoshida having decided to ban it from its traditional venue in front of the Imperial Palace. The crowd of around 400,000 heard speeches making economic demands on the government as well as opposing the remilitarization of Japan and the continued presence of U.S. bases on Japanese soil. Later in the day a group of 6,000-10,000 broke away from the main rally to demonstrate in front of the palace. Subsequent clashes with police, who wielded tear gas and pistols, resulted in 2 dead and 22 demonstrators being injured by bullets, with hundreds more police and civilians injured. This was not a Japan characterized by harmony and acceptance of hierarchy but one in which there was at least a substantial minority that was committed to radical change. Although the government in the person of the Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru was prepared to accept subservience to the United States and the permanent presence of U.S. troops on Japanese soil as part of a deal in which the Americans agreed to protect Japan from aggression, many at both ends of the political spectrum but particularly the left regarded this as a manifestation of neo-imperialist control. Moreover, when the U.S. began to make demands that Japan take on more responsibility for its own defense, this was seen by the left as pressure to rearm and the abandonment of the peace principles of the Constitution to which many on the left had become firmly attached. As we will see in the next chapter, Matsumoto in the 1950s would devote as much, if not more, of his considerable energy to the peace movement as to the organization of demands for buruku liberation. 9. The Matsumoto Gumi. Unfortunately very little is known about the activities of the Matsumoto Gumi in the occupation period. It continued to be formally registered in Matsumoto Giijiro's name, although the day-to-day management was in the hands of his brother, Jishiki. This was a boom time for the construction industry as wartime damage was repaired and the foundations were laid for the post-war growth of Fukuoka City and Prefecture. It may be that there are some embarrassing aspects to this that explain why more has not been made about this period in the, as yet unwritten, company history. For example, it is said that one of the Matsumoto Gumi's largest early contracts was to reconstruct the sewage facilities at the former Japanese airbase in Onaje, to the south of Fukuoka, which had been taken over by the Americans. Given Matsumoto's criticisms of the continued presence of the U.S. military in Japan in the 1950s, it might not have been thought politic to document this relationship too closely. Towards the end of the occupation period, one local entrepreneur, Igashira Kyoiki, saw the possibilities in providing in-flight food for the commercial flights that were just beginning. He also decided that, given the American influence, the Japanese would develop an appetite for bread and similar Western foods. However, at the time he was starting up his company he lacked the capital needed to build his first factory. The Matsumoto Gumi stepped in and claims to have constructed the building with no down payment. Interview with Matsumoto Re, May 2005. This act of generosity turned out to be a sound commercial decision since Igashira's company developed into the Royal Company, which not only continues to supply in-flight food at airports across Japan but also has a nationwide chain of family restaurants. Moreover, while the purge imposed Matsumoto's forced withdrawal from the world of politics, this probably enabled him to focus at least some of his energies on the company. As far as we can tell, most of the projects the company was involved in at this time were connected with the redevelopment of the railway and road system of the region, especially building bridges. Conclusion. During the occupation period Matsumoto Giichiro assumed a position on the national stage. He became a key player in the House of Councillors. He took up a role within the JSP as one of its most important sources of finance and most radical critics of its leadership. When the movement for buruku liberation reformed there was no question that he would once again become its leader. As we will see in the next chapter, he would continue to be a significant politician in the 1950s too, as his horizons spread still further, but we should pause at this point to consider the import of his achievements thus far. Ultimately, this concerns not so much what Matsumoto achieved in any of the particular spheres in which he was involved, but rather in what his achievements meant to burukumen across Japan. Matsumoto was wealthy and successful in both business and politics. However, unlike Ushimatsu and Hawkeye, he had at no point in his life tried to hide his background, but rather, while recognizing it, had sought to reject the fact that it need hold him back. In this he was an inspiration to burukumen across Japan who were preparing to face the post-defeat world. One Matsumoto Goro, no relation, from Wakayama Prefecture visited Gikai in his office while he was deputy speaker. He later wrote a letter to Amato Rinchi. When I saw Matsumoto-sensei in the office of the deputy speaker, I felt so happy it brought tears to my eyes. When I recall that in the past our ancestors were not permitted to enter castle towns at night and then see one of their descendants, Matsumoto Gikai, sitting calmly in the office of the deputy speaker of the House of Councillors, I fill up with emotion at the thought of the long suffering of our forefathers and the difficulty of the struggle so far. How deliriously happy our brothers would be to see Matsumoto if we could show them, given that they knew neither freedom nor equality during 300 years of Tokugawa feudalism and passed their days groaning beneath persecution and oppression. Takayama 2005, 582. Yamato and Tanaka Shigetsu dealt with large numbers of such letters from burukumen, including many teachers across the country who wrote expressing their appreciation for the way Matsumoto had given them the confidence to recognize their status background, cease to try to hide it, and resolve to contribute to the process of building a just world within a democratic New Japan. During the occupation period, Matsumoto focused on developing his political career and may have come close to taking on the post of Socialist Party leader at the end of 1948. There was an odd sort of recognition of his importance in the way that Yoshida went out of his way to insist on his purge at the start of 1949 and then resist pressure to release him from the purge restrictions until the summer of 1951. By the time he could freely take part in politics once more, his moment had passed. Divisions within the Socialist Party had deepened such that it was on the verge of a formal split, and though he continued to be among the leadership, there was no possibility of him becoming the party leader. He continued to play an active role within the senior echelons of the party, and he remained the leader of the buruku liberation movement, but within the newly independent Japan he spent less time intriguing in domestic politics and sought rather to pursue his broader ambitions to promote world peace. 7. Matsumoto in the 1950s. Introduction. Each January Matsumoto wrote the lead article in the first edition of the Kai Shimbun. In January 1952 Japan was preparing for the end of the occupation, which would take place in April, and in his New Year article he looks ahead and warns of the danger in the independent Japan of a revival of militarism, of the manipulation of the emperor to make him more central to the political process, and the need to broaden and strengthen the buruku liberation movement so that it attracted support across party lines. He concludes with a note urging burukumen to join with fellow Asians in their struggle for liberation and world peace. Kai Shimbun 38, January 10, 1952. He was becoming active once more, such that by April 1952, as Japan became formally independent, he was ready to re-enter politics full-time. His remarks suggest that when he did, he would resume his position on the left wing of the party, and that he was setting his sights on horizons beyond the concerns of burukumen and, indeed, beyond Japan. Japan in the 1950s, poised between the U.S. occupation and the economic miracle years of the 1960s, is a neglected period. To the extent that it is considered at all, it is generally thought of as the time when, economically, the Japanese people knuckled down to the hard work that created the basis for future economic growth, and, politically, the conservatives in the form of the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, embedded themselves in preparation for several decades of hegemony. There is an image of a harmonious and homogeneous Japan content to remain sheltered from the rest of the world by the U.S. nuclear umbrella, united in support of a consensual political purpose and confident that its industrial policies would deliver economic strength. While sticking to our task of documenting the political life of Matsumoto, we will chip away at this image. suggesting that there were many who felt that the domestic and international political strategies were deeply flawed and the economic policies could not deliver improvements to the living standards of ordinary Japanese people. We will organize this narrative around three themes: the role Matsumoto played within Japan's domestic politics, which is essentially an extension of the political persona that he had created for himself up to the time of his purge in January 1949, his international activity, mainly between January 1953 and October 1958, when he took part in a series of international conferences connected with the international peace movement, and his advocacy of stronger links with China, and, finally, his role as leader of the buruku liberation movement. 2. Matsumoto's return to politics. Politics in the formerly independent Japan was rather different from what it had been in the late 1940s. The most obvious difference was that Japan was more open to outside influence, and both domestic economic and political decisions were crucially affected by international factors. The Korean War in Japan's backyard both posed a threat, in that there were dangers that it might spill over to involve Japan militarily, but it was also an opportunity for Japanese business to provide trucks and other war materiel to support the US/UN forces. Moreover, both of the socialist parties were linked to international organizations that influenced their internal debates. Matsumoto soon became involved in these discussions. The Cominform had been created in Moscow in 1947 to facilitate information exchange and provide leadership to the world communist movement. In 1950 it launched harsh criticism of the strategy of a peaceful way of liberation and democratic transformation of Japan adopted by the JCP and urged it to adopt instead more militant revolutionary tactics, later labeled left-wing adventurism. This included direct assaults on police stations with Molotov cocktails and similar guerrilla attacks on symbols of the authority of the state and capital. Unsurprisingly, this only resulted in even less tolerance of the JCP by the Japanese state, and in effect the party leadership was driven underground or forced to return to exile in China. In an article he published in Ch. Krone in July 1952 entitled A Word to the Underground, Matsumoto is critical of the JCP and comments that, while the Soviet Union was a police state with no freedom or human rights, Japan was not much better. At the core of Japanese government policy are the three lies: that it pledges peace while preparing for war, it proclaims its independence while accepting colonization, it declares its commitment to freedom while creating increased control. At the root of these comments is the Security Treaty, which tied Japan into a permanently subordinate relationship to the United States. Nevertheless, rather perversely, Matsumoto ends the article by noting that public opinion is moving away from support of Prime Minister Yoshida and the conservatives, and he suggests the time will soon come when the JCP will be able to show its face to the Japanese people once more. Ch. Krone, July 1952, quoted in Buruku Kaidme Ch. Honbu, ed. 1987, 71-4. Meanwhile, and in direct response to the developments within the international communist movement, the European Democratic Socialist parties began to create a Social Democratic International Organization to replace the Labour and Socialist International, LSI, which had existed from 1923-40. A committee of the International Socialist Conference, COMISCO, was formed in 1947, and this evolved into the Council of the Socialist International, SI, in June 1951, established at a meeting held in Frankfurt am Main and consisting mainly of the Western Social Democratic parties, such as the British Labour Party and the German SDP. Outside Europe, the Social Democratic movement was divided: should they join a body that was dominated by social democratic parties from countries that had been or still were colonial powers, or should they create an independent organization of some kind that could be critical of remilitarization and colonialism? The JSP too was split. Those on the right favored full membership of the SI, while those on the left wanted to create an organization independent of the West. At the start of 1951, the JSP's internal discussions were becoming increasingly vitriolic, and the key issue was the factions' attitudes to the Peace Treaty and Security Treaty, which were later signed at San Francisco in September. The right wing of the party, led by Nishio Suehiro, rejected neutralism and argued for alliance with the free world. Meanwhile the left, led by Suzuki Mozaber, argued that alliance with the West was likely to provoke communist aggression because it would make Japan subservient to the US, resulting in a resurgence of militarism, which would threaten other Asian countries, particularly China. Therefore a third, neutral road should be taken and alliances sought with other social democratic countries in Asia. While Nishio supported both treaties, Suzuki rejected them. Meanwhile, there was a center group led by Kawakami Joder, which supported the peace treaty but opposed the security treaty. The right and center groupings were able to devise a compromise agreement to support the latter on condition that foreign, mainly American, troops be withdrawn rapidly. However, no compromise was possible with the left, and the party split at the 8th Congress, held shortly after the signing of the two treaties in October 1951, Stockwin 1968, 44-5. After the formal split at the 8th Congress, Matsumoto returned to Fukuoka to set about creating a local, class-based branch membership as the basis for the left JSP. 80 people attended the first meeting on October 28 compared to only 30 who came to the first meeting of the right JSP on February 1 the following year. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 73-6. Matsumoto became an advisor, Koman, to this party, which got its main support from the local unions in Fukuoka, while the main base of support for the right JSP was centered in Yasuda, the steel-making region. Following the Kyushu Bloc Conference of the left JSP, Matsumoto addressed a press conference on the need to oppose the increasingly reactionary Yoshida government. It was not unusual in the 1950s to find social democratic parties split between right-wing democratic socialists and a left-wing composed of revolutionary Marxists. What was a little less usual was that the litmus test issue concerned foreign policy or, more precisely, the nature of Japan's relationship with the United States. For the revolutionary left it was clear that independence from the United States was a necessary precondition for the creation of socialism, which would be brought about in Japan as the result of a democratic process that would involve both parliamentary and extra-parliamentary means. They were thus opposed to the Security Treaty both because it would prevent the development of socialism and because it could lead to Japan becoming involved in a conflict in which it had no direct interest. In its place, they advocated a series of bilateral treaties with the United States, Soviet Union, and China, in addition to a Locarno-style collective security agreement in Asia. 1 Those on the left were interested in establishing Asia as a third force, within which Japan was located as an independent and neutral actor. More than anything this required Japan to establish normal relations with China. This agenda suited Matsumoto very well. Since his early 20s he had considered himself a friend of China, and when he gave support to the government's wartime policies, one major reason had been that it seemed to promise the Chinese and other Asian peoples liberation from the imperialist predation of Britain and America. Solidarity between the people of China and Japan within an Asian system would, he thought, ensure peace in Asia, without which world peace would not be possible. A general election was called for October 1, 1952 and the left JSP in Fukuoka planned to nominate Matsumoto as one of their 6 candidates for seats within the prefecture. However, he had been invited to attend the Asia-Pacific Peace Conference, 12 October, in Beijing as head of the Japanese delegation, so he withdrew his nomination and Fukuda Masako was elected instead in the constituency he had represented 1936-45. As it turned out, Matsumoto was unable to attend the peace conference as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs refused to issue him with a passport, but this did not diminish his commitment to the cause of peace in Asia. He sent an Asian declaration to the Beijing conference, which was broadcast from Beijing on September 28 under the title of The Path to World Peace and Asian People's Friendship. A key section read: based on a realization of the true importance of the era and tied together by brotherly love based on deep reflection and more than anything a desire not to repeat recent history, we advocate that all Asia should become united and, while planning to overcome backwardness and improve living standards, we must establish equality and justice within international society. And he concludes, by supporting peace and independence the true liberation of Asia will be achieved. This task is the mission to which I devote the rest of my life. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai-sho 2007, 30. This further raised his profile within the peace movement, both in Japan and overseas. As we will see later, at the start of January 1953 he left for a conference in Rangoon and did not return from his foreign travels until March 31. While he was away, the BKI leadership, presumably in negotiation with the left JSP, decided to give him their full support in the forthcoming elections for a seat in the upper house. Domestically he had continued to support the broader human rights movement. The JCLU was created in 1947 and at the same time within the Ministry of Justice, MOJ, a Civil Liberties Bureau was established, which went on to develop the Civil Liberties Commissioner system, see neary 1997. When Eleanor Roosevelt, who had played a central role in the creation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, visited Japan in 1953, the JCLU organized a seminar jointly with the MOJ. In March the following year Matsumoto was one of a number of Diet members who supported a bill that would have created a new Human Rights Committee, which would have had a high degree of independence from government. The bill failed to pass, Honda 2008A, 85-6. At the start of 1951 a Human Rights Protection Roundtable was established with the support of a number of organizations, including the BKI and groups representing tenants, patients, and small businesses. Starting in June 1951 they produced a journal, Jinkan Min, Human Rights News, which reported on a wide range of rights issues. Matsumoto is said to have provided some of the financial backing for this venture, Honda 2009, 85. Only letters to Matsumoto remain. We have none from him, but he seems to have also been involved in campaigns for the rights of those suffering from Hansen's disease, leprosy. These patients had traditionally been isolated from society, but the scientific basis for this isolation disappeared following the development of a treatment using antibiotics in the early 1950s. As part of their campaign for a revision of the law, campaigners in 1953 wrote to Matsumoto and Unno as leaders of the JCLU. However, the campaign proved ineffective and a new strict law was passed. Hansen's disease campaigners would write to him again in 1959, Honda 2007B, 85-6. These were issues left unresolved throughout the 20th century. The legal regime that kept sufferers of Hansen's disease isolated from society was not repealed until 1996, and a campaign to win them compensation was only successful in 2001. At about the same time a report was issued that proposed to create an independent human rights committee, but at the time of writing this has not materialized and it is unlikely to in the near future. 3. The 1953 election. The BKI adopted an electoral strategy of recommending its supporters give their votes to candidates who were sympathetic to its policies, and in the two national elections held Indiana 19532 its politics research group recommended 62 successful candidates, 35 in the LH, 2 RNT, 1 JCP, 1 right JSP, 30 left JSP, and 5 in the 4 of whom were from the left JSP and 1 had no party affiliation. This latter election was Matsumoto's chance to reclaim the seat he had been purged from in 1949. As Table 7.1 demonstrates, he was able to win votes across the country even if a very large proportion of his support came from Kyushu. After the election, he commented that every vote for him was a rebuttal of Yoshida's purge of him. He promised that over the next 6 years he would fight for the democratization of Japan, its independence, the creation of liberty and world peace. Kai Shimbun 56, May 10, 1953. Only a few days after the House reconvened on June 17, 1953 he made his first speech to the Diet. He began by ironically acknowledging how pleasant it was to meet Prime Minister Yoshida again after nearly 5 years and then announced his determination to fight for a bright Japan, a powerful Japan and a Japan where working people can live well. Then he quotes Article 25 of the Constitution, which guarantees the right to maintain minimum standards of wholesome and cultured living, before questioning the huge amount of money that was being spent on the imperial family. He criticized the increased spending on the armed forces and urged Yoshida to reduce this. Finally, he stated his opposition to Japan's security alliance with the United States and argued that Japan should try to cooperate with Asia and not follow U.S. policy. If Yoshida allowed himself to be used by the U.S. in a divide-and-rule policy, he said, the Japanese would become the orphans of Asia. Buruku Kai Shuppensha, ed. 1977, 262-3, Buruku Kai Mei Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 313. In May the following year he took part in a House of Councillors committee that was considering bills to establish the Defense Agency and the Self-Defense Force, SDF, both of which had already been approved by the LH. Matsumoto took the lead for his party, criticizing both bills as being unconstitutional and part of a policy to remilitarize Japan. He urged Yoshida to abandon a policy that tied Japan to America and instead put Japan on a path that would lead it towards the rest of the world. Government money should be spent on improving living standards, not buying weapons, he argued. Table 7.1 Results for the candidates sponsored by the Buruku Liberation Movement in the House of Councillors National Constituency, 1947–65. Mixed in with his policy criticisms were allegations of corrupt payments within the Prime Minister's party. He demanded that Yoshida give a full explanation. Yoshida's reply was that the allegations were lies and slander and that the government had ascertained that the two bills were constitutional. He refused to comment on any questions not directly linked to the bills under consideration. Diet Record, May 19, 1954. In July 1954 the monthly Ch Krone carried a brief article by Matsumoto subtitled The Working Class and the Peace Movement, Matsumoto 1954. By no means a systematic theoretical analysis, it nevertheless succinctly states his views. Firstly, war is never in the interest of the working class. They suffer in war. Their living standards suffer when resources are spent on militarization, and thus it is quite obvious that the working class will fight for peace while defending their living standards. Next he indulges in a little name-dropping by mentioning recent conversations with the singer Josephine Baker and the exiled Tunisian Minister of Justice, Salah Ben Youssef, in the course of which he had committed himself to fighting racial discrimination and ensuring Japan belonged to the Japanese, belonged to the world, and not to the Americans. Matsumoto maintains that a Swahili movement for the world would create world peace and that one step towards that would be for the constitutions of all countries in the world, particularly that of the United States, to include an Article 9 in their constitutions. Buruku Kaide Mei Ch Hanbu, ed. 1972, 78. He goes on to argue that without mass involvement struggle the democratic reforms in Japan will remain a formality. Thus, whether one is active in the liberation movement or labor union, it is necessary to fight for one's cause and to ally with whoever will assist that cause, even though he does not exactly say this in the article with the communists. Matsumoto gathered around him a small group of 5 other Diet members by the end of the 1953, 8 by May 1954, 5 who became the core of the Matsumoto faction. By this point talks were beginning between the two wings of the Socialist Party that would shortly lead to reunification. Matsumoto's group was uncompromisingly opposed to this. The Left JSP meeting in Fukuoka held on August 28, 1955 concluded that it would be difficult for the two wings of the party to work together again, but they noted that the voters wanted party unity. When it became clear that reunification would take place, the Matsumoto faction argued that in the same process the party should also re-embrace the RNT, which had broken away from the JSP in 1948, possibly in the hope that such a grand reunification would not shift the balance within the party too far to the right. In fact, this did not happen immediately, and the RNT did not join the JSP until January 17, 1957. Thereafter, the former RNT, now known as the Kuroda faction, worked closely with Matsumoto's group, which following reunification was known as the Hiwood Shikai, Peace Comrades Association. After 1960 the two groups were regarded as one, Cole ETAL 1966, 289-90. However, the reunification did not mean that the divisions within the party were healed. For example, there was heated debate at the JSP conference held in January 1957 when the left groups, including the Highwood Shikai, urged the adoption of policies that adhered to a clear, class-based line. Meanwhile, the moderates pointed out that as a two-party system was emerging, it was important to develop a responsible approach, so as not to alienate any potential voters. There was, for the time being, agreement on the basic policy lines of fighting for peace and independence, increasing democracy, and working to improve living standards. The first test for the new party was in the general election of May 1958, when it faced the also newly united Conservative Party, the Liberal Democratic Party. The result of the election is shown in Table 7.2. It seemed as though Japan now had a two-party system and that it might not be long before the JSP became the ruling party. The key issue in this election was constitutional reform, which the LDP regarded as a matter of urgency. However, the JSP was equally convinced that such reform should not be allowed to happen. In this respect, the most important outcome of this election was that the LDP failed to win the two-thirds majority of the House that it needed to pass an amendment to the Constitution. Matsumoto was not a prominent contributor to the formal proceedings of the Diet at this point. He only made 11 interventions during his term in office 1953-9, including the first speech already summarized. There were two clear themes to his contributions to the debates. The first was an extension of his interest in the peace movement. The other topic was the emperor system. He had been an advocate of abolishing the emperor system in the 1940s, and he had not and did not change his mind. On 27 March 1 April 1958 the issue arose once more in the context of proposals to increase the imperial privy purse from 38 million yen to 50 million yen per year and the expenses of the imperial household from 1 yen and 90 sen to 3 million yen. He pointed out that these were increases of 31.5% and 58% respectively, when ordinary civil servants were only getting increases of 6.2%. He went on to comment in some detail about the spending of Prince Takamatsu, who had membership of a club that cost 10,000 yen per month. Rather than spend money extravagantly like this, Matsumoto maintained, it would be better to assist poor couples who were unable to get married because they had nowhere to. Table 7.2 The 1958 Lower House Election. Liv. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu, ed. 1972. 2:14-15. Towards the end of his speech he says, "Times are changing. We must think carefully about whether just because they belong to the imperial family we should be spending several hundred times more on their living standards than on working people. Among people over 50 who underwent the mistaken lie-based education this way of thinking continues. But soon Japan will be the only one left. In countries across the world people are waking up and changing from monarchies to republics." Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu, ed. 1972, 2:16-17. Matsumoto still seemed reluctant to say it more openly, but he left no one in any doubt that he still wanted the abolition of the emperor system. After his return to mainstream political life, Matsumoto never occupied senior offices within the JSP, and his contribution to the ideological debate was slight. Throughout his life he was an activist, not a theorist, and indeed he seems to have been suspicious of those who placed too much emphasis on theory. Cole, Totten, and Uehara comment that he was not an office seeker as such. The only post he accepted was that of Koman to the party. However, they add intriguingly, this does not nearly indicate his influence in SDP affairs. Cole et al. 1966, 288. His main contribution to the party is reputed to have been financial, although it is not possible to document the extent of these contributions. Not until the 1970s was there any attempt to track, let alone control, the flow of money that came from business or unions into political parties, or to require the parties to disclose the sources of their financial support. Donations were usually made in cash with no request for a receipt. The LDP benefited hugely from this system, but this also made it possible for benefactors such as Matsumoto to contribute to the JSP without leaving any traces. It has been suggested to me that especially after the AMPO campaigns of 1960 the JSP was very short of funds. The interest paid on loans was 3 times the income from membership subscriptions, and only one of the 2 lifts in the HQ building was used in order to save electricity. This made Matsumoto an influential member of the party despite his absence from leading positions in the party. Compromises on both sides resulted in JSP reunification in 1955. But the JSP remained deeply divided. On the right and moderate right were the Nishio and Kawakami factions. On the left there were 4 factions, one led by Suzuki Mozabu and known as Sheikai Shuji Kenkaikai, a Wada-Hiru faction, a Nomizo Masaru faction, and, at the furthest left, the Hiwood Shikai, which by 1960 included all the former RNT members and had changed its name to the Ampo Teisei Dahad Shikai, Security Treaty System Destruction Comrades Association, Honda 2008C, 85. There was little to distinguish the latter from the JCP. Indeed, they said as much in the proposals they put forward for party restructuring in July 1959. They wanted to create a class-focused party based on the progressive proletariat, which they noted was the same aim as the JCP. Moreover, they commented that as their policies and platforms were growing closer, they should not reject joint activity with the JCP. Indeed, only monopoly capitalists and American imperialism dislike JCP/JSP joint activity, although they recognized the need to allow for mutual criticism. Takahashi 1996, 69-70. As Akita Haruo put it at the same time, although the strategy was different, in practice we undertook the same actions as the JCP, Hara 2000, 132. Their basic slogans at this time were, "Abolish the Security Treaty" and "American imperialism is the common enemy of the Japanese and Chinese people." Matsumoto's advocacy of these positions can be seen in his campaign to retain his House of Councillors seat in June 1959. According to notes of a radio broadcast he made during that campaign, he stressed his 50 years of campaigning for liberation and world peace and then made 4 pledges. 1. To completely clean up political life. 2. To work for the creation of a bright and wealthy world where there is no poverty or unemployment, and no discrimination. 3. To work for the abolition of the unequal treaty between Japan and the US and to ensure the resumption of diplomatic relations between Japan and China. 4. To use all his power to work for world peace through the genuine independence of Japan and the complete liberation of Asia. Honda 2009, 82. The result of the election was that he significantly increased his overall vote from 368,914 to 426,586 and secured his seat. 4. Anti-base movements. In February 1944, 500 people living in 5 villages to the southeast of Fukuoka, including one named Itazuke, were evicted from their land as preparations were made to build a new airfield using the labor of Koreans, POWs and, in the final stages, school children. It was still incomplete in mid-August 1945 and was taken over by the U.S. authorities on October 17, 1945 to be used as a military airport. The U.S. retained possession of the base when the occupation came to an end and, indeed, sought to extend it. Here was an example of U.S. militarism and Japan's subordination to it on Matsumoto's own doorstep, and it is no surprise that he became involved in a number of campaigns against the development of the base as part of a process that sought to expel the Americans from Japan altogether. In October 1953 the U.S. Army announced it wanted to extend the base by 20,000 tsubo. In some senses Matsumoto was in a difficult position here, as he owned quite a lot of land in the area, in total 14,800 tsubo, almost 50 square kilometers. Exactly how he came to own this land is not clear, but he claimed to have bought it from farmers impoverished by the recession in the late 1920s as a favor to them. He later said that if the land were going to be used for an airport for public use he would be glad to give it away, but he objected to it being used to kill people in the Korean War. Imato et al. 1976, 28. The state required lease contracts from the 19 owners of the land, among whom 2 were Matsumoto Gikai and Matsumoto Iki. Gikai announced that irrespective of personal interest, I oppose the use of Japanese land by U.S. forces, and he refused to accept the state's demands. In April 1954, Prime Minister Yoshida backed the expansion plans, saying that they were consistent with Japan's obligations under the Security Treaty. Matsumoto's response on July 5 was to launch with two others a court case against the compulsory land purchase, arguing that the land seizure was unconstitutional. Demonstrations were held against the expansion of the Itazuke base, but they were as much about the very existence of U.S. bases on Japanese soil. In June 1955, the left JSP and Shilabor Federation formed a National Anti-Base Liaison Committee, a branch of which coordinated activity in Fukuoka. Narazaki Yanosuke was a key actor in this organizing committee. Undeterred by either the pending court case or demonstrations, the U.S. announced further plans to expand the Itazuke base in line with its developing East Asian strategy. In June 1954, it revealed a plan to build 13 warehouses for high explosives. Matsumoto in the Kai Shimbun argued that not only was the U.S. use of the base against the Constitution but, at a time when the world was moving towards peace, its expansion was not in the interests of the Japanese people. On the contrary, he maintained that the base should be changed into an international airport, as the city council had planned. Kai Shimbun 71, September 15, 1954. On November 12, some 20,000 citizens gathered in front of Fukuoka City Hall and heard speeches against the U.S. military presence. The Fukuoka District Court announced its decision on the court case brought by Matsumoto on February 13, 1956. His lawyers had argued that the demand that he should allow his land to be used by the American Army was against Article 9 of the Constitution, the Peace Clause, since it was for use as a military facility. Moreover, since the enforced leases were for an unconstitutional purpose, their enforcement was invalid as it was contrary to Articles 9 and 98.1 of the Constitution and Article 90 of the Civil Code. 6. The court refused to rule on the constitutional issues, but it did rule that since the contracts had not been properly renewed since 1948, the state was allowing use of the land without any legal basis. Therefore, after the end of the occupation, the state had no right to use the land. Thus it concluded that as well as removing the facility from use by the U.S. Army, the state should vacate it. This would have provided the basis for Matsumoto and his fellow litigants to refuse to lease the land to the state, and the base would have had to have been closed down. The state argued that it had to fulfill its obligations under the Security Treaty and immediately appealed. Finally, in March 1960, the arguments used by the state were supported by the Court of Appeal, JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 121. The U.S. continued to plan further developments, and in September 1956 they announced they would replace the F-86 with a new generation of planes, the F-100. These not only had supersonic capability, and were therefore noisier, but also were able to carry small nuclear weapons. There was a new wave of protest, which was once more ignored. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 122. The Itazuke campaign did not end here, and it would re-emerge in the 1960s, but it disappears from sight for a few years as the center of the political storm was taken over by two issues, one local and one national, in each of which Matsumoto played a small but significant role. The Mike Strike and the Ampo struggle. Although the Japanese electorate had demonstrated in 1958 a clear preference for the conservative LDP over their socialist rival, the left had grounds for optimism. Their support came from the union movement as well as from residents in urban areas, and they reasoned that this was likely to increase as Japan industrialized and urbanized. Moreover, they had been able to mobilize people to demonstrate against measures that appeared to be recreating an authoritarian state structure, in particular the proposals to reorganize and strengthen the powers of the police and to increase central control of the education system. These were ongoing campaigns in the late 1950s that were both popular and successful, involving demonstrations and considerable civil disobedience by groups such as teachers. At the end of 1958, two much bigger battles loomed, the Mike Strike and the Security Treaty campaign. Coal mines. In 1958 the coal mining industry nationally employed 325,000 workers, Cook 1967, 105, with 38% of total production coming from Fukuoka Prefecture. Japan's domestic coal reserves were generally of poor quality, difficult and therefore expensive to mine. These problems were obscured during the 1950s because of the high demand and prices following the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950 and the industrial boom thereafter. However, by 1958 it was clear to the planners in the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, that if Japan were to become internationally competitive it must adopt an energy strategy that moved away from coal and towards relatively cheap oil. As a result of this policy, in the course of 1959 47 mines in Fukuoka closed down with the loss of 10,522 jobs. In the context of the large labor surplus of the time, the loss of work in the pit was tantamount to a life sentence of unemployment and poverty. These conditions would affect not only the miners themselves but also their children. A survey of jobless miners in the main mining area, Chiku, in October 1961 showed that only 7% of their children were in good health, the rest suffering from skin disease, malnutrition, and trachoma. Martin 1961, 26-7. In 1959 MITI proposed further restructuring of the industry that would close down another 200 mines and eliminate 90,000 jobs. THIRD, Nihon Tankar Kumie, the Japan Coal Miners Union, had emerged as a powerful union in the late 1940s and 1950s. 35,000 employees of the Mitsui Mining Corporation were affiliated to it through their company union, the Sankran, Mitsui Coal Miners Federation. The biggest single mine in Fukuoka was in Amuta, the Mike mine owned by the Mitsui Corporation, which had 14,000 union members. In 1953 an aggressive management team had tried to dismiss 2,000 employees there, including a large number of union activists. The union called a partial strike, which paralyzed operations for 113 days at huge cost to the company. Finally management backed down, abandoning the discharge plan. The union emerged triumphant from the struggle, even able to insist that whenever an employee ceased work, whether because of death or retirement, management was obliged to replace him with his wife, son, or brother. This agreement was strictly adhered to at the Mike mine, meaning that there was a more than usually large workforce. Martin 1961, 27-8. In August 1959 the Mitsui management proposed once more to reduce its mining workforce by 5,000 workers to 30,000 by voluntary redundancy accompanied by severance allowances. Sufficient volunteers were found in 5 of the 6 pits, but the Mike mine only put forward half of the 2,000 volunteers required. Therefore, in November the company issued dismissal notices to 1,277 employees including 300 union activists, production obstructionists. Sankran's first response was to order a strike on Tuesdays and Fridays. Management enforced a lockout on January 5, 1960 and the union then called a total strike. SHI, the left-wing union federation, called on its members to contribute 300 yen to a strike fund, and 10 members in work were asked to give a one-off 600 yen donation to support their comrades in Mike. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 182. Meanwhile Nikkeirin, the employers' federation, organized the operators of other major collieries to supply Mike's customers. Although the government-controlled price of coal had been reduced, major consumers of coal continued to pay the former, higher rate, with the difference going to the Mitsui Mining Company to help finance the lockout. The strike thus developed into a major conflict between organized labor and capital. AMPO. At the start of 1959 the JSP issued a statement claiming that the U.S. had decided to give the security treaty the character of a military alliance. This would mean that Japan's military commitments would increase, there would be more joint US/SDF maneuvers, and this would increase the danger of war. Militarism would encourage authoritarianism, damage democracy, affect living standards and worsen relations with the Soviet Union and China. They argued for a policy of positive neutrality, which, as Stockwin points out, did not seem very different from what had gone before, except that it included a new emphasis on nuclear disarmament, and now that Japan was a member of the UN, they envisaged working within it as a member of the Asian and African Group for the Peace of Asia and the World, consistent with the Bandung spirit. The adoption of this policy marked a shift towards the left of the party as a whole. Stockwin 1968, 82-3. On February 5, 4 leaders of the JSP, including Matsumoto, held a press conference at which they issued a joint declaration that was supported by 5 major left-wing organizations. 7 In it they declared their opposition to the revision of the Security Treaty, their demands for the abolition of that treaty and the related administrative arrangements, and their demands for the formation of a new policy towards China. Honda 2009, 89. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Kishi announced that negotiations would begin to revise the security treaty in order to create a more equal alliance. On May 28, 650 people from 134 left-wing groups formed the People's Committee for the Prevention of the Revision of the Security Treaty, Ampochiako Kaidi Ibshi Kokumin Kaigi. Just over 2 months later a local committee was created in Fukuoka from representatives of 28 groups. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 167. On June 25, 4 million people took part in AMPO demonstrations across Japan, including one of over 200,000 in Fukuoka, where opposition to AMPO was linked both to the anti-base campaign and the struggle against the rationalization of the coal industry. The AMPO campaign continued through 1959. But agreement was reached between the US and Japanese governments, and the revised Security Treaty plus the new Status of Forces Agreement, SOFA, were signed by Prime Minister Kishi and President Eisenhower on the White House lawn on January 19, 1960. However, the treaty still needed to be ratified by the Diet, in particular the lower house. Since the LDP controlled just less than 2/3 of that house, it should have been no problem. But there were some conservatives too who doubted the wisdom of the continued close relationship with the United States and the confrontational tactics being adopted by Prime Minister Kishi to silence his left-wing critics. Demonstrations continued on the streets of all the major cities and within the Diet as members of the JSP tried to disrupt proceedings to prevent the treaty being debated. In frustration, the JSP boycotted the Diet sessions. Finally, early in the morning on May 19 the treaty was approved at a session composed only of LDP members, and not even all of them. But this did not end the issue. Rallies and demonstrations continued. In June there were at times 300,000 demonstrators surrounding the Diet, and a massive strike by 6 million disrupted the economy. A visit by the US President intended to celebrate the renewal of the treaty had to be cancelled after the State Department decided that the Japanese government would not be able to guarantee his safety. Prime Minister Kishi could see no way out of the situation and at one point suggested mobilizing the SDF to use tanks on the streets of Tokyo to suppress the demonstrations. Opposition to his strategy built up within the LDP and he was forced to resign on June 23. His successor, Ikeda Hayato, adopted a more conciliatory approach to the opposition and succeeded in lowering the political temperature such that contentious issues were avoided for the rest of the year. He was rewarded by a general election result in December 1960 that saw the LDP's LH seats increase to 296, from 287. Matsumoto did not take much part in these events. He was now having to spend time in hospital. He did watch some of the demonstrations taking place outside the Diet and on one occasion bought all the ice cream from a roadside vendor and had him give it out to the demonstrators. He also gave more substantial support. According to Amato Rinchi, at one point during the campaign he gave a parcel wrapped in newspaper to Asanuma Inejire, then chairman of the party, who when he got home and opened it, found 1 million yen in notes inside. Amato et al. 1976. 33-5. Another story tells of Matsubara Kishinoji, treasurer of the JSP at the time, who remarked to a meeting of the party Koman, "Many of those on these demonstrations cannot afford their fares or food and the party is getting very poor." To which Matsumoto replied, "As you come to mention it I have come prepared," and he again handed over 1 million yen in notes. Story told by Takatsu Masamichi, Buruku Kaidmei Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 414. It is hard to tell whether these are two versions of the same story or whether Matsumoto actually provided 2 million yen. End of the Mike struggle. The left of the JSP saw the revision of the Security Treaty and the attack on the Union movement in northern Kyushu as related to the attempts by Prime Minister Kishi to undermine the liberal reforms of the occupation and tie Japan more firmly into a subordinate relationship with the United States in preparation for war against the Soviet Union and China. But the miners' union was facing difficulties. Firstly, the white-collar workers began to negotiate with the employers and later would secede from TANR completely. Then, on March 17, 1960, a second union was formed of 4,500 mine employees, 2,000 of whom broke through the picket lines to recommence work. Attempts at mediation failed and TANR was persuaded by its Mike branch to reject the plan put forward by the Central Labor Relations Commission, CLRC, which upheld the company position. The company union, Sankran, then withdrew from TANR and stopped giving financial support to the Mike Strike Fund. With some production now taking place, the focus turned to the hoppers that loaded coal onto rail wagons and trucks. The company could not benefit from restarted production if the coal could not be shipped out. Mitsui requested the Fukuoka District Court to issue an injunction against the pickets to get them to withdraw. This it did on May 20. On July 17, 100,000 people rallied in front of the hoppers and were addressed by the Secretary-General of the JSP, Eda Saba, among others. 10,000 of these demonstrators were determined to maintain the picket line as the date for the implementation of the court injunction drew near, while 13,000 police were prepared to enforce the law. The new Prime Minister Ikeda, contrary to his abrasive, conservative reputation, encouraged his Minister of Labor, Ishida Hirohide, to arrange a truce between the sides prior to the negotiation of a new mediation formula. This appeared in late August and turned out to be very similar to the earlier version that the union had rejected but with slightly improved severance benefits. By now though, the strikers were isolated and impoverished. They resisted giving in until November, but ultimately they had little alternative but to accept the deal, after a strike lasting 282 days. With this resistance overcome, the coal industry contracted rapidly such that by 1970 there were only 5 mines operating in the Chiba area. By 1976 the only mine still operating in Fukuoka was the Amuta Mike plant, and even that finally closed down on March 30, 1997. But what was Matsumoto's role in this? Although it is impossible to find accurate figures, it is thought that about a third of the miners employed within Fukuoka Prefecture were of buruku origin, many in the poorest pits, which were under most threat in 1960. The Fukuoka branch of the Buruku Liberation League resolved on February 24 to support the striking miners in their struggle against the Mike management. They worked closely with TANR and assisted with the picketing of mines. One of the strike organizers later commented, "I don't know what our movement would have done without the support of the BLL, Moriyama etal 2003, 234. There was, however, a downside to this. While the organizers of the picket lines were able to boast that 10 men from the BLL were worth more than 100 demonstrators, this did rather reinforce the burukuman reputation for violence and the BLL as the Yakuza of the left. Following the creation of the second union, the employers hired local criminal gangs to protect the strike breakers and assist them in forcing their way through the picket lines. High unemployment rates among the buruku community meant that a significant proportion of those involved in the criminal gangs and Yakuza groups had a buruku origin, by some estimates well over half of them. Thus, there were occasions when members of the same communities found themselves on opposite sides of the barricades. In some places there were older men from buruku communities who were members of TANR while their unemployed sons were recruited into the gangs as strike breakers. It is said that one reason why the BLL support for the picketing miners was so effective was that the young men in the gangs fled rather than confront their fathers. Usugi 1975-79. Matsumoto visited the area on 27-8 March, and on March 29 further violent clashes occurred, resulting in the death of one of the striking miners. The temperature was further raised when on April 7 the Second Union produced a leaflet that referred to the Mike branch of Tenra's a Takush buruku, a statement that was blatantly and probably deliberately discriminatory and insulting. Moriyama et al. 2003, 232. There were further violent clashes. Up to this point Matsumoto had kept aloof of the strike, but his secretary Narazaki insisted at this point that he needed to do something. So he went to Amuta and addressed a meeting, saying, "Everybody, shouldn't we just end it here? Someone's been killed. Isn't there a way to resolve this?" And with that the atmosphere was changed. One witness to the event said it was like watching the tide going out as burukumen on both sides backed down. Takayama 2005, 692. The campaign over the discrimination continued, however, as did BLL support for Tanmar. A few weeks later, 36 buses took 2,500 BLL members from across Kyushu to a meeting in Amuta where a total of 8,000 activists denounced the discriminatory leaflets produced by the Second Union. As a result, the head of the Second Union resigned and the union issued an apology. Though Matsumoto was not directly involved in this, there can be no doubt that he was aware of what was going on. In November 1960, just after the general election, the Fukuoka branch of the JSP met to consider policy. It noted that the new security treaty structure meant that Japan would become more reliant on America and that there was an increased likelihood that Japan would become involved in preparations for war, including acquiring nuclear weapons. Despite this, it resolved that priorities for the movement should be to demand the establishment of diplomatic relations with China, to strengthen opposition to local U.S. bases and to engage in activity in support of the BLL. The influence of Matsumoto on this meeting is clear. In retrospect, this would be seen as the high tide of socialist influence within the union movement and over the electorate, or, to put it another way, the failure of union militancy in the Mike struggle and the inability of the AMPO movement to have an impact on the outcome of the treaty negotiations showed an essential weakness in the left. Meanwhile, the JSP had split once more with the formation of the Democratic Socialist Party, DSP. As the decade progressed, the JCP emerged from the margins of political life to claim around 10% of the vote, undermining the authority of the JSP from the left as the DSP was doing from the right. 6. Matsumoto's international activity in the early 1950s. Matsumoto's somewhat eccentric proposals of December 1945 to create a Kyushu state located within a Japanese federal state that was part of an East Asian federation and a system of world government was the first indication that his post-war worldview would go beyond Japan. His ideas owe something to those of the veteran politician Ozaki Yukio, who continued to champion the idea of world government until his death in 1954. How long Matsumoto retained a serious interest in these ideas is unclear, but there are among his papers stored in Fukuoka and Osaka copies of the journal Sekai Sifu, World Government, and the agenda of the Asian Congress for World Federation, ACWF, which met in Hiroshima in November 1952. However, by this time the world government movement had taken a right-wing, anti-communist turn, as is evidenced by the fact that Yoshida Shigeru is listed as an honorary advisor to the ACWF. There are two interlinked strands to Matsumoto's international activity in the 1950s. The first is his involvement in the international peace movement, which has its origins in his interest in world government. No one seems to know when he first used the phrase, but from some time in the early 1950s he seems to have developed the notion of creating a world Suihei movement, Sekai no Suihei Uendi. This seems to have combined ideas of developing solidarity between groups oppressed by racism and discrimination with ones about the need for wider involvement with the international peace movement. The second theme is his fascination with Chinese culture and the desire to recreate close links with China, a theme that reappears throughout his life. Since at least the time he spent there 1908-10, he had held a romantic attachment to China, and amid his attempts to develop international solidarity he devoted much of his energy to establishing links with China under its new communist leaders. There are also strong links of course between his left-wing views, his interest in Chinese socialism and the peace movement. Matsumoto and the People's Republic of China. Early in 1950 a group was formed calling itself the Japan-China Friendship Association, Nihon Goku YK Kaikai, hereafter Nichi YK Kaikai, and on February 20 it published the first edition of its newsletter, Nihon Goku, Japan and China. There is no mention of Matsumoto among the list of supporters in this first edition, but that was only to be expected since he was still subject to the purge restrictions. However, we do find the name of Tanaka Orinoshin, a close associate and later a member of Matsumoto's faction within the JSP. The association was formally set up on October 1, 1950, the first anniversary of the establishment of the People's Republic of China, PRC. Of its 78 founding members, 1/3 were scholars with an intellectual interest in China, 1/2 were representatives of Chinese overseas businesses and the rest were JSP politicians, union representatives, or social movement activists. Seraphim 2006, 112. When founded it identified 4 topics around which it would organize its activities: public opinion, cultural exchange, trade, and foreign policy. 9 The association's first director was Ukiyama Mans, whose Shanghai bookstore during the 1930s had been a secret meeting place for Japanese and Chinese literary figures, including several who were critical of Japanese imperialism. The Matsumoto Gumi had supported students from mainland China studying at Kyushu University from the early 1930s and would continue to do so until at least the 1990s. In the late 1940s, while he was still able to be politically active, Matsumoto would invite foreign students to eat sukiyaki in the room above his Tokyo office. At first they were mainly Chinese, Korean or Vietnamese, but later the group included students from all over Southeast Asia. Takayama 2005, 640, 649-50. This seems to have developed into a more formal organization. The first mention of Matsumoto in the Nihon Goku newsletter appears in February 1951 when an article about the formation of various other friendship associations notes the existence of an Asia Minzoku Kondankai Jumbikai, Asian People's Roundtable Preparation Committee, that was meeting at Matsumoto's office in Tokyo. There is no doubt that Matsumoto was taking a close interest in Japan's China policy at this time. When, on April 28, 1951, the government led by Yoshida Shigeru announced it would recognize the Chiang Kai-shek regime based in Taipei as the legitimate government of China, Matsumoto had his lawyer lodge a legal protest. At this point a priority for the Japanese left in general, the Chinese government and, therefore, the Nichi YK Kaikai was the demand for a total peace treaty at the end of the occupation, which meant one between Japan and all those with whom it had been at war, not just those who were U.S. allies at that time. More generally, the association adopted people's diplomacy, kokumin-gaike, as its core strategy. This was a term said to have been coined by Zhou Enlai, Prime Minister of the PRC, Renmin Weijiao in Chinese. However, whereas the Chinese term suggested the unity between the Chinese people and their state, the Japanese phrase as used by the Nichi YK Kaikai explained how the interests of the Japanese people were not being served by their government. It is, however, also an idea that crops up in Matsumoto's election promises in 1937, so if Zhou Ri invented it, it is a phrase that Matsumoto will have felt comfortable with. Matsumoto's interest in China and the peace movement had attracted attention from overseas. In May 1952 he was one of 4 people invited to attend the preparatory meeting to organize the Asia-Pacific Peace Conference in Beijing to be held in September as tangible example of people's diplomacy. He applied for a passport, but the MFA refused to give him one, arguing his actions were likely to damage the interests or security of Japan. Then a delegation of 60 was chosen from 493 applicants to attend the actual conference in October and Matsumoto was appointed as group leader. But once again the MFA refused to issue a passport. Sit-ins and threats of violence by some of those denied passports did not advance their cause. An MFA official advised, if you want a passport so badly, get rid of the Yoshida cabinet at the next election. Matsumoto had his colleague in the JCLU, Unno Shinkichi, start a court case against the MFA, but on 27 September the court supported the original decision. Shikansanki, March 22, 1953. On September 28, 1952, a telegram arrived from Beijing promising him full fare and other expenses to be paid by the conference, but this would be no use if he were unable to leave the country. Original telegram in Matsumoto material, Fukuoka Kenjinkan Kenkaisho. At this time he had Narazaki Yanosuke working for him as a personal assistant, and Narazaki was approached by a member of the Central Committee of the JCP, asking him if Matsumoto would be interested in traveling to China on an illegal boat if the passport was not issued. Takayama 2005, 651, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 2007, 43. The invitation was declined, but 14 out of the 60 did manage to attend the conference and presumably got there by circuitous routes. The conference took place from 2–12 October, attended by 376 representatives and 37 observers from 37 countries. One of the official statements produced at the conference and broadcast by radio was about the Japan question, and it demanded a total peace treaty, expressed the Japanese people's desire to promote the establishment of an independent, democratic, free, and peaceful New Japan by stopping the revival of Japanese militarism, and called for the complete removal of foreign troops from Japanese soil. Seraphim 2006, 118. Although not present at the Beijing conference, Matsumoto was elected as one of the 11 vice presidents of the Peace Liaison Committee of the Asia-Pacific region. Letter from Lu Ning-ai, April 11, 1953, Osaka Collection. In a letter dated October 24, 1952, Jean Lafitte, Secretary of the World Peace Council, WPC, invited Matsumoto to attend a conference in Vienna on December 12, letter in Osaka Collection. However, not having a passport, he was unable to go. The WPC was an organization initiated by the Cominform in 1949 with funds from the Soviet Union. 10 By the mid-1950s it would be criticized as a front organization for the Soviet Union, for example, for the way that it criticized Anglo-French intervention in Suez but excused the Soviet suppression of the Hungarian uprising. Its president was Frederick Joliot-Curie until his death in 1958. On November 21, Matsumoto received a letter from P.N. Rajapaksa in which he asked Matsumoto for advice concerning a proposed visit to Japan by Br. Ambedkar, and in which he invites Matsumoto to attend the forthcoming marriage of his daughter. Letter in Osaka Collection. Ambedkar, a man of low caste background, was the chief architect of the Indian constitution and until 1951 a member of Nehru's cabinet. 11 Rajapaksa, also an untouchable, was the secretary of the All India Scheduled Caste Federation, ISCF, and had been attending a meeting of the World Buddhist Conference in Kyoto in early October. After the conference he visited the Buruku Monday Kenkaisho and stayed a night at Asada Zenosuke's house. As it happened, Matsumoto was traveling from Fukuoka to Tokyo on October 8, and he met Rajapaksa briefly on the platform at Kyoto Station. Detail on Kyoto Station meeting, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 2007, 25. Without ever leaving Japan, Matsumoto was starting to become involved with the international movement. 7 From Rangoon to Beijing. A few days earlier, Suzuki Mozaber, leader of the left JSP, wrote to Matsumoto, asking him to join a party of left and right JSP members who were going to attend a Congress of Asian Socialist Parties in Rangoon in early January. The plans for an Asian Socialist Conference can be traced back to an Asian Regional Conference of the International Labour Organization, ILO, held in Delhi in December 1947, but no progress was made until March 1952 when representatives of socialist parties in India, Indonesia, and Burma met with observers from both left and right JSP to set up a preparatory committee. This was connected to the Socialist International established in Frankfurt, which some of the more radical Asian socialists in India and Japan considered to be dominated by Western European parties. They wanted to create an independent structure. In his letter, Suzuki writes that he personally does not want to go to Rangoon, but he notes that the former British Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, has been invited by the right-wing Social Democrats, and he asks Matsumoto to go as an advisor to create a coalition that would be able to oppose Attlee's influence. Letter in Osaka Collection. The Seikai Times, organ of the left JSP, noted in its November edition that Comisco and the Cominform do not contribute to the peace of Asia and especially to the peace of the world, and thus it requires the consolidation of a third force. Seikai Times 260, November 16, 1952. An article in the same journal the following month noted the creeping rearmament and reaction in Japan. To combat it we must obtain cooperation from peace forces in the world, that is, at the Asian Congress in Rangoon. Seikai Times 294, December 21, 1952. Matsumoto was keen to go, but would the MFA grant him a passport? They were reluctant to do so, but finally, on December 30, the documents were released and Matsumoto departed Japan on January 2. Apart from his 2 pre-war trips to China, this was his first experience of foreign travel and he seems to have liked it. The First Asian Socialist Conference, ASC, was held 6-15 January 1953. Matsumoto was a member of a party of 30 from the JSP, the second biggest delegation but one that was split between left and right. There were substantial delegations from India, 77, Indonesia, 26, and Burma, 15, with 2 to 3 each from Egypt, Lebanon, Israel, and Nepal, plus observers from Tunisia, Kenya, Uganda, and Yugoslavia, and a party of 3 representing the Socialist International, SI, led by Clement Attlee, with the others being from Sweden and France. The conference passed a series of motions on such topics as the need for Asian economic development and liberation from colonialism, but the key decision before the Congress was whether it would become the regional organization of the SI or quite independent of it. The right JSP supported close links with the SI, whereas the left JSP wanted the ASC to develop into an independent organization that would be more likely to support its policy of neutrality. Rose 1959, 8. Attlee's view was that, as the Asians depended for their security on the West, it was natural that their social democratic parties should belong to a single international organization. In his memoirs published a couple of years later, he judged that the conference was useful in forging yet another link between East and West. Attlee 1954, 215. Before leaving Japan, the left JSP had agreed that our urgent duty is to fight a constructive battle for the establishment of independent nation-states. Seikai Times 301, December 27, 1952. The conference was seen by them as a chance to give reality to an independent Asian line. However, when challenged by Attlee as to whether they therefore proposed to withdraw from the SI, the members of the left JSP answered that they would work for change from the inside. Seikai Times 315, January 11, 1953. The outcome was that while the Asian Socialist Conference was to be an independent body, it would have links with the SI at all levels. Moreover, the structure conference, bureau, and secretariat was modeled on Comisco, the forerunner of the SI. Rose 1959, 12. Events were organized around the conference. On January 11 Matsumoto attended and addressed an outdoor meeting attended by 50,000 union members. He was probably the first Japanese politician to have visited Burma since 1945, and he felt obliged to begin by apologizing for the actions of the Japanese military during the war. He pledged to fight against the remilitarization of Japan and for the defense of peace in Asia. Takayama 2005, 654. Matsumoto wrote back to the readers of the Seikai Times that his travels revealed how deep the roots of European and American imperialism were in Asia and that as a first step to liberation all foreign troops should be withdrawn. Seikai Times 317, January 13, 1953. Matsumoto's passport seems only to have been issued to permit him to visit Burma, but once out of Japan he was reluctant to return. First he went to India, disembarking in Calcutta, January 16, and moving on to New Delhi the following day, where he remained for 2 weeks. He arranged to meet Ambedkar. The meeting was initially scheduled for 10 minutes but ended up lasting over 40, by which time they had exchanged views about the caste situation in their respective countries. Later Matsumoto was to comment that Ambedkar was rather poorly informed about the situation in Japan. He met representatives of the Indian peace movement who had attended the Asian-Pacific Peace Conference in Beijing, and Madhavan Bajria, Secretary of the All India Peace Committee, Delhi section. On January 31 he met Prime Minister Nehru, with whom he discussed the world situation, Korea, the need to increase Asian cooperation to reduce reliance on U.S. capital, the need for people's diplomacy in Asia and, in some detail, the current situation and the prospects for the outcast Harijans in India. Buruku Kaid Mai Ch Hanbu, ed. 1972, 86-95. Next he went to Bombay, where he met fellow peace movement activists who commented on their difficulty in getting support locally due to the fact that World War II was widely seen as having contributed to their struggle for independence from Britain, and because of the way the government used the unresolved Kashmir problem as a way to justify increasing military expenditure. His journey continued from there to Karachi, February 4, where he met both the Japanese ambassador and members of the resident Japanese Usenis community. Whereas the ambassador spoke in praise of the economic progress made by the country under independence, the businessmen saw things quite differently and spoke of their difficulty in doing business in a country that had no commercial treaties with Japan. Report in Nishi Nippon Shimbun quoted in Buruku Kaid Mai Ch Hanbu, ed. 1972, 1034. Was this interest in the business community a reflection of his business interests, or was it part of his brief from the Nishi Nippon Shimbun? From there he went on to Israel, Italy, and Switzerland, spending a few days in each before arriving in Prague on February 15. Czechoslovakia was attractive for two reasons: firstly, because it was the base of the World Peace Council, and while there he had discussions with its secretary, Jean Lafitte, with whom he had corresponded the previous November, and secondly, because there was a direct air link to China. Almost 1.5 million Japanese had returned home from China up to the end of 1946, but thereafter the flow slowed to a trickle as the Civil War made travel difficult. On December 1952 the PRC announced that around 30,000 Japanese people were still in China living happy lives, and although the Chinese government promised to assist those who wanted to return to Japan, it explained that it could not provide enough ships. As normal diplomatic relations did not exist, the Japanese government refused to take part in repatriation negotiations, so it was left to three non-government organizations, NGOs, to organize this: the Japan Red Cross, the Nichiwai Kaikai, and the Hiwa Renrakukai, Peace Coordination Committee, a group that had been founded in preparation for the Asia-Pacific Peace Conference the previous year. Seraphim 2006, 124-5. Matsumoto had received an invitation from the Chinese People's World Peace Committee to visit Beijing after his departure from Japan, and arrived there on February 25, joining the delegations of the three Japanese groups already there. Takayama 2005, 659. Soon after his arrival they met Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, who attended the meeting with the Chinese government and CCP leadership. They were even scheduled to meet Mao himself, but the death of Stalin on March 5 interfered with this. Kai Shimbun 54, April 10, 1953. Discussion was not confined to the return of the Japanese former settlers. It included ways to establish or re-establish business links, which had become particularly problematic following the Japanese recognition of the Chiang Kai-shek government. Overall, the aim was to establish trust and friendship prior to the re-establishment of diplomatic relations. Be that as it may, the conference did succeed in its primary aim of opening the way for the repatriation of Japanese refugees. The first shipload arrived on March 23, 1953, and by the end of the year the number repatriated reached 26,051, Seraphim 2006, 125. For Matsumoto the visit seems to have been a way of finding more about and perhaps, in some way, contributing to the development of China, partly because of his lifelong interest in the country and partly to atone in some way for his wartime activity. An article written by him appeared in the People's Daily, in which he reported that the peace movement in Japan was gaining strength, in particular in its opposition to U.S. bases and Japanese militarism. He was confident that it would not be long before the Japanese peace movement would sweep them away. Article dated April 21, Kai Shimbun 53, March 25, 1953. After their meetings, Matsumoto and Narazaki remained in China for several weeks. Matsumoto wanted to visit the areas where there were high concentrations of minority people, but he was told that was not possible and he had to be satisfied with a visit to a boarding school in Beijing that educated children from some minority areas. Takayama quotes one of the interpreters who worked with Matsumoto in China and remembered him speaking Chinese with a Shantung accent. She regarded him as a pioneer. This may be so, but he was not pioneering in hardship. The CCP provided him with a luxurious rail carriage for his travel, half diner, half sleeper. On his way home he traveled to Hong Kong by train and then flew home, finally arriving back in Japan on March 31 after an absence of about 3 months. Takayama 2005, 663-4. Matsumoto produced several articles for the Kai Shimbun in which he explains how impressed he was by the changes in China. In one he mentions China's clear commitment to world peace as evidenced by the posters to be found in schools and factories. No wonder, he says, that Yoshida does not want Japanese people to visit China, since it would undermine his attempts to portray China as aggressive. He notes how rapidly conditions have changed. Not only was an extensive range of food now available, but there was even less litter in the streets, fewer flies, no thieves in the markets or beggars on the streets. How had it been possible to accomplish this in so short a time? He had visited both state and privately owned factories and found that living standards of the employed were high, while workers were provided with housing similar to the apartments being built by the Tokyo municipality. Although he had not visited the minority areas, he reported that there was no discrimination or oppression. They were, he said, free to develop their own culture. Kai Shimbun 53, April 25, 1953. Compared to the situation in Japan, the situation in the cities in China must have looked attractive. In 1955 Japan's per capita national income put it at 35 in the ranks of capitalist countries. 40% of the population was engaged in agriculture and it was the second largest borrower from the World Bank. It seemed to be a third-rate economic power, perhaps even weaker than China. Indeed, as Reischauer commented in 1957, the economic situation in Japan may be so fundamentally unsound that no policies, no matter how wise, can save her from slow economic starvation and all the concomitant political and social ills that situation would produce. Quoted in Dews 1988, 15. It was by no means certain that Japan would grow any faster than China, and some people such as Matsumoto seemed to have envisaged the possibility that Chinese economic growth under socialism would not only be faster but also distributed more fairly. 2 months after his return from China, on May 30, 1953, Matsumoto was elected the first chairman of the Nichiwai Kaikai. The position had been unfilled up to that point and he would retain that position until his death. Although the idea of people's diplomacy remained at its core, the association by now had acquired a wide network of affiliates, 6 organizations representing specific services or aspects of Chinese culture, translation, music, arts, and literature, 2 trade associations, 2 organizations facilitating the repatriation of Japanese from China, 2 academic research institutes plus the support of 17 labor unions, 18 peace groups, the 6 main political parties and even 5 of the most powerful bureaucratic agencies. Seraphim 2006, 124. With no formal diplomatic links, these informal channels were the only way business could be done between the 2 states. That said, much of the association's activity remained focused on its mission as a movement never again to allow war between Japan and China, which meant that it publicized the anniversaries of incidents of Japanese aggression in China and supported the memorialization of the ill treatment of Chinese forced laborers and prisoners of war in Japan. In this way it both acknowledged and stimulated discussion about Japan's war responsibility toward Asia at a time when the official narrative was trying to gloss over this. This of course fitted in very well with Matsumoto's other commitments to the peace movement. 8. Matsumoto and Josephine Baker. Josephine Baker was one of the most famous women in the world in the 1950s. She was born in 1906 in St. Louis and began her career as a burlesque dancer in her mid-teens. At the age of 19 she went to Paris and became an almost instant star, and by 1927 she was the best-paid entertainer in Europe. She consolidated her career in the 1930s and developed her act as a singer, but in 1935, on her attempt to return to the United States to star in the Ziegfeld Follies, she encountered discrimination and rejection and so returned to France. She remained in France during the war, not only entertaining troops but also working undercover for the French resistance and as a sub-lieutenant for the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. After the war she was awarded the Croix de Guerre and made a Chevalier of the Légion d'honneur. During the 1950s, as well as continuing to perform internationally, she became active in the international movement against racism, making her first anti-racist speech in April 1953. Although she never had biological children, she decided to adopt a number of children and raise this family at her chateau, Les Milans, in the village of Castelnaud-Fayrac about 500 kilometers southwest of Paris. She chose to adopt from a variety of different races and Matsumoto, Josephine Baker, and the two children she adopted while in Japan in 1954. Backgrounds to demonstrate how easy it was for them to live together as a rainbow tribe. Initially she had intended to adopt 4 children, 1 black, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 red, but by the early 1960s she had adopted 12 children in all. Hammond and O'Connor 1988, 200. In the spring of 1954 she arranged to make a tour of Japan where she would try to adopt a yellow child as the first step in building this family. Matsumoto may have come across her before as he seems to have met her off her Air France plane when it arrived at Haneda Airport on April 13. She kissed him, and he went red. While she was performing in Tokyo he visited her dressing room at the Teikoku Gekage, Imperial Theatre, on April 28 and they exchanged views on their experience of discrimination. Matsumoto in Japan, China, and India, Baker in the United States and Peru. Matsumoto told her that there were many talented people in Japan from buruku communities who hid their background. During this visit to Japan she gave the proceeds of at least one of her concerts to the Elizabeth Saunders Home for Orphans and later arranged to adopt one of them, Akio, then aged 3, who was the son of a Korean woman living in Japan and probably an American soldier. On the way out of the orphanage she spotted another boy, Teruya, aged 2, half Japanese half American, who she could not resist, and she made arrangements to adopt him too. Wood 2002, 346.12. She met Matsumoto again in his office in the Diet Building and on parting he promised to visit her in France. Later that year, he took Akio and Teruya to Haneda Airport to see them off to their new home. Report and photo of them in his Diet office, Shanghai Times, April 30, Takayama 2005. 670, Kai Shimbun 68, June 15, 1954. Within a couple of years she adopted a white child, Yari, in Helsinki, and a black child, Luis, in Bogotá. 9. From Beijing to Stockholm. Matsumoto's first legal trip to China was in 1954 when the Chinese government invited a group from the Nichi Kaikai to attend the celebrations of the 5th anniversary of the founding of the PRC. He was not originally to have been a member of this party, but the previous June the Chinese government had sent a donation of 18 million yuan to assist with repairs to damage caused by flooding in the Kumamoto and Kitakyushu areas. Nihon Tokugoku 52, August 5, 1953. This was an opportunity for him to express thanks to the Chinese government on behalf of those who had benefited from their aid. The group was composed of 13 individuals, a few politicians, some representatives of workers and women's groups, and Asada Zenosuk representing the BKI, Nihon Tokugoku 56, October 1, 1953. He departed Japan on October 1 and spent over a month in China. Kai Shimbun 72, October 25, 1954. On October 11 he and the Japanese delegation met Zhou Enlai, and Matsumoto began by apologizing for the damage caused by Japanese imperialism. To this Zhou is reported to have replied, "It was not the fault of the Japanese people. China has no intention of demanding compensation from Japan to atone for the war." In the conversation that followed, Zhou emphasized that China had no objection to Japan having an army of self-defense but that it should not be under American control, and he urged the Japanese people to assert their independence. It is the task of the people of Japan and China, he said, to strengthen their friendship and prevent the remilitarization of Japan. The key points in the normalization of relations between Japan and China were Japan's relations with the United States and Taiwan. Meanwhile, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence agreed with Nehru should govern Japan's relations with China. Peaceful coexistence between Japan and China would be possible once both of them industrialized, and, he assured, even when China became powerful, it would not damage Japan's development. Takayama 2005, 673. The main delegation went back to Japan, but Matsumoto and Narazaki remained behind. While in Beijing he met Nehru again and, at Zhou's invitation, they spent a night at the theater. On October 28, following discussions between the Japanese Party of which Matsumoto was the leader and 5 Chinese groups, a joint statement was issued reasserting the importance of normalizing relations between the two states but emphasizing that this would not be possible as long as the Japanese government continued with its two-China policy. Takayama 2005, 677. He made arrangements to look after a delegation from the Chinese Red Cross that was due to visit Japan from October 30. It was thought that they might need protection from right-wing groups and Chiang Kai-shek's Secret Service during their visit. A group of large young men accompanied the group during their time in Japan, a band of people's police that supplemented the officers supplied by the Japanese state. Takayama 2005, 674-5. This was the first group of mainland Chinese to visit Japan since 1949. However, Matsumoto himself was not in Japan at the time of their visit as he had gone on from Beijing to spend 2 weeks in Moscow, the arrangements having been made by the CCP. While there he participated in the celebrations of the Russian Revolution on November 7, and later he spent an evening at the Bolshoi Theatre where he was disappointed to find that there was still a royal box. Although he reported through the Kai Shimbun that he saw everyone working hard for the building of socialism, Narazaki has no happy memories from their time there. Then, via Leningrad and Helsinki, he travelled to Stockholm to attend a meeting of the World Peace Council on 1823 November as leader of a 4-person group from Japan. Although the WPC was criticized for its subservience to the Moscow Line, it brought together activists and intellectuals who could be as critical of Soviet policy as they were of the West. Matsumoto spoke to the meeting about the anti-nuclear movement in Japan, the promotion of Japan-China friendship and buruku discrimination. Kai Shimbun 75, January 15, 1955. The Japanese presence at this meeting was particularly significant since the previous March a Japanese tuna fishing boat had been covered in ash that was the fallout from a U.S. nuclear test in the Bikini Islands, resulting in the skipper's death. Takayama 2005, 668. The conference concluded by resolving to hold a World Assembly for Peace in the second half of May 1955. He traveled from Sweden to a divided Berlin and, after attending a rally against remilitarization in Germany, possibly in Hamburg, Kai Shimbun 75, January 15, 1955, he went on to Paris where he hoped to meet Josephine Baker. He visited the offices of the International League Against Racism and Antisemitism, Ligue Internationale contre le Racisme et l'Antisémitisme, LICRA, but discovered that she was on a world tour and would not return for quite some time. His stay was cut short in any case by a telegram asking him to return to Japan immediately as Prime Minister Yoshida was about to resign and it was feared there might be a general election. Takayama 2005, 679. He was back in Japan on December 4. As it turned out, although Yoshida's cabinet did suffer a vote of no confidence in the lower house and he did resign, his place was taken by Hatoyama Akira in a caretaker administration. The election was not held until February 27, 1955. These elections returned Hatoyama as Prime Minister. The Liberal Party won 112 seats to the Democrats' 185. The combined Socialists won 156 seats, left 89, right 67, and the socialist vote was 10.8 million compared to the 7.1 million they had received in 1947. Anti-American, pro-neutralist sentiment in Japan was growing. Socialist Party leaders felt that sooner or later, and probably sooner, they would assume power. In the course of 1955 the Socialist Party would reunite, further enhancing their optimism about their chances of taking control. Matsumoto must have started to see his role as preparing international contacts against the time when his party was in power. Over the next 2 years he was to exert considerable efforts developing his interpretation of people's diplomacy. Matsumoto and Bandung. While tension was mounting between the two sides in the Cold War, there was an increasing feeling within Asia that it was neither necessary nor inevitable that they become embroiled in this rivalry. In April 1954 Nehru and Zhou Enlai announced their 5 principles of coexistence: preservation of borders and respect for sovereignty, non-aggression, no domestic interference, mutual equality, and peaceful coexistence. In the first half of the 1950s Nehru led India from a position of Western-oriented neutralism to a position independent of both of the Cold War blocs. This process would continue in the later 1950s as India encouraged the development of the non-aligned movement. The Bandung Conference, which took place in Bandung, Indonesia, from 18 to April 24, 1955, turned out to be the most iconic of a series of meetings that were held over the period 1947–61, composed mainly of the newly independent states of Asia and Africa and inspired by the leadership provided by India in the person of its Prime Minister, Nehru. The Shanghai Times noted in March 1953 that Nehru had stopped talking about Asia as a third force, which implied opposition to the United States/Soviet Union but rather to a third region, free and peaceful and not influenced by either. Shanghai Times 364, March 1, 1953. One can imagine this resonating with Matsumoto and his fellow peace activists in Japan. Matsumoto's first overseas trip of 1955 lasted from the end of March until May 22. He was one of group of 33 politicians, academics, novelists, and unionists who comprised an unofficial Japanese delegation attending the First Asian Countries Conference in New Delhi, organized by Rameshwari Nehru. Spread over 5 days, 6–10 April, it included some 200 representatives from 13 countries. 13 Matsumoto was accompanied by Narazaki and 3 others from the BLL, Asada, Kitahara, and Nosaki. Prime Minister Nehru addressed the conference about his commitment to the 5 peace principles. He urged a rapid end to all colonial policies, requested development assistance from the industrial nations and confirmed his opposition to discrimination. Matsumoto's speech described the way the Peace Treaty and Security Treaty had made his country subordinate to the United States, which was turning Japan into a base for its armed forces. Kai Shimbun 78, April 15, 1955. Asada talked about feudal status discrimination in Japan and the points it had in common with discrimination elsewhere in Asia. Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Show 2007, 34. Ampia suggests that this event had been planned at the Stockholm Conference of the previous year. 14 However, it seems to be rather similar to the NGO meetings that, since the 1990s, have commonly been held in parallel with major summits or regional meetings of heads of state, such as the G8 or APEC. While he was in Delhi, Matsumoto met with the Indian President, Prasad, Buruku Kai Shupansha, ed. 1977, 268. He also decided that he wanted to find out more about the Harijan outcast community. He arranged for 2 representatives to meet him at his hotel, the Imperial. The hotel staff were reluctant to let them in, but Matsumoto insisted and ordered tea and their best cakes for 2. When tea was served he insisted on swapping what was in their lunch boxes for the tea and cakes he had ordered. Later he visited a Harijan community in Delhi. Noting the impoverished and unsanitary conditions, he told them that unless they stood up for themselves they would never be free. Takayama 2005, 681. Asada went on from this conference to visit China and then North Korea. Matsumoto meanwhile travelled on April 16 to Indonesia, where he was an observer at the Bandung Conference from April 18 to its conclusion on April 23. On arrival he reported to the head of the Japanese delegation Takasaki Tatsunosuke on the content of the conference in New Delhi. Takasaki was particularly interested in the Nichi Kaikai and the role of trade in developing international affairs. He met with the Chinese representative, Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, and agreed on the development of trade between the two countries, Ampia 2007, 186-7. As Ampia notes, the main motivation for the Japanese government in attending the conference was economic. This was an opportunity to re-establish the formal links with the countries of Asia and Africa that were a necessary precursor to accessing sources of natural resources and markets. Indeed, the socialist opposition was critical of the government for giving such priority to economic policy when the meeting offered the chance of developing closer political relationships with Asia. For them the conference generated a Bandung spirit, which eventually took a tangible form as the non-aligned movement of the later 1950s and 1960s. It also had a less tangible significance that continued to inspire socialist politicians on the left in Japan into the 1960s and beyond. The phrase seems to have meant more than just solidarity and cooperation of the newly independent states of Africa and Asia, although how Japan fitted in with this when it had been a colonialist state and never subject to direct foreign control is not clear, unless the post-war occupation and continuing subjugation to U.S. imperialism put it into a situation comparable to those of its Asian neighbors and new African friends. Nevertheless, as we will see, the Bandung spirit, which Matsumoto had observed in the process of formation, would inspire several of his actions over the rest of his life, as it would many others on the left. Accompanied by Yoshida Michiharu 15, a member of his faction, from Bandung Matsumoto went on to Rome, Frankfurt, Paris, and London. He was in Rome for May Day and made a speech at one of the May Day demonstrations, Kai Shimbun 79, May 25, 1955. In Paris on May 5 he revisited the offices of LICRA and met its director Bernard Lucas. After the discussion he promised to try to establish an Asian branch of the League with an office in Tokyo. Once more he tried to fix up a meeting with Josephine Baker, but again she was performing abroad. He resolved to return to Paris the next year both to meet Baker and to attend a conference organized by LICRA. His hope was to persuade it to widen its brief from a focus on racism and anti-Semitism to include caste discrimination. After a leisurely stay in Europe he was back in Tokyo on May 22, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkai Show 2007, 34. But not for long. The World Assembly for Peace was convened in Helsinki from 22-9 June following the resolution of the WPC in Stockholm the previous November. Matsumoto was one of 60 Japanese delegates who joined the 1,851 delegates, guests, and observers from 68 countries. There were speeches in the plenary sessions from Bertrand Russell, in absentia, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Georgi Lucas. Russell's letter to the Assembly was read out, and in it he described a plan to have a group of independent scientists assess the impact of atomic war and demonstrate that no country could achieve its aims by the use of nuclear weapons. If some middle-ranking countries could be persuaded to commit themselves on the basis of this to not possessing such weapons that might put pressure on the leading states to do likewise. Peace News, July 1, 1955. The Assembly broke into 7 commissions and numerous sub-commissions to consider specific aspects of world affairs. Matsumoto was a member of a sub-commission that discussed Asian security and coexistence between peoples. The report of this group includes the statement, "The growing efforts of the Japanese people to get their country to conduct an independent policy of peace and re-establish relations with all countries should be hailed as a positive contribution to peaceful coexistence." World Assembly for Peace 1955, 597. It is not possible to ascribe these remarks directly to Matsumoto's influence, but they are the kind of statement he would have said or would have agreed with. After the meeting he went briefly to Leningrad and then back to Japan. Even in Tokyo he continued with his international activity. In September 1955 a delegation from the British Labour Party, including Aneurin Bevan, visited Tokyo. At the time, the Bevanite wing of the Labour Party was trying to commit the party to unilateral nuclear disarmament and later would join with other activists to create the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND. It is quite likely that Matsumoto met them. On October 31 the Japan-Asia Solidarity Committee was formed based on a resolution passed by the Asian Countries Conference in Delhi. Nagano Kunio, former president of the JFBA, Japan Federation of Bar Associations, was the chair of this organization, and in his opening speech he spoke of advancing the joint project of the Asian and African peoples in pursuit of their noble mission based on the determination expressed at the Asian countries and the Asia-Africa Bandung conferences. Matsumoto was one of the 16 members on the council, Buruku Kaijinkan Kenkaisho 2007, 34. 11 West Europe and North Africa. In his annual article in the first edition of the Kai Shimbun of 1956 Matsumoto talks of the internationalization of the Swahisha spirit, which I think he saw as identical with the Bandung spirit. He had made extensive visits overseas in 1955 and he would travel even more widely in 1956. Between March and May he visited Europe and North Africa and from October to December he was in China and North Korea. When he got back from this first trip he published a 48-page booklet about the journey, Sei Afurika Cht Omegurite Minzoku Kai no Ibuki, a tour of West Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, a breath of national liberation. The main purpose of the visit was to attend the Liquor Conference held 17-18 March. He made a speech there in which he assured his audience that Japan apologized for the suffering it had caused in Asia and the rest of the world through its imperialist aggression. He pledged that Japan would not repeat these crimes and would build democracy. He described how he had first met Josephine Baker in Japan and that this was why he was at this meeting. The bulk of his speech sketches the background to discrimination against burukumen in Japan and locates their struggle against discrimination and oppression within the framework set out at the Bandung Conference. He concluded with a vow to oppose militarism and discrimination in Japan as part of the struggle for equality and world peace. French translation of the speech, Osaka file. This time he did get to meet Baker. First, a couple of days after the Liquor Conference, when she introduced him to several others who were interested in rights issues, and then again on April 4. On this latter occasion she was preparing for a show that was being billed as her farewell to Paris, following a decision to devote her life to bringing up her children. 16 However, as it was Easter she had Good Friday off. So following her Thursday performance, they travelled overnight in her car the 500 kilometers to her chateau, Les Milans. Matsumoto was particularly interested to meet Akio and Teruya again. They spent the whole day with the children and then, once more late at night, they returned by car to Paris. Although he does not seem to have been in Paris acting as a formal representative of his party, he met leaders of the French Socialist Party and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He crossed the Channel on March 21 to see Aneurin Bevan in London and was annoyed by the fact that Piccadilly Circus was closed to traffic to allow Princess Margaret to visit the Odeon Cinema. Matsumoto was determined to visit France's former colonies in North Africa, possibly because of meetings with representatives in Rangoon or Bandung, possibly because he wanted to see the process of decolonialization in action. 17 As mentioned earlier, he had met Salah Ben Youssef in Japan and promised to visit him back in Tunisia. However, it was necessary to get visas in Paris. The Japanese embassy was no help, but finally the intervention of the secretary of the French Socialist Party made it possible. He left on April 8 for Tunisia, which had had home rule since summer the previous year and was now negotiating for complete independence from the French government. Coincidentally, the first constitutional conference was underway in the Bardo Palace. Matsumoto was given an invitation and attended some of the sessions. Although in no way an official visit, he had talks with Prime Minister Habib Bourguiba, during which he was told that the country wanted to broaden its diplomatic relations, and they discussed the need Tunisia had for Japanese technology and capital. They talked about how Tunisia was at the start of the path to independence, which would require full economic autonomy as its next stage, so that it looked to countries like Japan for economic assistance. Matsumoto thought he could see the Bandung spirit in operation. Matsumoto 1956, 28. Be that as it may, he did not get to meet Salah ben Youssef, whose faction of the Neodistar party was engaged in such fierce rivalry with that of Bourguiba that he had to go into exile in neighbouring Libya. Algeria at the time was in a state of civil war because of the launch of the liberation struggle. There was a curfew each night from 12:00 to 5:00 am, and the trains ran at different times each day to make them more difficult to bomb. If you wanted to catch a train, you needed to check the morning newspaper. Matsumoto only had a 48-hour transit visa, but nevertheless managed to make an appointment to meet the mayor of Algiers. The next day, April 13, he travelled on to Rabat in Morocco, where he spent almost a week, among other things discussing with local officials the obstacles to free trade with Japan and the need for the development of infrastructural projects, such as the building of roads, electricity generation capacity and sewage works, with the Minister for Public Works, Mohamed Douri. It is unlikely that Matsumoto was seriously thinking that there might be work here for the Matsumoto Gumi, but no doubt his practical knowledge of the construction industry would have given him a clear appreciation of the problems. Morocco had only been independent from the French for a few weeks, since March 2, and there were ongoing discussions about diplomatic and military issues. France had agreed for US bases to be built there, which was creating some opposition, although not, Matsumoto notes, as much as there was in Japan. Nevertheless, he quotes a local politician telling him that the agreement had been made between the Americans and French and that they intended to negotiate directly with the Americans to get a better deal. He seems to have arranged to meet the Prime Minister, but this had to be cancelled when French Prime Minister Mendes France arrived in Rabat for an emergency meeting, Matsumoto 1956, 35. He went to Casablanca for a night and then returned to Paris. Arriving there on April 26, he entered discussions on the possibility of setting up a Japan-Tunisia friendship group, presumably on the lines of the Nichwai. However, nothing further seems to have come of this. There is a small footnote to this trip. While they were in Rabat, Narazaki, Matsumoto's secretary and traveling companion, was taken ill with acute appendicitis. Matsumoto immediately found a French hospital and then spent the next 7 days looking after him as he recovered from the operation. Iwao 2006, 92, Moriyama etal 2003, 208. Narazaki in retrospect seems to have felt embarrassed about this, as the younger of the two having to be looked after by the person he was there to help. The account of the visit that was published in 1956 makes no mention of this and indeed suggests that their 10 days in Morocco were filled with meetings with trade officials, the chief cabinet secretary and the visit to Casablanca. The introduction to Matsumoto's booklet mentions that LICRA was an organization that had as its members not only intellectuals such as Jean-Paul Sartre but also entertainers such as Josephine Baker and Charlie Chaplin. 18 So it is no surprise that Matsumoto had a plan to meet Chaplin in Paris. That turned out not to be possible because Chaplin had to be in London, so on April 28 Matsumoto left for Rome, where he met senior members of Italian Socialist Party, the SI. Leaving there at 2:00 am on May 1, they headed for Cairo, where Matsumoto noted that everybody, but especially the unions, were under strict control, so that there was no possibility of May Day celebrations. On May 2 they flew to Beirut, which they left on May 5. They should have flown from there directly to Hong Kong and then to Japan, but engine failure meant that they had to land in Saigon for repairs before resuming their journey the next day. They arrived back in Tokyo on May 9. Matsumoto draws a number of conclusions from his travels. He notes that the Asia-Africa Bandung Conference was having an influence on national liberation movements across the world, such as those in North Africa and Cyprus, and even in the Middle East national liberation struggles were moving in a new direction. However, he thought these independence movements were in danger of becoming mixed up with religious nationalism and militarism/feudalism. Therefore, he felt there was a need for them to abandon narrow nationalism and adopt solidarity with modern international democratic influences. He warns in the booklet that if Japan wants to avoid the fate of Taiwan, Thailand, and South Korea orphans in the world system, it must positively engage with the countries of the Bandung Group. He reports that many friends in Asia and Africa are asking why Japan is relying on America and not joining hands with them. Finally, he concludes that Japan must assert its independence and contribute to world peace. Matsumoto 1956, 42-3. There is, I think, a clear vision for Japan emerging in Matsumoto's thinking here. At this stage of the 1950s it was by no means obvious that Japan's economic strategy was effectively establishing the basis for the spectacular economic growth that it would experience in the 1960s. This being the case, there was no reason to think that adhering to Japan's close alliance to the United States and its allies would generate the kind of economic development that would improve living standards in Japan. The suggestion that the Japanese economy could develop more rapidly as an independent nation trading with its near neighbor China and more distant newly independent nations, such as Tunisia and Morocco, was at this time perfectly plausible. 12. China, Australia, China. At the start of November 1956, Matsumoto led a party from the Nichiwai Kaikai to attend a meeting to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the birth of Sun Yat-sen, born November 12, 1866. He attended meetings in Beijing and Nanking on 11-12 November and on November 15 met Zhou again. There is an oft-told tale about Matsumoto's impatience or his adherence to his motto of respect others, be respected by others, which tells of him being made to wait for more than an hour by Zhou, who was meeting a visiting head of state. This Matsumoto took as a mark of disrespect and he returned to his hotel. Later that evening Zhou called round to the hotel to apologize. This, possibly apocryphal, incident may have taken place on this occasion. While at these meetings Matsumoto and his group met the delegation from North Korea, who invited them to Pyongyang. They took up the Matsumoto meeting Zhou Enlai. Photograph probably taken in 1958. Invitation, traveled by train for 35 hours and arrived in the North Korean capital on November 20. Matsumoto and the group met Kim Il-sung on November 25, probably making him the first senior politician from Japan to do so. This was a time when Japan was talking to the Soviet Union about normalizing relations, so it was possible that talks with North Korea would be next. Narazaki 2005, 95. All told they spent 10 days in North Korea, visiting Panmunjom and examining the development of socialism there. However, there was no direct route back home and so they had to travel back to Japan via Hong Kong, pausing en route for a meeting in Shanghai on December 1 to discuss trade promotion between Japan and China. Matsumoto arrived home on December 6. In the following year, 1957, he once more was the leader of a group of 15 sent to China by the Nichiwai Kaikai, which left Japan for the PRC on September 25. They attended the annual state founding celebrations on October 1 prior to embarking on a tour of China's schools and iron foundries, a tour that included 5 days in North Korea. However, Matsumoto did not accompany them on the whole journey. On October 5 the group met with Zhou Enlai to exchange views about such issues as the Taiwan problem and the restoration of diplomatic links with Japan, but the following day Matsumoto left China for Australia to attend a conference on the banning of nuclear weapons and to undertake a lecture tour at the invitation of the Australian Assembly for Peace, Sydney Sun, October 29, 1957. Apart from his general support for the peace movement in Japan and around the world, Matsumoto was also an active member of the movement to abolish nuclear weapons. In September 1955 he became a member of the Japanese Committee of the Movement to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, Gensobuku Kinshi Nihon Kikai, and in April the following year he gave a lecture to the movement's conference, Buruku Kai Jinkan Kenkai Sho 2007, 17. It was thus quite appropriate that he be asked to visit Australia. In advance of his arrival the Sydney Morning Herald described him as an untouchable who refused to bow to the emperor and a member of the JSP who boasts he has never lost a fight in Japan's Diet, October 4, 1957. An Australian Peace Council, APC, had been formed in 1949, inspired by the formation of the WPC in Europe at the same time. At first the movement, which was composed of Christian pacifists, atheistic humanitarians, members of the Labour Party and civil libertarians, as well as members of the Communist Party of Australia, simply campaigned to ban the bomb. However, when in 1952 Britain began testing nuclear weapons in South Australia, the left united in denouncing the collaboration of their government with the nuclear testing. It sent representatives to the main peace conferences all over the world: Beijing in 1952, Helsinki and Stockholm in 1955 and 1956, and it invited overseas guests to speak in Australia, Summy 1988, 239-45. On October 10 local newspapers carried reports of a balloon-borne test of an atomic weapon carried out at Maralinga, South Australia. Britain's 15th nuclear explosion, Sydney Morning Herald, October 10, 1957. The South Australian Peace Convention sponsored a conference in Adelaide in October to protest at this testing of nuclear weapons, at which Matsumoto was the guest speaker. The detail of his itinerary in Australia is uncertain. There is a newspaper report, and photograph, of him visiting a group of Japanese wives in Adelaide on October 14 where he attended a national conference for peace, Adelaide News, October 15, 1957. A few days later the Melbourne Herald had an article about him that began, 71-year-old Jiichiro Matsumoto, a member of the Japanese upper house, said in Melbourne Today that he kept strictly to 5 principles. No drinking. No smoking. No gambling. No swearing and no wife. And he had no regrets. Sick. Melbourne Herald, October 18, 1957. On this occasion Matsumoto only commented that the Australia-Japan trade agreement that was then being discussed would encourage friendly relations between the two countries. However, the following day he caused some trouble by making comments on royalty. He opined that Australians were dominated too much by Britain and the royal family. Royalty was useless and wasteful, he said, and he was against monarchy in all its forms, particularly that practiced in his own country. It is not clear what the reaction was in Australia, but an LDP representative commented that his statements were the essence of bad taste, and the JSP issued a statement that emphasized that his views were not the view of the party, which welcomes, respects, admires and approves of the Japanese emperor system. Melbourne Herald, October 19, 1957. In what may have been the same interview, he also recommended that Australia should pay much more attention to Asian countries instead of just England and Europe. Melbourne Sun, October 19, 1957. Later he met a leading member on the left wing of the Australian Labor Party, EV. Evatt 19, and on October 29 he was given a civic reception by the Lord Mayor of Sydney, but the press was less interested in the campaign against nuclear weapons than the impact of cheap Japanese imports on Australian working conditions. Matsumoto responded to questions by saying that he thought they provided Australians with quality goods at low prices. Sydney Sun, October 29, 1957. After a month in Australia, Matsumoto went on to New Zealand where he talked to peace groups and met the Prime Minister. Towards the end of his time there he was interviewed by a journalist from the Press Association and he continued his criticism of Japan. Prime Minister Kishi was due to visit New Zealand on December 1. Matsumoto reminded his interviewer that, it is an undesirable fact that in the personal history of Mr. Kishi he was an important cabinet minister in Tojo's wartime ministry. He is not a suitable leader to improve relationships with New Zealand and Australia. He went on to complain that there was a paradox in Kishi's idea of Greater Asian development because Kishi refused to open normal diplomatic relations with the PRC, thus denying the existence of the largest Asian country. Nevertheless, Matsumoto assured his interviewer that he firmly supported the development of trade in the Asian region to promote closer and better relations and mutual understanding across the region. He explained that he was in New Zealand to make contact with the peace movement. The most important purpose of the peace movement is to oppose tests of atomic and hydrogen bombs because this is connected with the prevention of another war. At the end of the interview he said that, there is a prospect within our time of the end of the emperor system. The Social Democratic Party will come to power and I firmly believe that socialism and the emperor system cannot go on together, reports in the New Zealand Herald, Wellington, November 11, 1957. He left New Zealand on 12 November on his way home via Sydney. He would later claim that during his tour he addressed 70 meetings, buruku kai shupansha, ed. 1977, 85. The following year, 1958, the Nichwai Kai sent another party to celebrate the founding of the PRC, again led by Matsumoto, who was now on his sixth visit to China. It left on September 25 and arrived back on October 21. They met Zhou and his deputy on October 7 and mainly discussed the Taiwan issue. In his report on the visit, Matsumoto explained to the readers of the Kai Shimbun that it was particularly important to develop relations with China at a time when Prime Minister Kishi was trying to increase anti-China sentiment while moving domestic policy from conservative to reactionary, citing the proposals to revise the constitution, strengthen the army, increase police powers and allow nuclear weapons into the country. Kai Shimbun 117, November 15, 118, December 5, 1958. 1959 was an election year for Matsumoto, so it is not surprising that he did not spend much time out of the country in the first half of the year. Moreover, later reports suggest that from around this time he was suffering from high blood pressure to the extent that he was hospitalized on at least one occasion towards the end of 1959, reported in Kai Shimbun 148, December 15, 1959. This probably explains his decision to end his busy travel schedule. He would only go abroad once more, a visit to China in 1964 to attend the 15th anniversary of the founding of the PRC, see below. This did not prevent him continuing to support the peace movement, and in July the Japan Peace Committee, Nihon Heiwa Inkai, was expanded from 3 to 6, with Matsumoto as its chair. The committee announced its opposition to the revision of the Security Treaty and the continued occupation of Okinawa by the United States. I have described Matsumoto's travels and meetings in some detail because it is an aspect of his life that has not been paid as much attention as his role within domestic party politics or his contribution to the development of the liberation movement. Indeed, his activities within the peace movement may have been even more extensive than has been described here. While there are references to his membership of various peace committees such as the one mentioned in the previous paragraph, there is no account of the relationship between these movements, the peace movement within Japan and the international movement in which he played a part between 1953 and 1959. I suspect that there is a bigger story here, but that will have to wait until the full story of the peace movements in Japan is pieced together by someone else. 20. 13. Matsumoto's return to the buruku liberation movement. Matsumoto was the best-known member of the buruku community in the 20th century. The cause of buruku liberation was his core raison d'être, and he would bring it up in all his speeches whether in Japan or overseas. The bulk of his electoral support came from the buruku communities, although his appeal went beyond them. He continued to be the leader of the liberation movement, took part in all the conferences and wrote regularly for the movement's newspaper until shortly before his death. However, as we have already documented in this chapter, no sooner did he return to active political life after his purge than he became involved in both national and international politics, and inevitably this meant he had less time to spend working with the liberation movement. In any case, although he was influential, he was by no means dominant, and there were several among the former Swahisha leadership who had different ideas about how the movement should develop post-war and post-occupation. Nevertheless, he could exert a veto on most policies such that, even if he was not responsible for initiating much liberation movement activity in the 1950s, he was still in charge. In this section I want to trace the development of the movement strategies and the evolution of ideas about the nature and origins of discrimination and prejudice in order to assess the influence wielded by Matsumoto. The 7th conference of the BKI took place on October 10, 1951. It began by welcoming Matsumoto back. Most importantly, the movement began to turn away from the class-based, vanguard model that Kitahara Daisaku had favored and towards developing into the kind of mass movement envisioned by Matsumoto and his supporters, such as Asada Zenosuke. However, there was a difficulty in knowing how to create a movement that would attract burukumen from different class backgrounds. Indeed, was it possible that their common socio-historical experience could create the basis for a solidarity that went across class lines? The conference, for the first time since the war, proposed a positive evaluation of Kaidan public censure of discrimination. There were claims that discrimination was worsening amid the growth of reactionary policies in mainstream politics. However, it was recognized that it was essential to avoid reinforcing ideas about burukumen as dangerous. Ways to conduct Kaidan campaigns were carefully spelt out, with different approaches being recommended for cases involving individuals and public institutions. In the former cases, the aim should be to change ideas with only a minimal use of threats, while in the latter case the aim should be to reveal the roots of discrimination and to reach a political solution. The conference also discussed the nature of buruku poverty in both rural and urban areas. Despite the growth being experienced by the economy overall, their living standards were lagging behind. This was put down in part to discrimination, in that they were not recruited by major companies and thus were kept outside the modern sector of the economy, but also it was due to structural problems. For example, as a group they had not benefited as much as others from the land reform, as often the size of their land holdings had been smaller than the minimum set out by the land reform regulations. While it would continue to be important to protest against discrimination, the conference decided that these campaigns should be linked to demands to improve living standards. Meanwhile, burukumen farmers and the unemployed were encouraged to join the tenants' unions and the organizations of the unemployed. The continued existence of discrimination was partly blamed on the increasingly reactionary nature of the Japanese government, but also on the colonial policies of the United States. However, the aims of the movement became more specific, no longer simply to build a democratic Japan but to liberate buruku masses from feudal discrimination and associated living conditions. Maruka 1980, 260-86. 14 Campaigns against discrimination. Kaidan, organized protest about specific instances of discrimination, was one of the defining features of the pre-war Swahisha movement. These experiences showed how an effective campaign could be used to demonstrate not merely the injustice of baseless discrimination but also to give weight to demands for changes in administrative practices and the provision of funds to improve living conditions. On the other hand, if protest went too far, it could reinforce stereotypes about the violent nature and unpredictability of the buruku communities. It was important for the BKI to conduct its first major post-war campaigns with care. We will briefly consider 4 of the main campaigns conducted between 1951 and 1956. The All Romance Incident. Soon after the 7th Conference, a Kaidan campaign began that was both to revive the movement and set a pattern for campaigns for the next decade or more. In October 1951, a short story appeared in All Romance, a pulp magazine. It claimed to be an expose of life in the Shichijo buruku community in Kyoto, focusing on incest between 2 characters who were children of a marriage between a Korean and a Japanese. The basic premise of the piece was that the buruku community was a lawless and dangerous place, dirty and racked by disease, and so it was only natural to discriminate against its inhabitants, both burukumen and Korean. Asada Zenosuk for the BKI investigated and found that the author was a temporary employee of the Kyoto City Sanitation Bureau. The first reaction was to complain to the author's boss and have him sacked. The mayor of Kyoto argued that his responsibility ended there. However, Asada argued that discrimination was connected to the conditions in which burukumen lived and that they remained as they were because no policy had been devised to improve them. They were the result, he argued, of discriminatory administration sabutsu jisei. A little investigation showed that, to the extent there had been improvements made by the local government, they had been aimed at hiding poverty from the eyes of tourists. There was detailed criticism of the communal toilet facilities available for those who lived in the buruku communities of central Kyoto compared with the facilities being provided for foreign tourists. At the 7th Conference, the point had been made that discrimination was a deliberate policy oversight. This campaign was an opportunity to demonstrate the concrete links between policy and discrimination. A detailed set of demands was devised, covering public works, provision of mains water and sewage, public health, trachoma and TB treatment, improvement of public toilet facilities, public welfare, child care for working women, improvement of housing stock, communal bathing facilities, education, policies to encourage school attendance, free school meals, uniforms and books, and economics, aid for small and medium-sized enterprises, especially the leather industry. In total there were 19 detailed requests made, Maruka 1980, 3-1920. This was the first post-war campaign that explicitly linked the notion that discrimination derived from the impoverished circumstances in which buruku lived to the idea that they should campaign for policies to improve that environment. As the All Romance campaign was successful, other areas of Kyoto began to demand infrastructural improvements. The amount of money spent by the city on such DWA projects increased from just over 5 million yen in 1951 to 46 million yen the following year. The strategy would be adopted more widely over the next few years in other parts of Japan. Maruka 1980, 294-330. Much was made about the success of the strategy, but as Maruka points out, there were other factors also involved. Asada had himself worked in the Kyoto City Social Affairs Bureau between 1939 and 1946 with Nakagawachi. Nakagawa was still there in 1951 and was sympathetic to the movement's demands. Mayor Takayama, though criticized for his plans to develop tourism, had been supported by the progressives in the previous election. Moreover, at the same time the campaign had been building up, there were demonstrations by Kyoto University students against the emperor system and strikes by local government employees. In other words, there was a context in which it was relatively easy for the movement to get acceptance for its demands. The Nishikawa Affair. On February 27, 1952, Nishikawa Hiroshi, a wealthy landowner and Wakayama prefectural assemblyman, was overheard shouting angrily into a telephone in the lobby of a hotel about the Edabushi, a reference to two buruku origin men who were attending a party in the same hotel. Several people who heard this challenged him. He refused to apologize and indeed roared out that even if I am victimized I'll fight them. The following day the incident was reported to the local mayor who in turn passed on a formal report to the Human Rights Protection Committee, Jinkan Hagoinkai. Point 21 On March 8 the hearing was held, composed of representatives from the village, the assembly, the BKI, the teachers' union and the local government. Nishikawa attended the hearing but showed no remorse. Indeed, he defended his right to discriminate. The local buruku community was incensed but, using the tactics pioneered in the All Romance incident, decided to use the occasion to demand not simply the resignation of Nishikawa from the prefectural assembly, or that they expel him if he would not resign, but also to demand that the prefectural authorities reform their DWA policy and in particular their DWA education policy. The prefectural assembly asked Nishikawa to resign but he refused, and they were reluctant to expel him. Asada was asked for advice. Local branches of the JSP, JCP, and the Resident Korean Association all supported the campaign and in April they decided to take action, calling for a school strike for April 19, the suspension of the paying of local taxes and the refusal to sell rice to the government. The prefecture temporarily closed the schools. The buruku assemblymen went on hunger strike and on 25-6 April a second school strike was called, which involved 14,000 pupils. The prefectural assembly organized a group to try to resolve the issue and, in recognition of this, the school strike and hunger strike were called off. On May 5 Nishikawa resigned. Nevertheless, the campaign demanding reforms to the DWA policies continued over the next few weeks, causing disturbances. The response of the local authorities to this was to send in the police on June 30, when 80 people were injured in the course of the arrests of 10 of the Joint Struggle Committee. With this the dynamism of the campaign stalled. In the autumn of that year Nishikawa was elected back to the prefectural assembly and no significant changes were made to the DWA policy. A strategy that had been effective in Kyoto when it attracted support from the buruku community and the progressives and socialists had less impact in Wakayama where there was no support within the local administration. Maruka 1980, 331-4. Flood damage. In the summer of 1953, a series of typhoons dumped large amounts of rainfall on areas from Kyushu to central Japan. Newspaper headlines spoke of the worst storms for 60 years. In the course of July 18, people died and 60 houses were destroyed in Kumamoto, and 1,016 died and 8,600 houses damaged or destroyed in Wakayama. Kai Shimbun 58, July 30, 1953, Maruka 1981, 24. Since the war, there had been very little spent on flood control projects, and buruku communities had always been more vulnerable. Historically, they had often been located on land marginal to the towns or villages, which was known to be subject to flooding and for that reason inexpensive. During the mid to late summer that year, a coalition of left-wing groups formed the Water Damage Restitution Struggle, Sugai Fuki TS. Some BKI groups took part, and in northern Kyushu they created their own independent committees as well. For them, this was a political campaign. Their argument was that flood damage was not simply a natural phenomenon but the result of state spending on some projects' remilitarization, for example, and not others, such as flood control. Moreover, the specific damage suffered by buruku communities was a result of structural, historical discrimination. In this way, the specific features of discrimination were linked to broader campaigns that involved other sections of the proletariat, in this case other communities that had suffered flood damage, and also the broad opposition to the subjugation of Japan to the needs of U.S. imperialism, which was forcing expenditure on the SDF and not the reinforcement of flood control measures. The fact that the Chinese government contributed 18 million yuan to the Fund for Reconstruction also demonstrated the way in which international solidarity between the peoples of the two countries could have real advantages. Campaigns led by Sugai Fuki encouraged buruku activism, demanding the improvements of facilities, but within the movement these activities were also positively evaluated as encouraging activists to think more carefully about the nature of discrimination. However, precisely what lessons could be drawn from these campaigns was an extremely controversial topic within the BKI. At the 9th conference, held in 1954, debate on the movement's core document continued until 2:00 am on the final day. The Fukuoka mayor discrimination incident. There were two candidates for the post of mayor of Fukuoka in 1956. 1. Takaaki Minoru, known to be of buruku origin but who had already been elected to the city council 3 times, and the other, Okumura Shigetoshi, a conservative, whose family had connections with the Kyushu Electric Power Company, Kyushu Denryoku. It was expected to be a tight fight, but the result showed that Okumura had won almost twice as many votes as his opponent, 133,175 to 65,819, with many spoilt ballot papers. When BLL activists investigated, they found that Okumura had used a number of ways to draw attention to his rival's background. The most overt was to use a leaflet with a photo of Takaaki in front of his office standing by an outline of his family tree. Other, less sophisticated, measures in the course of the campaign were to use words like yatsu and etta and to suggest that it would ruin Fukuoka's image to have a buruku mayor. 10 days after the election, the Fukuoka Shijinkan Hago Minch Shuji Kikai, Fukuoka City Human Rights Protection Democratic Council, produced a letter of complaint listing the unprecedented use of discrimination in the election campaign, Moriyama et al. 2003, 218. The affair was particularly shocking to many because there were 13 members of the city council who had a buruku background, which they thought was no longer an issue. Matsumoto naturally supported the campaign, and it also had the backing of the BLL nationally. The particular incident was brought to a close towards the end of 1956 when, following a demonstration by 1,200 in front of the City Hall, Okumura was forced to make a public apology and promised to take measures that would quickly remove social prejudice. However, the BLL was able to use this incident to launch a longer-term campaign about the nature of the deep-seated discrimination within the administrative structure. Their argument was that if the conditions of poverty and disadvantage did not exist, it would not be possible for prejudices to be manipulated and turned into discrimination. It was up to the prefectural and city authorities to launch comprehensive policies that would improve the burukuman educational opportunities, employment prospects, and living environment to eliminate the background in which prejudice could be reproduced. Moriyama et al. 2003, 221. One thing that these four examples demonstrate in their various ways is the persistence of prejudice and discrimination into the 1950s, even after the democratic reforms of the occupation period. Despite what some had argued in the 1940s, it was not enough to ignore the problem in the hope that it would fade away. On the contrary, the activists in the liberation movement deliberately used campaigns based on these incidents to indicate how prejudice was embedded in and being reproduced by the contemporary social and political structures. In each of the Kaidan campaigns we can see how the movement sought to resolve not only the particular issue, but also to use the occasion to demand measures be taken that in the long term would eliminate the foundations of prejudice. They sought not only an apology or a resignation but also a commitment by local government to provide funding and facilities that would help buruku communities to escape from abject poverty. The existence of this embedded prejudice was called sabitsu jisei, discriminatory administration, and the campaigns to eliminate it jisei ts, administration struggles. There were many other incidents of Kaidan over the 1950s and 1960s, but the patterns for the jisei ts campaigns were set in the early 1950s, and they supported the more overtly political demand that the state accept some responsibility for the plight of the buruku communities and devise policies to address it. 15. The 10th Conference, 27-8 September 1955. The political structures that dominated Japan for much of the second half of the 20th century are often described as the 1955 system. As we have seen, not only did the JSP reunite in that year but also, partly in response to the reunification of the socialists, the LDP was formed. Moreover, it was also in 1955 that the leftist adventurism of the JCP came to an end at the July Congress, uniting that party for a short while. 1955 also saw the first spring struggle, the coordinated series of labor union demands for higher wages and improved working conditions. It is not entirely a coincidence that this same year saw a fundamental change in the buruku liberation movement too. The most obvious change was the name of the movement. Zenkoku Buruku Kaiinkai, National Buruku Liberation Committee, was felt to be too elitist, and although the movement had grown rapidly in the wake of the national Kaidan campaigns, it was felt that the name itself was an obstacle to the creation of a mass base. Buruku Kaidmei, Buruku Liberation League, was thought to have more mass appeal. Still, there was substantial emotional attachment to the existing name and the change was only approved by a majority vote. Next, the movement's basic policy document was revised. It now began. 3 million burukumen in 6,000 communities scattered around the country have been forced into the depths of unemployment and poverty by many years of feudal status discrimination and the colonial rule and exploitation of post-war American imperialism. Burukumen for many generations had neither land nor work and were placed in a position of permanent unemployment. Even the small amounts of state funds paid out pre-war to improve the living conditions of burukumen, deceptive though they were abolished by American occupation policy, and we have suffered from high taxation in order to fund remilitarization. This has reproduced the impoverishment of the lives of burukumen and fostered discrimination. In order to break free of this vicious cycle of discrimination and poverty and liberate ourselves from slave-like living conditions, we will promote the solidarity and unification of 3 million burukumen and fight for the following demands. There followed a list of 20 detailed demands concerning the elimination of discrimination, ways to improve living conditions and political statements about the U.S. bases and the divide-and-rule nature of American imperialism. Maruka 1981, 99-101. The movement was for the moment united behind a new platform and committed to a strategy that aimed to build a broad mass movement within the buruku communities. 16. Matsumoto and Buruku movement theory in the 1950s. As we have seen, Matsumoto was no theorist. In interviews he admitted that he had not read Marx or Lenin. Interview in July 1959, quoted in Buruku Kai Shuppensha 1977, 74. His main contribution was to continue to insist on the strong link between the existence of the emperor system and that of buruku discrimination. The abolition of the emperor system remained a central part of the Buruku Liberation League's platform until the late 1980s. However, even this notion was based not so much on an historically grounded theory but rather something more like an intuition. Nevertheless, he knew and was influenced by the writing of some theorists, as I will discuss later. However, before that I want to summarize what was happening in the development of academic theory about buruku issues, party policy towards the problem and the strategy of the liberation movement in the 1950s. On history and theory. The leaders of the Swihaisha had not themselves spent much time studying the history of their communities and discrimination against them, neither had they tried to relate that history to how their separate existence might be brought to an end. Moreover, the direct and indirect control exerted by the state over the university system pre-war had set limits on intellectual inquiry, making such research difficult. Some early Swihaisha documents seemed to assume that burukumen were ethnically or racially distinct from the rest of the Japanese, whereas other accounts, which formed the consensus, explained that it was no more than status discrimination. Takahashi Seidaka had published his Takushi Buruku Isnenshi, 1000 Years of Special Buruku History, in 1924, and this became a point of departure for much of the post-war research, but it was not based on any original work by the author, being not much more than a summary of existing ideas. Takahashi was a Marxist, and indeed, until the 1960s most, perhaps all, of those who researched and wrote about buruku matters were Marxists. As such, their work was connected to contemporary debate about the nature of Japanese capitalism, how it could be overthrown and how the struggle for buruku liberation fitted in with the broader working class revolutionary project. At the start of the 21st century, it is important to remember that even though many who thought seriously about it did not expect to see socialism or communism, however defined, within their lifetimes, they did regard it as a realistic target towards which they should work. It was therefore legitimate to criticize analyses or strategies on the grounds that they did not add to the current understanding of the situation or contribute to working class solidarity. In most respects, for them the point of history was to understand the processes that would better enable this revolutionary project. Those who were thought to misunderstand history were therefore not simply mistaken but guilty of causing delays to the changes that would liberate burukumen, or the working class in general, from the poor conditions in which they lived. This is not the place for a detailed analysis of developments in buruku-related history and theory in the 1940s and 1950s. Point 22. However, I will rehearse some of the questions that were being asked and the kind of answers that were given. There was an agreement that the racial origin theories were quite wrong, but if it was simply status discrimination, when had it first developed, and why? Moreover, it was asked, even if it could be demonstrated that status discrimination had existed in the remote or relatively recent past, why did it persist into the present, when social, economic, and political conditions are quite different? And, how is it possible to ensure that it will not continue into the future? What can be done? Can the problem be solved within the existing structures, or is the problem so fundamental that it requires revolutionary change? Research and debate began in earnest in 1950 when Takakarasui had argued that status discrimination was not peculiar to feudal systems but that there is always status discrimination where there is class rule. Kitahara, a former Swihaisha activist who was close to the JCP, responded that this view was too abstract and ignored the evidence that buruku discrimination was becoming weaker as capitalism developed. A third contribution to this debate came from Inu Kiyoshi. An academic historian based in Kyoto University, he suggested that there were three elements that gave rise to discrimination against the forebears of burukumen: status, occupation, and residence. One or other of these can be seen to be the cause of discrimination at various times within Japanese history, but, Inu argued, these three elements only came together inseparably in the mid-Edo period, that is, the early 18th century. The social processes that accompanied the Meiji Restoration did not destroy this connection. Indeed, the capitalist system was constructed using some elements of them. Based on his historical analysis, he suggested that buruku liberation was not possible without struggle against both the internal and external manifestations of monopoly capital, which would require solidarity with the Japanese proletariat. On the other hand, it was also necessary to examine how the three features of the experience of discrimination, being engaged in specific occupations and living in specific communities, created strong feelings of identity within the buruku communities that transcended the class cleavages within them. Because of their marginal position within the political economy, he argued, capitalism had not modernized the buruku communities and little class stratification had taken place. Status identity may be stronger than class consciousness. Buruku liberation would amount to their liberation from the three specific circumstances that circumscribed their lives. And this, therefore, may occur independently of the broader changes that are required to establish socialism. In terms of the liberation movement's strategy, this suggested avoidance of both ultraleftism, the view that it is only class position that is important because only socialist revolution will eliminate all discrimination, and, therefore, effort spent working within the liberation movement was a distraction, and buruku firstism, the view that the movement's sole priority should be to demand policies and resources that improve conditions within buruku communities, ignoring any problems encountered by burukumen by virtue of their class position. Maruka 1980, 221-30. This still left some issues unaddressed. For example, was Inu really arguing that resolution of the buruku problem was possible within the capitalist structure? Secondly, what of the nature of discrimination before the mid-Edo period? What processes were at work there? Inu's approach was by no means accepted by either all the academic community or the liberation movement. However, it proved very influential. From the end of the 1960s it became the orthodox position within the Buruku Liberation League that the origins of the discriminatory regime under which burukumen still suffered could be located in the mid-Edo period. The strategy for the liberation movement, thus, was to eliminate those aspects of discrimination that continued to exist, since there was the potential for substantial improvement, if not perhaps complete liberation, under the present system. On Japan's Socialist Party policy. Despite the fact that Matsumoto had been one of its most prominent members from the time of its formation, the JSP was slow to develop a policy on the buruku issue. Towards the end of the 1940s there was a great deal of attention paid to the party's basic position, whether it was to be essentially a class party within which factory workers would have a preferred status or a national party within which all social classes would have an equal footing. A compromise that defined it as a class-oriented mass party did not settle the debate for long, and in September 1951 disagreement over this contributed to the party split. Cole et al. 1966, 28. In the general election of November 1952 the left JSP increased the size of its parliamentary group from 16 to 47, and one of the newly elected MPs was Yagi Kazuo representing the Nara constituency. 23 As an MP he took a special interest in social security issues, and even before his success in the national election he had worked with the veteran Shueisha leader Yanida Tomi. Soon after he took up his seat, Matsumoto asked him to help with the formation of a buruku policy. Narazaki Yanosuke and Ueda Junichi, their respective secretaries, began to work together. The process started with a meeting in early March 1953 between Asada Zenosuke, Kitahara Daisaku, Ueda Otoiki, and others from the BKI with the left JSP leader Suzuki Mozaber and Yagi. However, the Diet was in chaos at the time because of an imminent vote of no confidence in the Yoshida government. Few JSP MPs could take the time to attend the meeting, and before it had finished all of them had to leave for the vote. Only BKI representatives and the MP's secretaries remained. 24 A second meeting was held, this time in Nara in August 1953. 5 Socialist Party MPs attended. Matsumoto was not one of them, but only one, Yagi, was there for both days. He recalled being impressed by the commitment and enthusiasm of Asada, particularly his elaborate theoretical explanation, which needed to be interpreted by the others to make it comprehensible. This was the start of serious discussion within the JSP about a buruku policy, and indeed it was the first time any post-war party had taken the matter seriously. In September Yagi created a Buruku Monday, Buruku Problem, subcommittee within the Policy Planning Bureau, advocating that the party regard the issue as a matter of principle, not simply a way of extending electoral appeal. However, the policy platform of 1954 only contained very brief mention of the topic, possibly because Yagi had been seriously ill and spent 15 months in hospital. When the Socialist Party reunited in October 1955, the subcommittee was disbanded and the issue fell into abeyance. Maruka 1981, 378-9. A year later, the Nara branch of the JSP passed a resolution urging the recreation of the buruku policy subcommittee, and finally, following demands from both Yagi and Matsumoto at the party conference held in January 1957, the Buruku Kaichsatokubutsuinkai, Special Committee to Investigate Buruku Liberation, was set up with 19 members, including Yagi and Tanaka Orinoshin, who by this time was also secretary of the BLL. The subcommittee produced its proposal for the solution of the buruku problem in early June, but Yagi insisted that before being adopted it should be discussed with representatives of the BLL and its think tank the Buruku Monday Kenkaijo, BMK, Buruku Problem Research Institute. On July 4, 4 representatives of the JSP met, 3 from the BMK and 5 from the BLL, to discuss the draft. According to Yagi, it was an extremely lively discussion. In September the proposals were published as party policy and judged by the BLL to be acceptable, though insufficient. Maruka 1981, 380. The basic approach was to consider discrimination as supported by the socio-economic relations within contemporary capitalism. Ultimately, a complete solution to the problem could only be achieved by the fundamental reform of capitalism and creation of a socialist society. However, short of that, it was still possible and necessary to improve buruku living conditions within the current capitalist structure. Maruka 1981, 384. Since the early Meiji period, buruku human civil rights, employment, equality of opportunity in schools and freedom of residence had not been protected and discrimination continued. The report itemized 5 areas on which resources should be concentrated: the living environment, housing, education and culture, living standards, and agriculture and fisheries policy. It suggested that a commission be created within the Prime Minister's office that could devise and administer a comprehensive policy, which would be funded from a special budget. We will discuss in the next chapter the process of the formation of the policy and the responses of Matsumoto and the BLL to these government proposals, but first I would like to return for a moment to the policy process within the JSP. From our perspective, what is important is how little direct role Matsumoto played in it. He may have encouraged Yagi's activities and they are said to have had regular informal discussions, but even when we know Matsumoto was in Japan, he was often not at key meetings. Secondly, given that it was an issue that concerned the human rights of at least 3 million fellow citizens, the JSP was very slow to adopt a set of proposals. There was an embryonic buruku policy within the JSP policy statement of 1949, but that year most of the emphasis was on trying to have Matsumoto's purge order rescinded. In the end, it took 4 years from Yagi's first efforts to the final adoption of a policy. Was this evidence of a lack of enthusiasm in taking seriously a topic that had the potential to embarrass the party? Nevertheless, Yagi's report was influential on the further development of policy within the BLL and government. It also had a more immediate impact. It was reported quite extensively in the Asahi Shimbun in early September 1957, and this seems to have broken the silence about buruku matters. In the last months of 1957, newspapers, weekly magazines and even television programs began to carry items relating to the impoverished living conditions within buruku communities. On the movement's strategy, Matsumoto's position as leader of the BLL was undisputed, and in 1956 Tanaka Orinoshin, also a member of the JSP, the Nichiwai Kaikai and the Highwood Shikai, became the Secretary General of the BLL and would remain in that position until 1968. However, it would be wrong to see the BLL as being under the exclusive influence of the JSP. Many of its members and, indeed, Central Committee were either members of, or sympathizers with, the JCP. This meant that there was a potential fissure that cut through the movement and that manifested itself in two ways: firstly, in the ongoing debates about the movement's strategy among researchers and the policy proposals within the two parties, and secondly, in the debate on appropriate tactics at election time. As a parliamentary party, the JCP was small, almost to the point of insignificance, in the mid-1950s. After the general election of February 1955, it only had 2 members in the lower house, total 467, and 2 in the upper house, total 250, and it attracted a meager 2% of the total vote. It was more influential within the union movement and played an important role in the mass campaigns against the revision of the police duties law and the teacher efficiency rating system in 1956-8, and of course in the massive campaign against the revision of the Security Treaty in 1959-60. It was also a significant actor within the BLL. Kitahara Daisaku and Kimura Kaitaro were on the BLL Central Committee during the 1950s and both followed the JCP party line. Moreover, there were some parts of the BLL, notably the Kyoto prefectural branch, that were dominated by a JCP fraction. On taking over as Secretary General in 1956, Tanaka Orinoshin presented a series of proposals that began by making 4 points. Is it correct to see buruku poverty as entirely the result of discrimination? Are there any aspects of buruku life that are improving? With difficulties in the economy, particularly in the small and medium-sized enterprise sector, chronic unemployment and poverty seem to be increasing. Recently, incidents of discrimination are increasing in number and getting worse in nature. Is there a connection to improvements in buruku life? Tanaka argued that there had been very little social or economic change in buruku communities since the war and that the main issues remained high unemployment and the resulting poverty. He noted that in November 1951 a Zenkoku DWAC Saku Kaikai, All Japan DWA Policy Council, had been formed as a post-war version of the Iwa movement and was developing with the support of the conservative parties. There was a danger that as this grew it would extend its influence over buruku communities, especially where the BLL had no presence. Meanwhile, Asada was developing his proposition on discrimination, which stated that the problems that arise in buruku daily life and the disadvantages faced by buruku communities and buruku people are all the results of discrimination. My emphasis, Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 10. Kitahara in October 1957 criticized Tanaka's analysis of the Japanese state, arguing that he underestimated the changes that had taken place, that his analysis minimized the commercialization of agriculture following the land reform and that he did not sufficiently appreciate the strength of the control of American imperialism. Maruka comments that these views were derived from a statement set out in Akihata, the daily newspaper of the JCP on September 30, 1981, 344. Kitahara also strongly criticized the Asada view that all problems facing burukumen as individuals or communities were the result of discrimination. Such an approach would, in his view, lead to sectarianism. He suggests that there were aspects to the problems faced by burukumen that they had in common with other Japanese citizens and/or other members of the working class. This was the start of a debate that would continue across the succeeding decades with increasing degrees of theoretical sophistication and emotional rancor. It would lead to a division with the BMK and a complex court case over who got custody of the Institute building and its library holdings. The BLL itself would splinter in 1970, as the JCP group left the main organization. But that is another story. Aside from the purely theoretical debates about strategy, there was the very practical decision that had to be made every 3 years at the time of the House of Councillors elections. Matsumoto's candidacy in 1953 was unproblematic. He was seen as taking up the seat that Prime Minister Yoshida had deprived him of by the Purge Order of January 1949 and was fully supported by both the BKI and the left JSP. Moreover, the recommendations from the movement's political research group about who to support in the elections of that year had been unequivocal. However, in 1956 the BLL decided to endorse Kitahara as its candidate as part of its plans to develop as a mass movement. Matsumoto wrote a glowing testimonial in the Kai Shimbun explaining how Kitahara had acted as his deputy while he had been overseas, most recently to Europe and North Africa. Kai Shimbun 89, May 1, 1956. However, he did not have the backing of any political party, and indeed, one aim of his candidacy seems to have been to try to encourage the parliamentary parties to take note of discrimination issues. Point 25. As a result, both of the left-of-center parties, the JSP and JCP, regarded him as a rival and gave him no support. Many JSP supporters within the BLL are thought to have been reluctant to support him because of his links with the JCP, as a result of which he came 104th of 150 candidates, while only the top 50 got seats. See Table 7.1, p. 171. His electoral failure created such bad feeling within the BLL that its 11th conference, planned for August, had to be postponed until October. 3 years later Matsumoto was up for re-election. At the 13th BLL conference, held in Tokyo, 24-5 September 1958, his speech criticized Prime Minister Kishi, in particular his plan to reintroduce moral education into the curriculum. If anyone needs moral education, he said, it is the emperor and his followers, who know no morals. This read more like the start of an election campaign than a conference speech. At the end of the year and start of 1959, the Kai Shimbun carried a number of articles about Matsumoto, reports of his visits to China and meeting with Zhou Enlai and his criticisms of the LDP policy initiatives to revise the constitution, remilitarize, strengthen police powers and allow nuclear weapons into the country. Closer to the election, the Kai Shimbun carried a short biography of Matsumoto, and in his election statement he concludes with his observations about the revolution in China. I am firmly convinced that when that kind of social revolution has taken place in Japan, we burukumen will for the first time be liberated from discrimination. He was, of course, an official candidate of the JSP and also had the support of the Leftist Labour Federation, SHI, plus another 300 smaller, union-based or democratic organizations. Kai Shimbun 117, November 15, 1958, 118, December 5, 1958, 119, December 15, 1958, 120, January 5, 1959, 135, May 25, 1959. He received 426,586 votes, much less than the target of 600,000, but still more than he had in 1947 and 1953. See Table 7.1. Most impressive was his support in the Tokyo area, where he had won 7,844, 21,590 and 38,917 in each election, respectively. Was this support from burukumen who had moved to the capital in search of work? Or from people who were impressed by his involvement with the peace movement and developing links with China? Throughout the campaign he had insisted that his health was good and much recovered. However, afterwards it became clear that he had not campaigned in person anywhere outside Fukuoka Prefecture. For the JSP, the overall results were a little disappointing. Their total had gone up from 80 to 87, giving them slightly more than one-third of the seats, significant in that it meant that they would be able to block any constitutional amendment, but the total number of seats won in that election, 38, was much less than the target of 60. In 1962, Ueda Otoiki, another veteran of the pre-war Swahisha and post-war liberation movement, stood in the national constituency as the BLL's candidate. He did have the backing of the JSP, but this was no guarantee of success, and with just under 200,000 votes he was not elected. Reviewing the possible reasons for this failure, the Kai Shimbun noted that his candidacy was announced relatively late, not until February 1962, and the campaign organization never really caught up. Secondly, it was noted that although the leaders of both the JSP and JCP had given their formal approval of his candidacy and the BLL backed him, the JCP element within the BLL asserted their right to support any political party, which was an expression of their desire to support a JCP candidate. Ueda thus did not have the full support of the BLL and was unable to attract votes from the mainstream community. Kai Shimbun 233, July 15, 1962. The election of 1965 was always going to be Matsumoto's last. The campaign was a great success based on the three themes of Sen's, Seiji, Seikatsu War, Politics, and Livelihood. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 241. He increased his total vote to 548,022, which was 120,000 more than in 1959. Kai Shimbun 322, July 15, 1965, and he doubled his vote in the metropolitan region Tokyo, Chiba, Saitama, Kanagawa as well as in the areas around Nagoya, Kyoto, and Osaka. The JSP as a party maintained its support at 32.8%, with the LDP vote going slightly down, and the number of JSP seats rose to 73 compared to the 65 before the election. The background to the election had not been promising. The BLL Central Committee had unanimously agreed to support Matsumoto's candidacy at a meeting in mid-September 1964, but the JCP members also endorsed their freedom to support any political party. Earlier that September, the Kyoto branch of the BLL had proposed two different candidates, one for the national constituency and one for Kyoto, both members of the JCP. While avoiding announcing their opposition to Matsumoto, they did not want him to be the only candidate supported by the BLL. This put the Kyoto branch at odds with the BLL, which was setting up committees to support Matsumoto Giichir across the country, including in Kyoto. It was not just that the Kyoto branch supported a different candidate, but they also tried to damage Matsumoto's campaign by tearing down his posters. Buruku Kai Shuppencha 1977, 134. As we will see in the final chapter, this conflict came to a head later in 1965 at the 12th conference, when the JCP lost its influence over the Central Committee and the Asada, JSP-friendly group took control. Matsumoto had developed a left-wing reputation that went well beyond his activity as the leader of the liberation movement. He was known for his links with the International Peace Movement, the organizations that opposed nuclear weapons and the campaigns against U.S. bases. But his success was not unconnected to the way in which he was an enthusiastic election campaigner. He claimed to have visited every buruku community in the country. Moreover, he seems to have been imaginative in the way he attracted attention. Nishioka Satoru tells a story about the time he accompanied Matsumoto on a visit to a buruku community during the summer holidays. On entering the village, he noticed a truck carrying a load of watermelons. He stopped the driver, bought the whole load and started to distribute them to the local children. This naturally soon caused a crowd of children to gather and, as they took their melon pieces back to their homes, his presence in the village became known to their parents and grandparents too. At very small cost he was able to make a memorable impact on the community. Interview July 22, 2005. 17 Conclusion. We have strayed in this section into the 1960s because it seemed logical to stick with the election narrative. However, before moving on to consider Matsumoto's final years, I want to pause to bring together some of the themes of the 1950s. To begin with, I would like to consider the more theoretical issues alluded to above. What is striking is that Matsumoto's interventions here were few and far between. Although his faction within the JSP occupied a policy position that was almost indistinguishable from the JCP, he appears to have taken an explicitly anti-JCP line within the BLL. Even in the formation of policy within the JSP he played very little direct role, preferring instead to subcontract the task to others, mainly to Yagi Kazuo, who was a moderate social democrat, not a member of the Hiwood Shikai. Tanaka Orinoshin, who was a member of his faction, was Secretary General of the BLL and no doubt close to Matsumoto. This may have given him the ability to veto proposals that he disapproved of at an early stage of formulation, but there is no evidence that he contributed much to the substance of policy development. Matsumoto frequently mentioned in the articles he wrote in the 1950s his desire to contribute towards a world Swahei movement. This did not indicate he had any firm plans to set up an international organization, but rather an intention to establish links between Japan and the rest of the world at the level of citizens who were involved in peace movements, the anti-colonial campaigns and anti-discrimination organizations. He seems to have found confirmation of this vision at the Bandung Conference, and the Bandung spirit would inspire him and other socialists across the 1960s. He was one of a very small group on the left who had both an internationalist vision and the time and money to make extensive overseas visits. There were of course costs. Spending so much time abroad must have meant it was difficult to maintain control over his faction within the JSP and within the BLL, not to mention the Matsumoto Gumi. The company was under the day-to-day control of his brother Jishiki and prospered in the 1950s and 1960s, although there is very little detail of what the company did. Still, it was the source of the funds that, among other things, paid for his foreign travel. It also continued to be one of the main sources of funds for the BLL, much as it had been for the Swahisha. Most of the archive material about the movement in the public sphere documents the discussions about tactics and strategy. There is little about practical issues. One exception to this occurs in 1957, when Kitahara points out that the Kai Shimbun and the BLL organization itself still depend heavily on pocket money from Matsumoto, which he would hand over on Kyoto Station as he passed through on his way to or from Tokyo. His point was that the movement was still too dependent on Matsumoto, Maruka 1981, 335-6. It is hard to say if, or when, this ended during his lifetime. Matsumoto was 78 in 1965 at the time he was last elected, and Japan's late 20th century tradition of having politicians remain in office until old age notwithstanding, we know that he was unwell with chronic high blood pressure. He had only been able to travel to China the year before with the support of a personal physician, and even then had to return earlier than scheduled. I suspect that the only reason why he was asked and why he agreed to run for election again was that there was no one else who could command such respect both within the liberation movement, within buruku communities across Japan, and among fellow travelers within the peace movement. He had always promised to fight for buruku liberation to his last drop of blood, and by exposing himself to the stress of remaining at the center of the political arena, he may well have shortened his life. But if he did not much influence the development of the movement's theory, how did that theory influence him? He had always been impatient with theorists, but he does appear to have known Inu Kyoji, and there are books by him among the unsorted boxes of Matsumoto's belongings. 26 Apart from his work on the buruku issue, Inu produced historical work that strongly influenced the JCP. The Communists were the only party who, in the immediate post-war period, took a strongly anti-emperor position. Arguing for the abolition of the despotic emperor system, Inu suggested that contrary to the assertions of the conservatives and the Meiji constitution that the imperial family was maintaining an ancient form of government, the emperor system of the 20th century was mainly an invention of the Meiji era. Prior to this, the Japanese people had enjoyed a democratic society with peace and freedom, quoted in Gale 2003, 45. While the conservative Meiji oligarchs began to construct an autocratic emperor-centered system, he claimed, the people's rights movement resisted by making the case for democratization and liberal values. They succeeded to the extent that the oligarchs allowed the creation of a limited constitutional democracy, but after the 1880s the democratic movement was largely powerless. Some of Matsumoto's speeches of the later 1940s, for example his inaugural address in the House of Councillors, echo some of these ideas, although there is no way of proving they are a direct result of Inu's influence. The JCP had welcomed the U.S. occupation, believing that its reforms could complete the tasks of the democratic revolution that the Meiji Restoration had left untouched. However, even if the occupation had had a liberating impact, or liberating potential, by the early 1950s it was clear that it had turned Japan into the victim of a unique form of American imperialism, as was confirmed by the imposition of the Peace Treaty and Security Treaties of 1951. At this point, the Japanese had much in common with other non-white countries who felt themselves to be victims of American imperialism or European colonialism. A Leninist perspective was to stress that struggles for self-determination against colonialism could contribute to the fight against imperialism, and thus to the realization of socialism. In the face of imperialism, the path of resistance lay in the creation of a healthy ethnic nationalism. On the other hand, it had only been recently that Japan had been relieved of its own colonies, and given what had been done on the Asian continent between 1935 and 1945 in the name of the Japanese nation, it was not obvious how any Japanese nationalist group could work with the anti-colonial movements and governments that were developing in Asia and Africa at this time. Yet this was just what the theorists of the left were calling for, the creation of a healthy nationalism, which was the first necessary precondition to the forging of an international alliance of peoples who sought to escape from capitalism and its demands for militarization. Gale 2003, 136. These historians, theorists and, I think, Matsumoto envisaged a form of counter-internationalism, which would be an alternative to both of the Cold War rivals. Within this, it would be possible to overcome colonialism and racism by empowering those who historically had been on the receiving end of imperialism, both across Asia and within Japan. Moreover, this international alliance could be based on the coexistence of different peoples based on Oriental forms of tolerance in the East Asian case, Buddhism and Confucianism. This was by no means an eccentric view in the 1950s. Nehru too developed a vision of a world federation of socialist states as an alternative internationalism, and one senses that Matsumoto was encouraged in their conversations by this shared vision. Of course, these ideas of a common Asian destiny and a desire for the liberation of Asian nations from American and British imperialism in order to bring peace to Asia had featured strongly in the wartime propaganda justifying the creation of a greater East Asian prosperity sphere. Moreover, it was a set of ideas that Matsumoto seems to have subscribed to for at least a few years in the early 1940s. The main difference was that in the 1950s, in his vision, Japan had no ambitions to be the leader of such an alliance. If there were to be a leader, it would obviously be China, whose successful revolution and resistance to American imperialism was held up as the model. At the start of the 1960s there were few Japanese who had visited the PRC as many times as Matsumoto. There was no doubt in his mind that it would shortly undergo rapid economic development and would provide a model that Japan would do well to emulate. As I have mentioned, there were few in the 1950s who would confidently have predicted the rapid economic growth experienced by Japan in the 1960s. Living standards achieved before the war had been regained by the early 1950s and there was some evidence of growth within the economy as a whole, but it was not having much impact on the poorer sections of society and hardly any at all on the most marginalized. It is worth remembering that between 1959 and 1963, 80,000 Koreans resident in Japan chose to be repatriated to North Korea despite the fact that most of them originated from the southern half of the Korean peninsula. Economic recovery in the DPRK over the 1950s had been quite impressive, and while it was neither then nor now the workers' paradise that it claimed to be, the migrants from Japan may well have experienced improved living standards as they arrived. See Tessa Morris Suzuki 2007. Conditions in most buruku communities were similar to those in the Korean communities. For many burukuman activists, Matsumoto's advocacy of the need for a Chinese-style revolution would at this time have made sense. 8. His last years, the 1960s. Matsumoto in the 1960s. Matsumoto gave the opening speech at the 14th BLL conference in Osaka held 8-9 December 1959. The Kai Shimbun reports the beginning of his speech as follows. Last year I became an old man, laughter. I was told by my doctors to spend some time in Kyushu University Hospital because of high blood pressure. If I did not, they could not guarantee my well-being. Although I do not particularly want to live all that long, I thought I should try to extend my life. That is to say that I would like to live until we see our complete liberation. Cheers. Kai Shimbun 148, December 15, 1959. He was 72. However, these health problems did not cause him to relax, and over the 1960s he contributed to each of the areas of activity in which he had already been involved. In the previous chapter we saw how he continued to play a role in Diet politics, standing for election for the last time in 1965. His direct contributions to Diet proceedings became less frequent, but he continued to nag away at the amount being spent on and by the imperial family. In 1961 he used a session of the committee on the cabinet to make a detailed inquiry about spending by the imperial family, including the amount spent on the crown prince's wedding. In 1963 and 1964 he asked further questions about the revisions to the imperial household law and seems to have had an idea that the imperial family might be somehow retired to work in the family business at the ISE shrine. In one of his last interviews, in January 1966, he talked about the way the LDP government was again using the imperial family to open talks with the JSP during the tensions over the ratification of the treaty to normalize relations with South Korea. They had supported a Diet resolution congratulating the emperor on the birth of a grandson. An important event for that family, he granted, but not something that should concern the Diet. He feared this was reviving the pre-war system. Buruku Kai Shupancha 1977, 137. At around this time the honors system was being revived. After the war, the practice of the emperor giving honors to living people was suspended, although there was still a posthumous honors system. In 1963 it was announced that the system of honors would be revived, and twice per year 4,500 of them would be handed out on April 29, the Shwa Emperor's birthday, and November 3. They proposed to give Matsumoto a Kun ITT, first class, honor in the second round of these awards to be made in December 1964. He turned it down and later said, "Why on earth were they thinking of giving one to someone like me who has spent his life fighting authority? I would be delighted to receive something from the people in praise of some way in which I had been useful, but getting the Kun ITT, a conferring of decoration or a personal investiture ceremony with the emperor. If I did that it would be as if Matsumoto Giiji's struggles had not taken place. It was such a blow to me that I told them, I might be getting on a bit but I am not senile yet." Buruku Kai Shupancha 1977, 138-9. However, he did not turn down the honor offered him by the House of Councillors in June 1966 to mark the 25 years he had served as an elected representative. This honor made him an emeritus member of the Diet. This system had begun with an award made to Ozaki Yukio in 1935, which was funded from contributions made by his colleagues in the Diet. After 1947 the award was provided from public funds. He was the first member of the JSP to be given this honor. Buruku Kai Shupancha 1977, 306. 2 coal miners and the U.S. bases. Those within the mining industry continued to try to persuade the government to change its energy policy, but to no effect. Former miners who had been members of Tenrand who were not re-employed by Mitsui after the end of the mic strike tried to continue with their campaign, but they got no support outside Fukuoka and not much assistance even there. Protest about the military use of the Itazuke base continued, and on March 25, 1961 a demonstration that linked the restructuring of the coal industry with anti-base protest got the support of over 100,000 people. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 202. This did not prevent the creation of another plan for the industry on September 28, 1962, one that would close all the less efficient mines, leaving only 12 working mines and forcing 63,000 miners into unemployment. Meanwhile, in December 1961 an American plane crashed in Kashiai, a small town along the coast about 5 miles east of Fukuoka. This provoked further protests about the base, which was starting to be used in support of the U.S. policy in Vietnam. Undeterred, plans were formed to upgrade the base further in order to use F-105 planes capable of carrying nuclear weapons. 50,000 people turned out to protest about the noise pollution, the possibility of further crashes and the fear that this might provoke nuclear war. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 219. When Matsumoto could, he would turn out for these demonstrations. Over the next few years these local protests would merge with the national and international protests against the Vietnam War, particularly following the decision taken in 1965 to fly B-52 bombers from Itazuke. JSP Fukuoka Editorial Committee 1983, 243. 3. A final visit to China, 1964. Matsumoto was sent a special invitation to attend the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the PRC as the head of a delegation of 13 sent by the Nichiwai Kaikai. He left on September 26, one of a party that included Tanaka Orinoshin, Narazaki Yanosuke, and Matsumoto Iki. Kai Shimbun 297, September 15, 1964, Nihon Tokugoku 21, September 1964. Now aged 77, he was not in the best of health and arranged to be accompanied by a doctor and oxygen equipment. The party attended the formal celebrations and on October 8, Joe called round to see him in his hotel and asked after his health. Later reports suggest both of them were in jovial moods. Joe commented on the success the Chinese government had had in eliminating infectious diseases and how much he had learned about communism while he was in Japan. Matsumoto complained how inconvenient it was still to have to travel via Hong Kong. Perhaps he should buy a boat and set up a direct link to Beijing via the Shantung Peninsula? Joe replied that he would like to have direct flights between Beijing and Tokyo/Osaka, but Reichar, then U.S. ambassador in Tokyo, was preventing it. There were now many groups visiting China from Japan, but Joe recalled that Matsumoto had been in one of the earliest groups to encourage Japan-China understanding, for which the Chinese people would be eternally grateful. On the following day a joint statement was released by the Nichiwai Kaikai and its Beijing-based equivalent, the Chnikiwai Kaikai, confirming their desire to establish formal links at all levels as part of their commitment to the preservation of peace in Asia and the world, and to the joint struggle of the two peoples against U.S. imperialism. Takayama 2005, 7012. The members of the group from the JSP were asked to stay longer and Narazaki did, but Matsumoto's doctor advised that he had taxed his health enough. He had a brief meeting with Mao Zedong and left before the rest of the group, arriving back in Japan on October 18. Soon after, the news of China's first nuclear test was announced. There is no record of Matsumoto's reaction, but Narazaki decided they must oppose it. When he said this directly to Zhou Enlai, he was told that if America had the weapon so must China, but Zhou promised never to use it first. Iwao 2006, 121. 4. The DWA policy process. The process that would result in the DWA policy long-term plan, DWA Taisakuchi Kikaku, approved July 1969, began with the initiative taken by Yagi Kazuo in the early 1950s within the JSP. The launch of the JSP policy had broken the conspiracy of silence about buruku matters. Newspapers and magazines began to carry articles about discrimination and prejudice. In this context, the JSP leadership, including Matsumoto and Tanaka Orinoshin, demanded a Diet Committee be set up to consider the issue, but the LDP would not agree. Kishi Nobusuke, Prime Minister, February 1957–July 1960, admitted that the problem was unfortunate but seemed to think that there was nothing that government could or should do about it. Following the launch of the JSP policy, a conference was held in Tokyo on January 24, 1958 that demanded the creation of a committee within the Cabinet Office, a specialist committee in the Diet and positive measures in each ministry. This was attended not only by leading members of the BLL, including Matsumoto and Asada, but also politicians from the JCP and JSP, leaders of the labor and farmer organizations, some representatives of the relevant ministries and, unusually, a senior member of the LDP, Miki Takeo. 1. Indeed, Miki made a speech in which he argued, "There are still many feudal residues remaining in Japan and the buruku problem is one of them. This problem we think will not be solved by struggle and should be addressed as a national policy that transcends political parties and ideology and should be resolved on the basis of social justice." Maruka 1982, 296. Matsumoto was unable to resist referring to Miki's words in his closing speech. On the one hand there is the feudal residue, the buruku problem, and on the other there is the emperor system, which continues as a large feudal relic. The other day the Imperial Household Finance Committee voted to increase the allowance for the imperial household from 38 to 50 million yen. I was deeply affected by the statement from Mr. Mickey of the LDP that the continued existence of this problem is a national disgrace, but there are many forms of discrimination that remain. I pledge to fight to my last drop of blood to eliminate all remnants of feudalism, militarism, people who are not shy about lying, the complete liberation of the buruku and the realization of socialism. Maruka 1982, 297. The movement was optimistic that the government might launch some policy initiative, but when in March 1958 Yagi questioned Prime Minister Kishi about this, his response was once more to agree that discrimination was unfortunate, but to do nothing. During that summer, some members of the LDP started to talk to members of the All-Japan DWA Policy Council, Zen Nihon DWA Taisaku Kikai, and in October a DWA policy discussion group was formed within the LDP. 2 The sudden interest of conservative politicians in this topic was not unrelated to the violent campaigns that had taken place in Wakayama Prefecture that summer, which had involved both the local BLL branch and the Shilabor Federation. Over the next few months serious attention began to be paid to the issue within the ruling party, such that in May 1959 a formal resolution was passed approving a 10-year plan to improve conditions in 16 model areas with a notional budget of 30 billion yen, 3 billion yen per year. However, from the BLL perspective these activities were similar to the Iwa programs of the 1930s in that, while they may have done something to improve living conditions in the selected communities, they were principally designed to weaken the influence of the radical Swahisha activists. It also seemed relevant that the brains behind these policies was Yamamoto Masao, who had also taken part in the pre-war Iwa administration. As it turned out, this 10-year plan was not a success even in its own terms. Only 1.1 billion yen was provided in 1960, and of this only 0.63 billion yen came from central government. Even if this did mean that the total provided was double the amount of the previous year, it fell well short of the planned target. Maruka 1982, 299-301. Yagi meanwhile submitted a private member's bill to establish a committee of inquiry but without success. In March 1960 the government suddenly changed tack and proposed setting up a DWA policy council to advise on policy. Discussions opened between Yagi and his JSP colleagues, the LDP leadership and the leaders of the recently formed Democratic Socialist Party. A cross-party consensus was reached and the bill to set up a committee of inquiry quickly passed through both houses and was promulgated on August 13. This change in attitude by the government and the LDP seems to have been a response to the political crisis caused by the security treaty protests, which were reaching their peak in the spring of 1960 and to which the BLL was making a significant contribution. The suspicion that there was a political motivation was confirmed when in May 1960 the Zen Nippon Dwakai was formed. Once more the driving force behind this was Yamamoto Masao. It had overt links with the LDP and sought to provide burukumen with an alternative to supporting the left-wing parties, but in many ways its analysis of the buruku problem was not dissimilar to that of the BLL. Zen Nippon Dwakai too saw discrimination linked to poverty in a vicious cycle and thought that a comprehensive set of government-funded policies was needed to enable buruku communities to break out of this cycle. However, they rejected the idea that class struggle was any part of the solution, considered prejudice to be based on deep-rooted social customs, not feudal remnants or monopoly capitalist exploitation, and were optimistic that within post-war Japan, founded on the new constitution, all the preconditions existed for a complete solution of burukumen problems. Maruka 1982, 306-111. As far as the BLL was concerned, the Dwakai was a puppet of the LDP intended to challenge its organization and ideology within buruku communities and weaken the contribution that buruku communities could make to the class struggle. Despite the cross-party consensus, it took a long time to bring the commission to life. The membership was not finally decided until November 1961. It had 19 members, 10 from ministries associated with DWA policy implementation, 2 academics, and representatives of local government and the judiciary. Yagi had tried to insist that there should be several members of the committee who had experience of discrimination and poverty, but in the end there was just one member from the BLL, Kitahara Daisaku, and strictly speaking, he was not there representing the BLL, 3 and one member representing the Dwakai. The plan was to produce a report based on a national survey supplemented by detailed studies of living conditions in 16 buruku communities. However, several prefectures refused to cooperate with the inquiry. Tokyo, Kanagawa, Miyazaki, and the prefectures of Tohoku, so the final report was less than comprehensive and reported on studies of just 10 communities. Maruka 1982, 332. It was due to be published in the summer of 1964, but in the end it took a year longer than planned, not coming out until August 1965. All that said, despite the misgivings of the BLL, the outcome was not far off what it wanted and what the JSP/Yagi proposals had envisaged in 1957. The report reviewed the various origin theories and confirmed the consensus view that there was no evidence of a different racial origin and that buruku human problems derived from the fact that their communities suffered low levels of economic, social, and cultural living, which meant that their basic human rights were not guaranteed. Based on this analysis, the report recommended policies that would eliminate the differences between the buruku communities and the mainstream by rooting out discrimination and prejudice, and planning for the resolution of these problems through social and economic progress. Different dimensions of the policy would have to take account of environment improvement, social welfare, industry and employment issues, education and human rights. The administrative arrangements would require both central and local government to cooperate, the provision of new sources of finance, the creation of a DWA Policy Promotion Council and the passage of a Special Measures Law, SML, to coordinate the existing administrative arrangements and set consistent and clear aims. Full text of the report at Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 951-68. From the time the report was published, most attention was focused on the SML, whether it should be introduced at all, what its content should be and how soon it could be implemented. 5 years later, in July 1969, the Special Measures Law for DWA policy projects and a DWA policy long-term plan were passed. The latter set out clear basic aims to guide the DWA policies that were to be implemented by 6 ministries: Justice, Education, Health and Welfare, Labor, International Trade and Industry and Construction. For full text of these laws see Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 969-73. The report and the consequent laws marked a fundamental break from previous LDP/government policy in 2 important respects. Firstly, they accepted that the state had a responsibility to act to eliminate the structural conditions that produced and reproduced the poverty that was at the heart of the vicious cycle of discrimination. Secondly, they were ultimately based on the notion that the constitutionally guaranteed rights of these people had to be protected. The movement's response was initially cautious. Matsumoto, on the day the report was published, said, "From our perspective the contents of the report are still insufficient." But he nevertheless welcomed the fact that what we have been demanding for many years will be implemented. Maruka 1982, 352. Not everyone was so welcoming. The JCP was very critical. One of the researchers in the BMK, Fujitani Toshio, was impressed by the range of the policies promised, but he pointed out that it would not be possible for them all to be implemented without consuming all of the present welfare budget, year after year, so unless there is a change in the basic direction of politics, it is clear that they cannot possibly be realized, quoted in Maruka 1982, 354. This is probably not so much a criticism of the report but rather an understandable underestimate of how fast and how much the Japanese economy would grow over the next few years. One wonders if the members of the committee produced their report in the expectation of such growth. In private, Matsumoto had more doubts about the report and the proposed projects. There were 2 elements to this. Firstly, the Swahisha movement had prided itself on fighting for buruku liberation by our own efforts. In all of his writings since the 1930s he had emphasized the importance of buruku men fighting for themselves. Usuji wrote of an occasion in the late 1940s when he organized a study session for young activists in Matsumoto's orchards to the south of Fukuoka. Matsumoto refused to pay for their travel expenses, though he did agree to pay them for helping with the weeding. Usuji 1975, 53-4. He did not like the idea of people expecting to get something for nothing. It was for similar reasons that he often got violently angry when he came across buruku gambling. He was to say about the DWA committee report, "The project law will be a double-edged sword. It may well improve public hygiene and the environment, but buruku people will lose their independent spirit," quoted in Takayama 2005, 695. Secondly, he feared that the provision of the large amounts of money that would be needed to carry out these projects would inevitably lead to the corruption of both the liberation movement and the buruku communities. There are many poor people in the buruku, and among their leaders there will be people dazzled by the money. Takayama 2005, 696. More positively, Matsumoto wanted a basic law in addition to the project law, which would clarify the basic aims and direction of the overall policy, perhaps even making discrimination illegal instead of simply being unconstitutional. Point 4. For him this was the main issue, the projects were secondary. However, the LDP could not be persuaded to enact a basic law, and Yagi, Narazaki, and others close to Matsumoto persuaded him that the preface to the DWA report had some features of a basic law in that it defined the aims in terms of basic human rights. Eventually he was won over, but he insisted that the principle should be, liberation is the end, the projects the means. Moriyama et al. 2003, 249-51. The main component of the BLL campaign for the rest of the 1960s was for the full implementation of the recommendations of the 1965 DWA report. The JCP was not so easily convinced. They argued that the report was a poisoned bean cake, documenju. Their concern was less the practical issue of corruption than the more theoretical one about the way the policy threatened to divide the buruku workers from the rest of their class. This, in their view, would weaken the working class as a whole and be likely to promote rather than decrease prejudice, as the non-burukumin poor became envious of the schemes provided for residents of buruku communities. The JCP objections were elaborated over the next few years and resulted in irreconcilable differences that would eventually split the movement in 1970. The 20th Conference and his final speech. This depth of difference between the BLL and its JCP critics became visible at the 20th Conference held in October 1965. The context to this conference was not only the recent publication of the DWA report but also the House of Councillors election campaign, during which the JCP group had backed their own candidate in the national constituency in competition with Matsumoto. In interviews he mentioned that they had torn down his posters and accused him of paternalism, operating a buruku emperor system. Takayama 2005, 697. At the conference, the JCP tried to mobilize its supporters to oppose the policies proposed by Tanaka Orinoshin, which included demands for the implementation of the special laws. This generated such criticism that the party lost its influential voice in movement affairs. 3 out of its 4 members on the Central Committee were not re-elected. The depth of feeling within the JCP about developments within the BLL can be judged from the headline of an anonymous article in Akahata about the BLL, on the anti-party revisionists and right-wing socialist anti-communist activities within the BLL, Maruka 1984, 144. The next conference, the 21st, was convened on 3-4 March 1966. Matsumoto made one of the opening speeches, during which he stated, 45 years ago today the Shueisha was born in Kyoto by our own efforts. Over these last 45 years we have continued to fight against all difficulties. And yet there are still some people who have not woken. Matsumoto addressing the 21st conference of the Buruku Liberation League, the last he would attend. This is because of that family that receives unwarranted respect. Japan is still trying to retain its myths. However, all over the world myths are dying out. The world is changing. Today the BLL is developing into something for the whole nation. This is the result of our struggle. Without struggle there is no liberation. Combining our efforts, with the solidarity of which we are proud, we will win complete liberation. Maruka 1984, 171. Two things strike me about this. Firstly, there is the clear thread of Matsumoto's signature anti-emperor republicanism. Secondly, I think we can see an implied criticism of the simple acceptance of the recommendations of a DWA report that promises to provide solutions with little effort. The next day he made criticisms of the JCP. There are still 20 years before I reach 100. We must unite together still further to ensure complete liberation and get on with the expulsion of those who are getting in the way. So far I have staked my life on opposing the Japanese ruling class for the sake of buruku liberation. From now on, for as long as there is life in me, I will fight against those who are trying to add to the obstacles faced by the movement. Maruka 1984, 171-2. Clearly the tactics adopted by the JCP supporters over the previous year were testing his patience to the limit. 6. Illness and final arrangements. A few days later, on March 5, he collapsed at home in Fukuoka, suffering from arteriosclerosis. At first he remained at home, but on March 21 he was transferred to a nearby hospital. In mid-May his condition deteriorated and many former friends and comrades called in to visit him in hospital. Matsunaga Yasuzumon, then aged 91, traveled to Fukuoka to see him. However, Matsumoto made a recovery and for a while began exercising in bed. On August 21 a BLL group left Fukuoka intending to march to Tokyo in support of the movement's demand for the full implementation of the recommendations of the 1965 DWA Commission report. Matsumoto sent them a message. Nothing could be more trying for me than to be here doing the same thing every day, building up my strength. However, this too is part of the struggle for liberation. There is no doubt that this People's March will be a milestone towards buruku liberation. Unfortunately I cannot bring this body of mine directly to the struggle, but I am not a bit sad. I am confident that the buruku masses, especially my young comrades, will overtake me and continue to fight for complete liberation. More than anything else, strength in the fight for liberation from discrimination comes from solidarity. May you walk with dignity and solidarity on the path of righteousness. Until the day of complete liberation I will keep myself alive and struggle with you. Buruku Kaidmei Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 366-7. However, from late summer onwards he gradually became weaker, finally passing away at 2:05 a.m., November 22, 1966. News of his death spread rapidly. During the night his body was moved from hospital to the family home, and by early morning people were arriving outside the house to pay their respects. In fact, so many people gathered on what was a main road carrying a tram track that the police were needed to keep traffic moving. 3 memorial services were organized. One was held in Fukuoka on November 30, which was attended by over 10,000 people. A second was held in Kyoto by the BLL on December 4 with 3,000 representatives from all the League's branches. The third was jointly organized by the JSP, the BLL, and the Nichikai Kaikai in Tokyo. Following his death 2 editions of the Kai Shimbun were dedicated to his memory and to reporting the memorial services. The headline was Father of Buruku Liberation, Conscience of the Japanese People, Kai Shimbun 368, November 25, 1966. Several of the commentaries on his role in the post-war movement specifically mention the way he had become the symbol of the Buruku Liberation League, the keystone of its solidarity and unity. How aware were these writers of using the same term as the Constitution did when it referred to the emperor as the symbol of the Japanese state, Article 1, emphasis mine. There were 6,325 condolence telegrams received, including one from Zhou Enlai. Previous and present leaders of the liberation movement and the JSP spoke about Matsumoto's contribution to their organizations. Asada Zenosuke, who would soon be elected as the next chairman of the BLL, stressed that while Matsumoto was an irreplaceable member of both the liberation and peace movements, they should regard the memorial service as the point of departure for a new phase of their development. The editorial of the same edition of the Kai Shimbun talked of the need to focus on the campaign to demand full implementation of the measures suggested in the 1965 DWA report. This, it argued, should become the main focus of the BLL from January 1967. At Matsumoto's memorial service in Kyoto, they played a recording of a speech that he had made to a meeting of the Matsumoto Giichiro Mamorukai in Fukuoka in February 1965. For a long time we have been treated as human beings who are outside humanity. In the feudal period it is clear that this was thought of as being normal. The Meiji period began. The times would not allow this. However much Japan was born in the name of cultural flowering, some old patterns and their contents did not disappear. The shogun, the local lords, and below them the samurai who received stipends, in other words the bushi, what we would call hoodlums today. Hoodlums who would cause trouble, testing their swords on people, that is who the samurai were. And then, although they talked about equality of citizens, the local lords were turned into barons and other nobles, and those below them became shizoku. Normal farmers and townspeople became commoners. Unnecessarily, below them they created another group. Who were they? Do you know? They were newly created as commoners and they were called new commoners. So what did the Meiji Revolution mean for us? Military conscription and paying taxes. And we suffered the same painful discrimination. We were despised. However, we were not going to keep quiet forever. We too are human. We are citizens. We stood up, not quiet anymore. The Suihei movement was formed on March 3, 1922 in the Okazaki Hall, Kyoto, under the flag of the Crown of Thorns. And it continued to fight. Even after the new post-war constitution, the liberation movement had to continue. So what about unemployment and marriage today? According to Article 24 of the new constitution, marriage is based only on the mutual consent of both sexes and it will be maintained on a mutual basis by husband and wife. But in fact, problems are still occurring. It has not put an end to that. The personal history investigations are still revealing buruku status, causing relationships to be broken off and people to die. And what about work? The new constitution Article 25 says all people shall have the right to wholesome and cultural living. If this is all constitutionally consistent, there should be no problem. We don't take part in the liberation movement for fun or as a hobby. The movement comes about because politics and administration are not operating according to the constitution. We are not doing it because we enjoy it. In fact, making our movement unnecessary is our aim. Do you understand? The world is now becoming an extremely dangerous place. The Japanese government today does not think about China as part of Asia. Either it does not think about it at all or it regards it as an enemy. Where can we see this thinking? The Japanese government under the control of America regards the PRC as an enemy when it has 700 million people, 1/4 of the world's population. When and how this came about I don't know. But whatever happens, we must unite to crush the people who hold mistaken views in order to protect peace and democracy. At times like these we must not be cowardly. We must fight hard and win. A few moments ago as I came in here I was asked how old I am. I said I am 79. Usually people think of me as an old crock, but I still think of myself as a young man. My legs aren't too good. I met someone the other day who asked how my legs are. When you want to escape you don't need your legs. If you can't escape you get killed or you kill yourself. However, when you are chasing someone your legs must be in good shape, so I said that I must get my legs into better shape. Everyone, please use me. I am still usable. I am still fit. I just said I am now 79. Another 21 years before I reach 100. I am still young. I must find myself a wife. Kai Shimbun, December 5, 1966. 7 After Matsumoto. Matsumoto had used his final few months to set his affairs in order. Matsumoto Ika was the illegitimate son of Giichiro's elder brother Jishiki. He had worked with his uncle for several years, both within the company and as a personal assistant. At some point in the months following the start of his last illness, Ike was formally adopted as Jiichir's son and heir, Takayama 2005, 705. Meanwhile, in May 1966 the Matsumoto Gumi, which had been formally registered as a private company almost exactly 50 years earlier, changed its legal status to become a limited company, with Shishiji as the largest shareholder. It is not clear exactly why this was done, but it was probably related to addressing problems with inheritance tax. There is a post-war tradition in Japanese politics for close relatives of an established politician to inherit the seat should the incumbent die or for some other reason cease to be politically active. Since the 1970s, at any one time between 30 and 40% of politicians in Indiana the Diet can be said to have inherited their posts, usually from their father or occasionally from an uncle. This has more often been the case with conservative politicians, but it has not been unusual within the socialist parties. There are several reasons for this. A politician will often have invested a great amount of effort and resources, including cash, to build up channels of support within his constituency. Name recognition is especially important in an electoral process where voters must write their candidate's name on the ballot paper. Having a well-known name is, of course, particularly significant in the national constituency elections of the House of Councillors where candidates are in search of votes from across the whole country. Most politicians construct a support group to mobilize sectors of the electorate, and these links will be based on personalized connections that are relatively easy to pass on to a family member. So if there is a member of the family who is, or who can be persuaded to be, politically ambitious, the support group and voters will usually be happy to see a close relative take over the seat. This is exactly what happened with Matsumoto. It is said that there was a plan whereby Matsumoto Ike would take over the family business while the political succession would go to Jiichir's assistant and confidant, Narazaki Yanosuke. However, at some time in the later 1950s or 1960s Ike objected to this and decided to keep it all in the family. Narazaki opted to pursue an independent political career and was elected as a JSP Diet member for Fukuoka in 1960. From the early 1960s Ike too became politically active, taking part not only in the BLL and local JSP but also in the Nichiwai Kaikai, for example, going to China with Jiichir in 1964. Thus it was relatively easy for him to make the transition to national politics in 1968, when he stood for a seat in the House of Councillors within the national constituency with the backing of both the BLL and the JSP, in effect taking over the seat vacated by his recently adopted father. He was re-elected in 1974, 1980, 1986, and 1992 and died while still in office on July 19, 1995. Ike had 3 sons. One died while still a student. Another, Yutz, born 1957, became the head of the Matsumoto Gumi on his father's death. The elder son, Ri, born 1951, after working for a local television station, entered politics in 1980. He started off working as a secretary for his father, and in 1990 he was elected to the lower house representing the Fukuoka constituency. He has been continuously elected since then. When the electoral system changed in 1996 to be based on single-member constituencies, he stood in Fukuoka 1 constituency, which is in the east of Fukuoka and includes the area where he now lives and where his grandfather was born. In 1996 he was one of the younger politicians who left the JSP to become a founder member of the Democratic Party of Japan, DPJ. Although he has never been one of the leading members of the party, he has served as the party's spokesman on such topics as human rights and the proposal to move the administrative and political capital away from Tokyo. The affairs of the Matsumoto Gumi became more transparent after it changed its legal status from being a private to a joint stock company. Jiichir's elder brother remained in nominal control of the company until his death, but Ike was the majority shareholder and seems to have played a major role in the management of the company until his death in 1995. After that Yu took over as the director of the company, although it is Ryu who continues to have the largest shareholding, 31.6% compared to his younger brother's 30.6%, Keisha Shokuin Roku 2004. This makes Ri, on paper at least, very wealthy. He declared an income of 130,290,000 yen in 2006. Only one member of the Diet admitted to a larger income that year. This, of course, does not necessarily mean that there were no richer members of parliament. It is consistent with the Matsumoto spirit that he is completely open about his income, not hiding it behind proxy accounts. However, it suggests that Ri, like his grandfather, while not a major player in DPJ policy debates or a candidate for any of the highest offices in the party, is able by virtue of his wealth to play a significant role in party affairs in the Fukuoka area and probably at the national level too. As for the Matsumoto Gumi itself, it has remained a medium-sized construction company nationally, although quite a significant player locally. At the time of its founding as a joint stock company in 1966, its total capital was 10 million yen, in 2006 it was estimated at 300 million yen. In the mid-1980s it was ranked at 262 among Japan's general construction companies, SG Kensetsu, and at 150 among Fukuoka's top companies, not restricted to any industry, Nihon no Keisha 50,000, 1985. At that time its main contracts were, still, with the Nishitetsu Railway Company and Japan Railways, particularly being involved in the construction of bridges. But it also worked on major construction projects for local government, including building apartment blocks, and it was extensively involved in some of the reconstruction of the buruku infrastructure of the region, financed by the DWA program. In the early years of the 21st century it identified its three main activities as, public works, for example, work on the international terminal for Fukuoka Airport, 52.6%, construction, for example, buildings in primary and high schools and local universities, 38.4%, and road construction, particularly local highways, 8.8%. The number of its employees is relatively small, around 160, but this is probably accounted for by an extensive use of subcontracting, common within the building industry. The total value of the projects carried out in 2006-07 was 10.780 billion yen, approximately $107 million. See Matsumoto Gumi website, www.matsumotogumi.co.jp. Neither Ika nor Ri have taken much interest in the peace movement that had been one of Jiichir's primary interests in the 1950s. However, some of the organizations that Jiichir was connected with evolved in the later 1960s to demonstrate their opposition to Japan's involvement in the Vietnam War through its support of U.S. bases, particularly in Okinawa. This linked into a campaign against the renegotiations of the US-Japan Security Treaty in 1969-70. The second AMPO campaign turned out not to be as politically significant as that waged a decade earlier, possibly because it was handled better by the LDP, but it involved more people in its demonstrations. Opposition to the presence of U.S. bases on Japanese soil continues, particularly in Okinawa, and these campaigns include the use of court cases arguing the American military use of the bases is unconstitutional. 8. The Buruku Liberation Movement and DWA Policy. There is a great deal that could and should be written about the development of the BLL after Matsumoto's death. Unfortunately, there is very little serious analysis of the movement at all in English, and this is not the place to try to fill that gap. All I want to do in this brief final note is to trace the development of some of the threads that were apparent in Matsumoto's last years. It was evident that the divisions between the JCP-oriented group within the BLL and the rest, most of whom were JSP supporters, were becoming deeper, more ideologically charged and more personal by the time Matsumoto died. Not only did members of the JCP group in Kyoto not attend his memorial service, but they are also reported to have prevented some of those who wanted to from attending. Kai Shimbun 369, December 5, 1966. The formal split occurred in the summer of 1970, when the JCP-oriented group created an organization that had the aim of rectifying the BLL and protecting the movement against the anti-communism, anti-democratic, and Iwa policies of the Asada faction that now were said to dominate the Central Committee. This group did not take with it a large proportion of the BLL's membership, but because it was linked with the JCP its ideas achieved wide currency. In the 1970s the JCP could attract up to 10% of the popular vote Indiana general elections, and its daily newspaper claimed a readership of 3 million. During the 1970s the division intensified over their differences in theory and broad strategy, over the BLL relationship with the administration of the special projects and the tactics used to protest at instances of alleged discrimination, see, for example, FAR 1990, Chapter 5. The differences became deeply entrenched. Full implementation of the recommendations of the 1965 report became the main focus of the BLL in the later 1960s, but there was another issue, not previously widely discussed probably because Matsumoto had kept it off the movement's agenda. One way of finding out about a person's background was by examining his family register kosuke which was held in the local government office. This would reveal the person's address at the time of birth and often this would be sufficient to work out if the family belonged to a buruku community. If there was any doubt, for example, if the family had moved and changed the place where they were formally registered, it was possible to trace the kosuke back, if necessary as far as the earliest modern version, which was compiled in 1873. In many areas, local government officials had been concerned that former outcasts might try to hide their background, so they annotated these records to make it obvious that the family belonged to an outcast community. Matsumoto was always quite open about his background. As a movement activist he had no choice, but more generally he seems to have not approved of those who sought to hide their status origins. He had succeeded in whatever he had turned his hand to by his own efforts. He thought the aim of the liberation movement should be to make their status background irrelevant, not to assist people to disguise it or escape from it. That, after all, was his objection to the ending of Hawkeye. However, the next generation of the movement's leaders saw it differently. The openness of the family record system was, for them, an example of the way the administrative authorities colluded with the production and reproduction of prejudice and discrimination. In 1967 the BLL began to demand that access to family records be closed. There was an immediate positive reaction and in January 1968 the Ministry of Justice prohibited the public inspection of the 1,873 registers. The BLL continued with its campaign, and in 1976 the government amended the kosuke law so as to prevent free access to all family records. Subsequently, the movement has tried to persuade local governments to pass bylaws that would make it illegal for private detectives to inquire about a person's status background. There are many local authorities that have now adopted these regulations, even though there is doubt about how effectively they can be implemented. Matsumoto had been concerned that the emphasis in the DWA report and in the movement's campaigns on the passage of project legislation was either misguided or unbalanced. At the very least, he thought it also needed a basic law to establish the broad aims of policy. By the 1980s the BLL had returned to this issue and began to demand the enactment of a basic law that had 4 elements, a declaratory element that clearly stated that the buruku issue was one that was the responsibility of government but also common to all Japanese citizens, an implementation sector that sets out a comprehensive plan that would guide specific subsidiary legislation, an information element which would ensure dissemination of accurate information within education and the media. And finally a legislative element that could deal with employment practices and other examples of the violation of the human rights of individuals, see Kitaguchi 1999, 175-8 and 208-11 for more description and the text of the proposed law. The campaign to have this law enacted encountered resistance from both the government/LDP and the JCP-linked sector of the movement. At the time of writing no such law has been introduced and the prospects for one are not good. Many have concluded that it might have been better to push for this in the mid-1960s when the government was more open to persuasion as Matsumoto had argued. His other concern about the DWA report had been the impact of the flow of the huge sums of money that would be needed to finance the physical transformation of the buruku infrastructure. Although some had doubted the ability of the Japanese state to deliver the promised ambitious program, A 10-year plan for buruku improvement launched in 1969 was followed up by a series of 3 or 5-year plans such that by 1993 around 13.880 trillion yen, over $138 billion, had been spent on buruku improvement projects. Much of this money was spent on capital projects, building schools, clinics, apartment blocks, and community centers, but there was also generous provision of grants to enable attendance at schools and universities. These programs were scaled back in the 1990s and ceased completely at the national level in 2003, although some smaller projects continue to be funded by local governments. In most urban areas, these programs have reconstructed the housing and community facilities such that no one who was not a long-term resident of, for example, Fukuoka can tell where the 3 buruku communities in the east of the city used to be. Indeed, some complain that by constructing roads through them and destroying all the old buildings, including the house where Matsumoto Giichiro was born and lived for the first part of his life, the construction work has been done with no sensitivity to the history and heritage of these communities. However, whereas 30 years ago it was obvious from the poor quality of the buildings where the buruku began and ended, it no longer is. To that extent, the special measure laws have succeeded. The BLL did try to exert some control over the provision of grants and housing by insisting that its representatives influenced decisions about the nature of the construction work and who got grants or lived in the new apartments. The aim was to ensure that the funds were used for the maximum benefit of buruku communities, so that they should go only to buruku origin families and should not be used to weaken the radicalism, the working class consciousness, of Liberation League activists. Membership of the BLL was an important criterion, and the JCP argued this meant that its members were often unfairly treated after 1970 when they formed a breakaway organization. This became a further cause of conflict between the two groups. More serious have been the series of allegations from a number of sources, but principally from JCP publications, that there has been corrupt practice on a huge scale that has benefited the BLL both as an organization and its individual members. 5. It would be a research project in itself to review and assess these allegations, but in the absence of any independent analysis it is difficult to tell whether the amount of corruption has been greater, or less, than that which is usual in Japan. Particularly in the construction industry. There are periodic revelations that there has been rigging in the bidding for large-scale construction contracts for roads and major public buildings. Some suggest the laws are so restrictive that without some kind of illegality construction companies would be unable to survive. It is not too surprising that this has taken place in construction projects within the buruku communities. Given that the BLL made demands of government from the moral high ground, it may be that we should expect them to maintain higher standards than those current in the rest of society. On the other hand, as Matsumoto recognized, there were many very poor people in the 1960s who were suddenly offered opportunities to sell land for development and to take part in generously funded construction projects. Those who were not already active in the movement had many material incentives to join from 1969 for reasons that were not linked to any ideological commitment to opposing prejudice or discrimination, still less to promoting socialism. This Matsumoto foresaw. Whether there was anything that might have been done to avoid or minimize the corruption is more difficult to say. Finally, let us consider the lingering impact of Matsumoto on the movement's leadership. Asada Zenosuke served as Matsumoto's successor between 1967 and 1975, but his aggressive style alienated many and did nothing to placate his critics in the JCP faction. Tanaka Orinoshin stepped down as secretary to the movement in 1968 to be replaced by Yusuji Saikir, also from Fukuoka and someone who had been closely linked with Matsumoto. Moreover, he became the movement's fourth leader in 1982, until his sudden death in 1996. Interestingly, he criticized the thieving attitude of some involved in the improvement projects in the early 1990s, invoking the phrase coined by Matsumoto, "Buruku liberation is the aim, the projects the means." The sixth leader, who took over in 1998, Kumisaka Shigeyuki, is also from Fukuoka and identifies himself with Matsumoto's approach to buruku liberation. References to what Matsumoto did crop up routinely in his speeches and articles. Matsumoto's aim to create a world Swahisha was, I have suggested, just an exaggerated way of describing his attempts to link up his various interests in movements across the world as part of his one-person, people's diplomacy. However, when the International Movement Against All Forms of Discrimination, IMIDR, was formed in 1988, it was supported by a number of organizations and unions but mainly the BLL and can be thought of as a concrete manifestation of Matsumoto's aspirations. It has its main office in the basement of the Matsumoto Memorial Hall, which is located on the land Matsumoto bought in 1955 for his Tokyo office. 6 In 1993 IMIDR was granted consultative status by the UN and has played a positive role in a range of activities, most recently in the development of a regional policy on the trafficking of women in Asia. IMIDR is his Swahisha for the world. In July 2006 the Fukuoka Prefecture branch of the BLL chaired by Matsumoto rediscussed and then adopted a new program to guide its activities in 2006-07. The four main topics for the year would have been depressingly familiar to Matsumoto Giichir. Establish human rights legally, oppose dangerous trends leading to war and the growing racial exclusionism. Continue campaigns to oppose discrimination. Promote local government policies to include the movement's demands. Restructure the movement and rebuild its finances. There was explicit mention of Matsumoto Giichir in the final section, entitled The Struggle to Protect Human Rights, Peace, the Environment, and Democracy. Only one of those topics would have been unfamiliar to him. This section mainly talks about the aim to create a peaceful Japan free of US bases in association with the people who live near the bases. It calls for a reduction in military spending so more can be spent on human rights, the environment, and international cooperation for development. In line with the explicitly mentioned Matsumoto spirit, it opposes the government's promotion of the use of the Hinomaru flag and Kimigayo anthem in schools and the moves to strengthen the constitutional role of the emperor. Finally, the meeting committed itself, in pursuit of Matsumoto's desire for Sino-Japanese cooperation, to raise funds for a school building in a remote and poor part of China, Buruku, May 2006. Matsumoto's spirit lives on.